Peace was going through the village hidden in leaves. The people were happy with it. The war with the hidden rock was over and everything was recovering nicely. Everyone was happy under the leadership of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. While the people were happy, the Hokage himself was miserable. He was forced to battle the very evil of the village hidden in the leaves, the hated paperwork. After signing over another document, Minato let his mind wander as to how to get this done faster, until he remembered the forbidden technique called Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, which would create a solid clone of himself, and when that clone dispelled he would gain all the facts they had learned. It was perfect. Until he remembered that it was a high-ranking jutsu that was not meant to be used for such inappropriate things, but he hadn't slept for 2 days because of the paperwork and he needed a break, so he formed the hand signs and said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and created 4 clones. He then proceeded to jump out the window and run straight towards forest outside the village. Once Minato was in the middle of the forest away from everything, he felt at peace at least, until heard a woman scream in pain. What was that? He asked out loud and ran to the noise. When Minato came to a clearing where the noise was coming from, he noticed a woman with red hair, a very beautiful face, ample size breast, and a bright red kimono. She was bleeding pretty badly and was in pain, but what really got his attention was the fact she had red eyes, claws, whisker marks on her cheeks, 2 fox ears on her head, and 9 tails behind her. As Minato crept closer, he could hear her whispering something. Damn you, Yamada, you snake bastard, the next time I see you I'm going to tear your eyes out your head, all 8 of them. After hearing this, Minato decided to approach 2 women to see if he could help, so he walked into the clearing and got her attention. Miss, do you need some help? The women looked at Minato and glared at him, her red eyes blazing with hate. What do you want, human? She snarled at him. Minato was taken back by human thing, but with her features she was most likely a demon, but that didn't bother him. She need help, and one of the few useful things his sensei taught him when he wasn't peeking in on women was that if a woman is in need, help her. Minato got as close to her as possible and said to her, you look like you could use some help. The women just looked at him with even more hate than before and shouted at him, I don't need the help of some filthy human. I am the great Kyuubi no Yoko, the strongest of the tailed beast, and I don't need help from you, so leave me alone, mortal, Kyuubi said while hissing in pain and holding her shoulder. Minato was stunned. This was the Kyuubi no Yoko. This rude, ego-monastic, and beautiful woman was the Kyuubi. Minato pondered this but focused on the task at hand. He wanted to help her whether she liked it or not. He pulled her hand away from her shoulder to look at the wound. It was severely bruised and blood was pouring from it. A green substance was leaking from the wound, which he guessed was the poison of the Yamada no Orochi. Of course this pissed Kyuubi off that this human had the nerve to touch her when she specifically told him to fuck off and leave her alone, so she shouted at him. How dare you touch me, you fucking hairless ape, what gives you the right to touch me? Just leave me alone before I de-ice to make you into a meal. You're nothing but, Kyuubi was interrupted by Minato, will you shut the fuck up? I'm trying help you here, so will you just shut up already and let me help you? This had shocked Kyuubi, that this human no this man would dare tell her, the Kyuubi no Yoko, to shut up. He had guts, to this she had to admit. Minato soon spoke up, this wound on your shoulder looks really bad, we need to get it looked at or else it could get worse. Kyuubi didn't like where this was going. She knew that the poison of Yamada would kill her. With her chakra so low even a simple human could kill her, so she had no choice but to swallow her pride. She looked at Minato and said to him, what can you do to help, human? Minato just looked at her like he was slapped in the face. The Kyuubi no Yoko, strongest of the tailed beast, was asking for help from a human. It was amazing. Kyuubi was getting annoyed that he wasn't replying. Hey Baka human, what can you do to help? Minato snapped out of his trance and replied, I know some healing jutsu that could work, but we need to get you to the village where an expert can help. At hearing this, Kyuubi wanted to object. She could accept the help of one human, but going to a human village, that was out of the question. And she decided to voice her opinion. No, there is no way I'm going to some filthy human village, I would rather die. Minato just sighed. Why do women have to be so stubborn? Alright, we won't go to the village, let's at least get started on healing that wound, he said calmly and began the signs for the healing technique. Soon green charca surround Minato's hands and he placed them on the wound and slowly it began to heal. Once Minato was finished, he asked Kyuubi, does it feel any better? Kyuubi moved her arm a little. The pain was dulled but it was still there. It still hurts but the pain has dulled, thanks. What's your name anyway? Kyuubi asked, to which he answered, Namikaze Minato. Kyuubi just looked at him after hearing his name and thinking, Namikaze Minato, it's a nice name for a human. Once he finished the wound, Kyuubi looked at the wound. It wasn't fully healed but the poison was mostly gone, but the sign of infection was still there. Minato just looked at the wound and at Kyuubi, seeing that he needed to have an expert look at it. Minato sighed and looked at Kyuubi saying, that's the best I could do, but we're going to have an expert look at it, so you have to come back to the village. At hearing this, Kyuubi glared at him and said, "No, I will not go to a filthy human village." Minato's left eye began to twitch in annoyance and he began to say in an angry tone of voice, "You're going with me to the village and that's final." As Minato said this, he reached over to Kyuubi, grabbed her and put her on his shoulder. This pissed Kyuubi off and she let him know about it. "How dare you, you filthy hairless monkey, put me down this instant. I am the Kyuubi no Yoko and you will put me down now, you hentai. You filthy hentai hairless monkey," she said while banging him on his back and hitting his head with her tails. Soon she had given up and stopped, deciding to just lay there while he walked to the village. Once they were almost there, Minato looked at her and said, "We're almost to the village now. I can either let you down and let you walk there with some dignity, or I can keep carrying you like a child though the entire village." Kyuubi was shocked he was calling her a child and was going to mortify her like that. She may not care what humans think, but she still had some pride as demon. She looked at Minato and said with her teeth clenched together, "I will not run away, please put me down." Minato did what she asked and they walked the rest of the way. Soon they reached the village gates and were greeted by two Junin. "Hokage-sama, where have you been?" they said at the exact same time. Kyuubi looked at Minato in shock, thinking, this baka is the leader of a village. Minato looked at the Junin and said, "Take this woman to Tsunade and tell her that I'm calling in that favor from a while back." The two men looked at the women and instantly knew what she was. They looked over to their leader. "Hokage-sama, with all due respect, you want us to take this demon to Tsunade-sama?" Minato just glared at the two. "If that's a problem with you two, you can do D-ranked missions for the next 2 years instead." The two flinched. 2 whole years of D-ranked missions was a ninja's worst nightmare, and without missing a beat they too replied, "We will gladly escort the young women to Tsunade-sama right away." Minato smiled and replied to the Junin, "Good. Then I'll leave her in your capable hands." He then turned to Kyuubi and said, "I'll come by and check on you later. Yane Kyuubi-chan." And with that Minato used Hiraishin no Jutsu to leave. Kyuubi just stood there thinking about what Minato had said. "He called me, Kyuubi-chan." Soon the three were walking through the village. Kyuubi stood behind the two Junin and listened to the people whispering about her, to which she just ignored. Once the Junin had arrived at the hospital, they now stood in front of a blonde-haired woman wearing a green coat and a jewel on her forehead. The two Junin walked up to her and calmly said, "Tsunade-sama, the Hokage-sama wishes for your medical experience in order to help this woman behind us." Tsunade just sat there staring at them, not moving or anything. The two just looked at each other and repeated what they said to her. "Tsunade-sama, the Hokage-sama wishes for your medical experience in order to help this woman behind us." Tsunade still did nothing. The two Junin looked at each and one of them waved his hand in front of her and snapping his fingers as well. Nothing. Then they got real close to and began to hear her snoring. The two Junin looked at each other. "She's asleep with her eyes open again." At hearing this, Kyuubi was getting annoyed that Minato wanted this woman to heal her. She walked up to the desk, the Junin wondering what she going to do. Kyuubi stood right in front of Tsunade with a scowl and then kicked the desk while screaming, "Hey Baba, wake the fuck up." This got Tsunade attention. No one called her a hag and she looked at Kyuubi and said, "Who are you calling a hag, you little bitch?" This pissed Kyuubi off because Inu and Kitsune had never gotten along and to be called a dog was a huge mistake, so she decided to let Tsunade know it. "How dare you call one of those filthy flea bags? I'm a fox for your information." At hearing this, Tsunade finally noticed the fox ears and 9 tails she had and came to the conclusion and said nervously, "You're a demon." Tsunade then looked at the two Jonin in anger and said, "You brought me a demon to my office." The two were scared now and said, "We were only following orders from the Hokage. He said you would do it because of a favor." Tsunade figured out what they were saying and rubbed her temples and mumbled, "I hate that Gaki sometimes." She then turned to Kyuubi and said, "Follow me and we'll see what the problems is." She then turned to the two Jonin and said, "Go find Shizune and tell her to meet me in examining room 1. The two replied, "Hi, Tsunade-sama," and left. Once in the room, Tsunade had Kyuubi remove her clothes to check her wound, seeing the bruising as well as a small trace of poison still left behind. As Tsunade was examining her, she noticed that Kyuubi was blushing a little and refusing to make eye contact. At that, Tsunade smirked and said to her, "You don't have to be embarrassed, you have a very beautiful body." This caused Kyuubi to blush a deeper red. Not long after, Shizune showed up to help Tsunade by taking the poison to see if she could produce an antidote for one of the most deadliest poisons ever. Once they were done, Tsunade put some bandages around the wound and put Kyuubi in a hospital gown and looked at her. "The wound is nearly healed, but we're not sure about the poison, so you'll have to stay here for a few days." Kyuubi wanted to protest, but Tsunade interrupted with a "doctor's orders," and left. After a while, Kyuubi was bored out of her mind. She had officially come to hate hospitals, and she was about to leave and make a run for it when she heard a knock at the door. When it opened, there stood Minato with a smile on his face and some flowers in his hand. Kyuubi just stared at him and wondered why he brought a bunch of flowers to her. Human, what are you doing here and why did you bring flowers with you? Minato just smiled at her and answered, I came by to see if you were okay and the flowers are just a gift to show someone that you are happy they are okay. Kyuubi blushed a little and asked, are those, for me? Minato just smiled and said, of course they are, who else would they be for but a beautiful woman like you? At this both demon and human blushed with Minato saying, did I say that out loud? Kyuubi nodded her head. Minato began to panic and wanted to leave and as he was about to walk out the door, but as he turned away from Kyuubi he felt something tugging on his arm. He turned to see Kyuubi holding him. Kyuubi looked at him and asked him, did you mean what you said? Do you really think that I'm beautiful? Minato just looked at her, hi, I think you're beautiful Kyuubi-chan. Kyuubi didn't know what to say, she couldn't understand what she was feeling when she looked at him. She had always been alone all her life and then this man comes into her life and suddenly she can't think straight. On the other side of the door peering into the room were 3 sets of eyes watching the young man and demon to see what was happening. These people were Tsunade, Shizune and Minato's sensei Jiraiya. Tsunade looked at her teammate, so do you think those two will get together or what? Jiraiya looked at her, maybe, who knows. Tell you the truth, I hope so. The Gaki needs a girl in his life, and she looks perfect for him as far as demons go. Back with Minato and Kyuubi who were still lost in the moment of what just happened, Kyuubi stood up from the bed and walked right up to Minato and looked him in the face and said, why do you think I'm beautiful Minato? I'm not even a human, why do you think that? Minato looked at her. He knew what she was saying was true, she wasn't human and he knew that fact. To even think of what he was feeling towards a demon was frowned upon by society, yet he didn't care because, he loved her. He was in love with the Kyuubi no Yoko and he didn't care what anyone thought. Minato looked at Kyuubi and smiled and placed his hand on her cheek. This confused Kyuubi and he spoke, Kyuubi, the reason that I say you are beautiful is because, what I'm trying to say is that, Kyuubi-chan, I love you, and with that Minato pressed his lips into Kyuubi's. Kyuubi was stunned. She couldn't move or think. The man who she at first saw as nothing but another human was kissing her, and she enjoyed it. She loved it, she loved him, and it didn't matter that he was a human at all. To the group outside, which originally was 3 people, turned into a mob of people all trying to get a look at why their Hokage would be in the same room as a female demon. To much of their surprise, when they hear him say he loved her and to see him kissing her with a passion. Once the two and finished and separated for air, they looked at each other, each saying the first thing that came out of their mouths was, I love you. After that was said, a clapping noise was heard and there stood Minato's sensei Jiraiya. Along with Tsunade, a few other doctors and nurses, and a few civilians. Minato looked at Jiraiya. The man may have been a pervert, no scratch that a super pervert, but he was still the closest thing to a father he ever had. And right now he was afraid that he wouldn't accept what he felt for Kyuubi. Jiraiya looked at his student with a serious look and said, Minato, you do realize that having relations with a demon are not accepted by everyone in the world. Minato looked at his old sensei and replied, I understand that Jiraiya-sama, but I really do love Kyuubi-chan and I would do anything to be with her. Jiraiya smiled at his student and placed his hand on his shoulder, I'm proud of you Gaki, you have a good woman there and I give you my blessing. Minato smiled at his old sensei, thank you Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya also smiled again and said, I also wish to give you a gift as well. He reached into his coat and pulled a book that said Ika Ika Paradise Volume 3 Limited Edition. At this Minato left-eyed twitched and Tsunade was cracking her knuckles ready to kill her teammate, until a loud, hentai was heard, and Jiraiya was sent flying through the air and crashing into the wall that separated Konoha from the rest of the world. Minato just looked at Kyuubi to see that her fist was right where Jiraiya's face was, and her fist wasn't even bruised after punching his sensei through a hospital wall. Minato looked at Tsunade and replied, I'll pay for that Tsunade-sama. She just looked at him, smiled, and replied, don't worry about it. You also have my blessing as well, I like this girl. Minato smiled and looked at Kyuubi. She was still mad at his sensei, but he smiled at her. At least she spoke her mind. Months went by and Kyuubi and Minato got closer and closer. They went on dates and spent as much time as they could together, and Minato was very surprised to find out that Kyuubi had a soft spot for kids and was often seen at the orphanage helping children and bringing them toys and sweets. When she wasn't spending time with kids, Kyuubi went under Tsunade's wing to learn medical jutsu to help. She got the hang of it quickly, and with her nearly unlimited supply of charka she could do the most complicated operations with ease. Kyuubi was also loved by the village. At first they were afraid of her and thought she was corrupting their leader, but they came to see why he loved her and in return loved her as well. There were some that still didn't like her, mainly the older generation and Minato's fangirls, but they did nothing. It was exactly 1 year since the two had met after coming home from a date at Minato's favorite ramen stand Ichiraku, much to Kyuubi's disappointment, but she didn't mind. She just wondered where he put 27 bowls of ramen away. Once they arrived at Minato's mansion, Kyuubi decided to take a shower, and as she was there, she was thinking of all the time she was with the man she loved and decided, it's time. Minato was getting ready for bed when the bedroom door opened to see Kyuubi in a bathrobe dripping wet from her shower, but really caught Minato's attention was that her breasts were nearly showing and he couldn't look away. Kyuubi walked up to him and placed her lips on his, surprising him as she deepened it. He could feel her tongue in his mouth and he just enjoyed it. When they broke for air, Minato just stared at Kyuubi and asked, "What's gotten into you, Kyuubi-chan?" Kyuubi just looked at him and replied, "Minato-kun, you know I love you, right?" Minato was confused but answered, "Of course, and I love you, Kyuubi-chan, what's wrong?" he asked in worry. Kyuubi just looked at him and replied, "Nothing's wrong, Minato-kun, it's just that we've been together for a year and it's been the happiest time of my life. You have always been there for me, even when we first met you were there for me." Minato was a little surprised at hearing all this but let Kyuubi continue. Kyuubi was starting to get teary-eyed and continued, "All my life I was alone. I wasn't born like most kitsune who are born with one tail. I was born with 9 tails and everyone was afraid of my power. Even my own parents were afraid of me. I could tell they loved me but there was still the fear in their eyes." Minato was shocked. Kyuubi never talked about her past. He tried to get her to talk about it but she always said it wasn't important. Now he knew why she didn't want to talk about it. It was because it brought back bad memories. Kyuubi continued with what she was saying, "I was alone for so long and then I met you, a mere human who just wanted to help me and who wasn't afraid of me. That is when I started to love you." Kyuubi started to cry into his chest and through her tears she said, "And after all the time I have been with you and come to this decision, Minato-kun, would you be my mate?" To say Minato was shocked was an understatement. He knew what she was asking him. She was asking him in demon terms to be his wife and him her husband. Minato looked at Kyuubi and replied, "Kyuubi-chan, you are asking me to do something big and it is only right that I do this." Minato got on one knee and held Kyuubi's hand and pulled out a box with a ring in it and said, "Kyuubi-chan, will you marry me and be my wife and I your mate?" Kyuubi looked at him with tears in her eyes. "Hi, Minato-kun, I will marry you." And with that Minato got up and kissed Kyuubi again with passion, a bit of lust. Lemon. While the two were exploring each other's mouths, Kyuubi let the bathrobe she was wearing fall to the ground, revealing all her natural glory as the day she was born. Minato looked at her body and saw her figure. She had breasts almost the size of Tsunade's, she had a flat stomach and from a closer look red hair just above her womanhood, and seeing this Minato could feel a bit of blood dripping from his nose. Kyuubi noticed this and smiled and replied in a sexy voice, "So you like what you see, Minato-kun?" In reaching into his pants to feel his manhood, and this surprised her when she did, "It must be 10 inches long." Kyuubi thought to herself. After feeling his dick, Kyuubi lost it and ripped off Minato's sweatpants to get a better look at his member, and once she did she just stared at it and then took it into her mouth. She slowly began to suck and deep-throat him, then taking it out and licking the side of it and listening to all the moans that she was hearing from her lover. It wasn't long before Minato cummed into Kyuubi's mouth. She nearly choked but managed to swallow it all. She looked at Minato and said, "Taste like ramen." Minato chuckled at this and picked Kyuubi up and placed her on the bed and got between her legs. Kyuubi looked at him wondering what he was up to until she felt something against her womanhood and noticed Minato was eating her out and she loved it. "Minato-kun, don't stop, it's so good, please, for the love of Kami don't you dare fucking stop." Minato had no reason stop and kept pleasing the women he loved, thinking, "I guess all that time with Jiraiya is paying off." After 10 minutes of Minato licking Kyuubi's pussy, she finally came and screamed loud enough for the whole village to hear, which they did, including a white-haired pervert who was writing his next book, Ika Ika Kitsune. Back to the couple. Minato just finished giving Kyuubi pleasure when he got on the bed and placed a kiss on her lips again with some of Kyuubi's juices still in his mouth. Once they broke apart and he positioned his manhood in front of her womanhood about to enter her when Kyuubi stopped him. "Minato, stop." Minato looked her, afraid that she had changed her mind at the last minute, until she said, "Minato-kun, there's something you should know. There is a chance that I may get pregnant after this." Minato looked at her and smiled. "I don't mind, Kyuubi-chan, I would be happy if we had a child." Kyuubi smiled at him and told him to continue, but also saying, "Also, I've never been with anyone like this before, so please be gentle, okay?" This shocked Minato and he asked her, "You've never been with another man before, Kyuubi-chan?" Kyuubi nodded her head. "Hi. When a female demon lays with a male for the first time, they mate for life and no other male can have that female. That's the rules of demons." Minato was stunned, realizing that if he and Kyuubi did this they would be stuck together for the rest of their natural lives. He had to be sure. "Kyuubi-chan, are you sure that you want this?" Kyuubi just smiled at her future's mate's concern for her and replied, "Go ahead Minato-kun, I want this, please take my virginity and be my mate." At hearing this, Minato knew he couldn't say no, and so he pushed into her womanhood, breaking her hymen, causing Kyuubi to scream in pain and tears to build in her eyes. Minato looked at the women he loved in pain for what he did to her. "Kyuubi-chan, I'm sorry for hurting you, please forgive me." Kyuubi just smiled at her mate and placed her hand on his cheek. "It's okay Minato-kun, this is something natural for all women, demon or human, please continue, the pain is mostly gone." Minato did as he was told and began rocking his hips into Kyuubi's, thrusting faster and deeper, and Kyuubi was loving it. "Minato, please harder, don't stop, please don't stop, I feel so good, Okami, don't stop." They kept it at most of the night but were soon coming to an end with Kyuubi screaming, "Minato-kun, I'm goanna, come please come inside me, give me a child, Okami yessssssssssss." Minato had climaxed inside of Kyuubi and she felt his seed hitting her womb, most likely impregnating, but she didn't mind as long as it was by the man she loved. She looked at Minato and saw his shoulder and said, "Minato-kun, bite me, you need to pierce the skin and leave the mark that will prove that I'm your mate and that no one can claim me as yours." Minato did as he was told and bite down on Kyuubi's shoulder, and she did his, marking each other as mates and falling asleep in each other's arms. Lemon end. Morning soon came and a loud banging came from the front door. Minato and Kyuubi heard this and got dressed and went to the front door to find Tsunade and Jiraiya, one of them smiling like an idiot and the other really pissed. Jiraiya stepped forward and smiled at his student, "Way to go my boy, you're finally a man now." At hearing this, Minato blushed and said, "What are you talking about, sensei?" Then Tsunade stepped forward and glared at him, "What we are talking about is the fact that you two kept the whole village up last night with your screaming." Minato and Kyuubi blushed after hearing that they kept the whole village up with their lovemaking. Tsunade didn't give them time to explain before she grabbed Kyuubi and started to pull her, saying, "Get moving, there is no way I'm going to let one of my students give birth to a bastard baby, you're going to get married and that's that." Kyuubi was blushing and wanted to protest but knew it wouldn't work. Jiraiya stood next to his student, "Come on Gaki, we have a wedding to get ready for." The wedding was to take place at noon and everyone was nervous. Manly Minato and Kyuubi, who were sweating bullets and were each being calmed down by Shizune, the bridesmaid for Kyuubi, and Hyuga Hiyashi, Minato's best friend and best man, both trying to help calm the two down. Hiyashi tried telling Minato that everything would be alright. "Minato, you need to calm down, you're putting a hole in the floor with your pacing and I'm being serious." Minato looked down and noticed that he was in a hole and looked at Hiyashi with a worried look, saying, "How can I be calm? It's my wedding. What if something goes wrong? What if Kyuubi decides she doesn't want to marry? What if? Hiyashi was starting to get annoyed and Shizune was there too as she was trying to calm Kyuubi down by giving her a paper bag to breathe into. Shizune rubbed her back saying things like, "It's okay Kyuubi-chan, just breath everything okay, we don't need stress on you or the baby." Kyuubi looked at her and said in between gasps, "Calm? How can I be calm? It's my wedding, I can barely breath in this damn dress and it's virgin white and this baby is messing with my body, so how can I be calm, damn it." Shizune just sighed, waiting for this to end. Once everything was said and all the people were there, including two people dressed in robes covering their faces. At the altar, Minato stood waiting for bride to be sweating bullets while Hiyashi was standing next to him providing support and making sure he didn't make a run for it. Soon the altar music began and Minato looked to see Kyuubi dressed in virgin white gown walking towards him with a little girl in a pink kimono holding the back of the dress. Said girl was Mitarashi Anko. Many people began to wonder why the student of a traitor would be allowed to attend the wedding of the two most respected people in Konoha, but Minato knew why she was here. It was most likely because of Kyuubi's soft spot for children, and they both knew Anko wouldn't betray the village like her sensei did, and Kyuubi most likely personally asked her to be there. Once Kyuubi had reached her mate, she looked at him and smiled. Once everything was set, the man who would legally marry them showed up and it was Sarutobi. Minato looked at the professor and smiled, "Hey old man," and was smacked in the head by Kyuubi, who said, "Respect darling." Sarutobi read through the traditional marriage vows and was coming to the end. "So as the previous Hokage of this village, I would like to pronounce these two husband and wife, and mates. Are there any objections to this?" Sarutobi announced, noticing a few people wanted to say something but didn't out of fear. Sarutobi saw no objections and then said, "If anyone wishes to give a word of congratulations, please step forward." At this, no one expected anyone to step forward until the two members with the hoods stepped forward. "We have something to say." Minato looked at the two, not trusting them, while Kyuubi caught their scent and looked shocked. The two took off their robes, showing a man and a woman dressed in black and white silk kimonos. They looked to be in their 30s, but what caught everyone's attention was the whisker marks on their faces, the fox ears on their head, and the black and white colored tails behind them. They were kitsunes. Everyone was trying to figure out who these demons were until they all heard Kyuubi say, "Kasen, Otusan." At this everyone was stunned, including Minato, who was soon angry and looked at the two. "What do you want?" The two looked at the Minato, not a bit surprised of his reaction if Kyuubi told him of her past, and replied, "Human, we are here to witness the marring of our daughter." Minato got angry. "What right do you two have to be here? Kyuubi-chan told me about her past, how you were afraid of her, how you…" Minato would have went on, but Kyuubi stopped him. "Minato-kun, it's okay, I want them to be here." Minato wanted to protest, but he knew how stubborn she was and just went with it. Kyuubi's mother looked at her daughter. "Kyuubi-chan, you look beautiful." This caused Kyuubi to blush. Kyuubi's father stepped forward and looked at Sarutobi. "Sarutobi-sama, we should get on with the wedding." Kyuubi and Minato were stunned and asked, "You know each other?" Kyuubi's father gave a fox grin. "Hi, your mother was a bit of an oddball and wanted to see what it would be like to marry like a human, so we came here and get married under Sarutobi-sama." After saying that, Kyuubi's mother smacked him in the head. "Baka Kitsune." After that, Sarutobi finished the vows and the two kissed. Jiraiya snapped a picture of the two. Soon there was party with everyone laughing and enjoying the food, with Jiraiya telling stories of how Minato was a loudmouth brat and Kyuubi's parents told of how she used to be a timid child who would jump at a leaf. While the two were talking, Kyuubi's father went up to Jiraiya. "You are Jiraiya of the Toad, correct?" Jiraiya looked at him a bit nervous, then noticed him reaching into his kimono and pulled out Ika Ika Parades Volume 1 and said, "Can I have your autograph?" Everyone burst out laughing except Kyuubi, who was blushing of embarrassment at her father, and her mother noticed it. "Loosen up, Kyuubi-chan, you're going to get wrinkles and it's not good for the baby either, and it's a good book for the sex life." Kyuubi looked at her mother in disgust. "Ka-san." Kyuubi's mother just looked at her. "What? It's because of that book you were born in Konoha." Kyuubi looked at her book in wonder. "What are you talking about?" Kyuubi looked at her and said, "We were looking for the latest edition of that book when my water broke, and well, you know the rest." Soon afterwards, Kyuubi threw the bouquet in the air and many of the single women began fighting over it, missing it and seeing it land in the hands of Mitarashi Enko, causing her to trip backwards and falling into the hands of Yumino Iruka, blushing while looking at his face. Soon the party was over and everyone was leaving and saying goodbye, and Kyuubi and Minato left for their honeymoon to the land of hot springs and were gone for 3 months. Soon 9 months passed and the baby was almost due. Everyone was getting ready for it and so were the soon-be parents. Minato was working on paperwork in his office with one arm due to the other being in a cast because of Kyuubi's mood swings, when his secretary showed up saying, "Hokage-sama, your wife has gone into labor." Minato heard this and jumped straight out the window to the hospital. When he got there, he heard Kyuubi screaming, "Get this fucking thing out of me, damn it." Minato soon found the room and saw his wife screaming and throwing things and people. It took everything. Tsunade had to keep her still. When Minato did what he was told to do and hold her hand, she broke it. 2 hours went by and at the very last moment, after one final push, a baby boy was brought into the world, a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes like his father and whisker marks on his face and fox ears on his head and not 1 tail but 10 tails. Kyuubi and Minato looked at their son, looking at the very thing they had created, a baby boy, not human, not demon, a Hanyu, but that didn't matter, they would love him. Kyuubi looked at her maid and smiled and asked, "What do you think we should name him?" Minato looked at her and smiled. "How about we call him Naruto?" Kyuubi's eye began to twitch, as in the ramen topping. Minato scratched the back of his head and gave a fox grin. They heard laughing and saw Naruto laughing. Kyuubi sighed, seeing she was outnumbered in vote, and smiled. "Naruto, you have a bright future ahead of you." 3 years later. It had been 3 years since Minato and Kyuubi had gotten married, mated and had Naruto, and those 3 years alone were some of the best in Konoha's history. Hiyashi and his wife also had a child not long after Naruto, a baby girl that they named Hinata. Even though Minato and Hiyashi wanted Naruto and Hinata to become friends, there was always something coming up that denied them from meeting each other. Like when Kyuubi had to visit her parents and take Naruto with her, or Hiyashi had to do some clan business. Then the day had come when the two men had gotten their chance, when ninja from Kumogakure no Sato had come in an offer of peace to Konoha. Minato saw this as not only a great chance for a new ally, but also a way for Naruto to meet with Hinata, seeing as Cloud wanted the meeting to take place within the Hyuga compound. Once the announcement had been made of the alliance, all of Konoha began a festival to welcome the diplomats of Cloud. While waiting for the Cloud shinobi, Minato, Kyuubi, and Naruto walked to the Hyuga compound, each wearing formal kimonos to honor the event that was taking place. As they were walking through the village, Naruto, the small little half-demon, hid behind his mother and father, not of shyness but out of fear of the humans of the village. Flashback. It was 1 year ago at night that Naruto was in his room studying a few scrolls of his father's sealing techniques. Wanting to be just like his father, he spent the night reading instead of sleeping and was so distracted he didn't notice the person sneaking into his window. As Naruto finished reading the scroll, he turned around to see the man who had broken into his room and smiled. "Hello, who are you?" The man just glared down at Naruto and brought out a kunai in his hand, and at this began to scare Naruto as to what the man was going to do. The man stepped forward and came closer to Naruto, who was about to make a run for it when the man grabbed his arm and pushed him to the floor. He stabbed Naruto through the shoulder, but before he could scream, the man had covered Naruto's mouth, muffling out the scream. The man gave a sinister grin, showing that he was taking pleasure in hurting the small boy. Soon he even began to laugh as he saw tears pouring out of Naruto's eyes. The man looked at Naruto with a hint of insanity in his eyes, saying, "You filthy demon spawn, you and that whore of a demon mother. You should never be allowed into this village or this world. If anything, you should be a weapon of our village, you damn demon." As Naruto heard these words, it felt as though he knew that this man was telling the truth, due to the fact that some of the people would call him a monster and half-breed behind his parents' backs. As the man pulled out another kunai and was about to deliver the killing blow, he felt a sharp pain in his arm and looked to see his arm was gone and on the other side of the room. The man screamed out in pain and looked to see Kyuubi standing there, her eyes glowing a bright blood red along with red chakra surrounding her, and her teeth had become larger as she growled at the man. The man just looked at Kyuubi and would have said something if he hadn't heard a strange sound behind him to see Minato with a rasengan in hand and throw it right into the intruder's chest, killing him instantly. After that was done, Kyuubi quickly removed the kunai from Naruto's shoulder and began using some healing chakra on it, and saw that it was nearly healed thanks to Naruto's demon chakra. While Minato looked over the dead man to see that it was Danzo, member of the council and the leader of the Anbu Root program that Minato was planning to disband after he had seen the results of what were being done to the kids that entered the program. He would look into what else was going on after he took care of his family. Once Kyuubi was finished healing Naruto, he buried himself into the chest of his mother, crying out all that pain that was affecting him physically, but there was also pain of emotionally being harmed. For when Minato went over to look at Naruto, the moment his son noticed him, he started screaming and thrashing in his mother's arms as if he was scared of his father. Kyuubi looked down at her son and asked him, "Naruto-kun, what's wrong? It's okay now." Naruto wouldn't listen, instead he just kept screaming, and when Minato tried to get near him, Naruto took a swing at him with his claws, slightly cutting Minato's hand and causing it to bleed a little. This had stunned Kyuubi and Minato and had reached the same conclusion: Naruto had developed a fear for his father, but not just his father, most likely all humans. At this, Minato felt his heart breaking. Not only had he failed to protect his family, but now his own son was afraid of him, and most likely hated him. At this thought, tears began to form in his eyes and he couldn't help but first time in years stop himself from crying. Kyuubi was also in tears, for it was a sworn duty for all kitsune to protect their kits no matter what, and she had failed not only as a mate but as a mother. It wasn't long after that Naruto calmed down that scent of blood and salt caught his attention. Naruto looked and could see his Ka-san crying, but also his Otu-san as well, because of him. Naruto looked at his Otu-san's hand and noticed the small cut on it and that his claws had blood on them. At this he realized what he had done. Naruto got out of his mother's grasp and went over to his father and hugged him, even though he was still slightly afraid him, but deep down he still loved his father. When Minato looked at Naruto hugging him, he was happy to know that some part of his son was still there, but it would be hard getting him to trust people again. Months went by after that night. At first Naruto hardly left his room or made contact to anyone, and went even run in fear of people who helped raise him like Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune. It seemed that the only ones who could come near him were his father, to which he would flinch at, his mother, and her parents due to the fact they were demons. It wasn't long before Minato and Kyuubi decided to put Naruto into therapy and got Sarutobi to help out, being known as the professor for a reason, the Yamanaka clan who were good with the mind and the Haruno who were good at some medical. While going to these people for help, Naruto meet the daughters of the families Sakura and Ino. When Naruto first meet them, he wanted nothing to do with them, but over time he began to slightly trust them, if only a little. That's how things went on for a while, and with each day Naruto got better and better. He focused on his studies and even began to ask his mother about how to use Kitsune chakra, to which she happily agreed to teach him. End flashback. Even though it was so long ago, the memories were still fresh in the Namikaze minds, epically Naruto's. Once the family had reached the Hyuga compound, they were greeted by a young branch member who was a little older than Naruto. He said his name was Neji and led them to the Hyuga council room. Once the three had entered the room, they were faced with many older-looking Hyuga clan members: Hyuga Hiyashi and his wife Hyuga Aki, and a little girl standing next to her. Minato looked at his old friend and bowed, as did Hiyashi. Aki and Kyuubi smiled at each other, seeing as Kyuubi helped out Aki while she was pregnant with Hinata, and they became close ever since. Since the adults were getting along so well, it was thought that the kids would like each other intently. However, instead of getting along right away, Naruto and Hinata spent most of the time glaring at each other, each turning to their parents asking, "Why do I have to spend time with this brat?" At hearing this, the two looked at each other. "Who you calling brat?" They soon started growling at each other. The parents looked disappointed in their children's actions against one another. Before their parents could say anything that would help, Naruto stepped forward and shouted at Hinata, "What's your problem anyway? Why to act so high and mighty?" That had struck a chord with Hinata, and she let him know it. "I don't act all high and mighty, you filthy half-breed." Naruto was stunned. Only one person had called him that, and all the pain of that night had come back to where he couldn't control himself. "Shut up, you freaky white-eyed bitch." Not long after, a shout of "Naruto" and "Hinata" were heard throughout the compound. The parents each looked at their children and looked at each other, saying, "Will you excuse us for a moment?" Each grabbing their kids and walking off onto opposite directions of the compound. With Naruto, Kyuubi and Minato looked down at Naruto with anger and disappointment in their eyes. Naruto understood this and kept his back to the ground. Kyuubi looked down at her son and calmly said, "Naruto, what the hell is the matter with you lately? You're acting like everyone is your enemy." Naruto looked up at his mother to protest, "But Ka-san, that's not true. I only treat people who are dangerous to me, people who are human." Kyuubi looked down at her son with a hint of shame in her eyes of how Naruto was acting against humans, ashamed of how she used to act when it came to humans. Kyuubi looked down at her son, "Naruto, I understand how you feel about humans, believe me, I really do. I used to feel the same way a long time ago, until I meet a very special human. A human that didn't care that I was a demon, he just wanted to be there for me and love me." Naruto looked at his mother, surprised to hear that she once acted the same way he was until she meet someone that changed her. He had to know, who is this human that changed you, Ka-san? Kyuubi put a smile on her face before saying, "It was your Otusan who changed me into a better person." After that, Kyuubi began to walk away, but not before saying, "Naruto, I really want you to apologize to Hinata, not right away but eventually." Naruto just looked at his mother, confused as to why she would want him to be with this Hinata human anyway. With Hinata, Aki was having a similar discussion with Hinata and was also having as much look as was Kyuubi was having with Naruto. Aki looked at her daughter, "Hinata, what is the reason for your impolite actions against our guest?" Hinata just scowled, not really caring about the guest, especially the half-breed, because a few of the Hyuga elders that were teaching Hinata have lately been making Hinata do things that pleased them, saying it was for the good of the clan. Eventually Hinata began to truly believe that what the elders were saying was true, that the clan was perfect and could do no wrong, and that anyone or thing different was not worth living. Aki had no knowledge of what was being taught to Hinata, and neither did Hiyashi. They assumed that the teachings were to be a fair and honorable leader, not a puppet on a string. At first they thought it was merely stress brought on by Hinata's studies, but in time they began to see change in her, from using the curse seal on branch members for fun to shouting out loud how inferior to her clan. In short, Hinata had become cold and uncaring unless it came to her parents. Aki looked down at her daughter after seeing that she would not give an answer, so she spoke, "Hinata, I noticed some changes with you while being taught under the Hyuga elders." At this, Hinata smiled, thinking that her mother would be proud that she was acting like a true Hyuga should be. "Hi, Ka-san, I have been acting like a true Hyuga should be, showing others that they are beneath me and that they have no right to exist without me, or saying, are you proud of me, Ka-san?" Aki looked down at her daughter in disgust, and Hinata saw this. She was going to ask what was wrong but never got the chance because Aki had slapped her across the face, sending her flying across the hallway. Hinata placed her hand on the spot where her mother had hit her, a slight stinging sensation every time she touched it, and looked at her mother. "Ka-san, why?" Aki looked down at her daughter with pure hate and disgust. "Because you are no daughter of mine, you're nothing but a doll of the elders and you disgust me." After that, Aki went into another room, slamming the door behind her. Hinata just stared at the door where her mother had went through. She could feel tears building in her eyes. She was taught to never show tears, for tears were a sign of weakness, a thing the Hyuga clan were not. However, at that moment Hinata did not care about the clan or anything at the time, as tears began to fall from her eyes, saying to herself, "Ka-san, why do you hate me? I did everything the elders told me to do to make you and Otu-san proud of me. Why do you hate me?" On the other side of the door, Aki stood there listening to her daughter while she was squeezing her fist hard enough that small bits of blood were pouring from her hands and tears from her eyes. While the mothers were talking to their children, Minato and Hashi were in one of the offices trying their best not to make eye contact with their oldest friend. Minato got the nerve to finally speak. "Hiyashi, about Naruto." Hashi interrupted him. "Minato, Naruto is not to blame for what happened. It was the attack on him those months ago." At hearing this, Minato wanted to stick up for Hinata but could not come up with something. With the women, Kyuubi was walking to the office where her mate's scent was coming from when she came in contact with Aki sitting on the floor looking down at the floor with blood on her hands. Seeing this, Kyuubi rushed to Aki in fear as to what had happened. "Aki, what happened? Why is there blood on your hands and why are you crying?" Aki looked at Kyuubi, eyes bloodshot and moist, before replying, "The elders, they turned Hinata into Kyuubi." Aki didn't finish as she buried her head in Kyuubi's shoulder. Kyuubi had no idea as to what Aki was talking about but decided to take her to Hashi. If anyone would know what to do, it would be him. It wasn't long after that Kyuubi had found Hashi and her maiden when Hashi saw Aki, the normally cheerful woman whose spirit could never be broken, looked dead. Hashi was in a panic and ran over to her. "Aki-chan, what's wrong? Did something happen to you?" Hashi asked with concern that not even Minato knew he had. Aki looked at her husband and spoke, "Hiyashi, they did it to her. They're the reasons why Hinata has been acting this way." At hearing this, Hashi desperately wanted to know the reason his wife was upset and what had happened to his daughter. Aki began to explain what Hinata had told her, what the elders were teaching her, and to why she had been acting so strange. After hearing this, everyone had their own reactions. Aki was crying her eyes out. Hiyashi's blood was boiling over and his Byakugan activated. Kyuubi's eyes were blood red and red chakras surrounded her, while Minato gave off a killer intent that could be felt around the village. But everyone soon calmed down and Minato spoke, "As much as I want to do something about all this, we still have no proof, and even if we get Hinata to make a statement, there is no way to prove she is not being affected by the elders while making it." Everyone nodded their heads, seeing the logic in Minato's words even if they didn't like it. Minato spoke again, "For now let's focus on the peace treaty between Konoha and Kumogakure for now." While the adults were focusing on political matter, Naruto was thinking about his mother was saying about how she was once like the way he treated people lately, but she didn't seem that way now. In fact, she treated everyone like they were family and showed them all love, but why? While Naruto was working all this out in head, he soon came upon the Hyuga family garden, which held many sakura trees, a koi fish pond, flower garden and a zen garden. Look, I'm not familiar with Japanese culture, so if anyone knows the true names of this stuff, let me know. While he was looking around admiring the scenery until he heard someone crying near the pound. Naruto went over to where the noise was coming from and saw the Hyuga girl from earlier sitting in front of the pound, her arms around her knees, crying into them. At see this, Naruto thought, what's she crying about? Probably told she didn't insult me enough and got her favorite toy taken away from her. What a snob. Naruto walked up to about to tell to stop being such a whiny little brat until he heard her talking to herself saying, why does Ka-san hate me? I did everything the elders told me to do to make her and Otu-san proud of me, but they hate me. Why? What did I do wrong? Naruto just stood in front of her, speechless as to what she was saying. Once he was able to get his mouth working again, he spoke to her, "Hey, are you okay?" After saying this, Hinata looked up from where she was sitting to see someone standing over her, but due to the sun she couldn't make out who was and got scared, thinking it was someone who was going to kidnap her, and without a second thought she pushed Naruto into the pound. Naruto could have easily stopped her if it weren't for the fact that Naruto had stepped on some slippery uneven rocks and fell right into the pound. Once Hinata had realized whom she pushed into the pound, she began to worry about what would her Ka-san do to her now, because she was just mean to the demon boy again. Once Naruto had come up for air, he suddenly had a wired taste in his mouth and felt something moving, so he spit it out to reveal a koi fish, to which Naruto replied in a disgusted tone of voice, "Live sushi without ramen, disgusting." After saying this, Naruto soon heard someone giggling at his actions. Naruto looked to where it was coming from, which was the Hyuga girl. Naruto scowled at her and replied, "What's so funny?" Hinata kept giggling and replied, "You said raw fish without ramen." Hinata began laughing out loud. It wasn't long after that Naruto began to laugh as well. Soon Naruto got out of the water soaking wet from head to toe. He began to shake the water off him like a dog, which caused Hinata to laugh harder at his actions, holding her ribs due to pain. Once Naruto was done shaking and got his tails dry, he looked at Hinata, who looked like she was hyperventilating from laughter, and Naruto had to admit making this human girl's laugh was kind of nice. Once Hinata had stopped laughing at Naruto, she began to wipe away the tears from her eyes, but not long after that Hinata looked at Naruto's shirt and began to laugh again, even harder. This confused Naruto, who asked, "What's so funny this time?" Hinata tried to make out words but couldn't, so she pointed at his shirt and said through fits of laughter, "Shirt, ha ha ha, fish." At hearing this, Naruto looked down to see a tailfin of a fish sticking out of his shirt. He went to grab it, and once he did, he pulled it out and brought it to his face, where the fish began to slap him left to right over and over again. At this, Hinata ribs nearly burst from laughter, and it only increased when the fish Naruto was holding slipped out of his and shoot right into his mouth, to which Naruto spite once again, screaming to the sky, "I hate sushi." Hinata just kept looking at the blonde Hanyu, who was acting so much like a child before remembering that he along with her was a child, but still it was funny. Once Naruto had stopped cursing at the sky he looked at the Hyuga girl to tell to stop laughing at him and that it wasn't funny, but looking at her laughing and smiling he felt good for some reason making her laugh like that, and soon began to laugh as well. Soon the two kids were done laughing and began to calm down. While Naruto was the first, he noticed the bruise on Hinata's cheek and asked about it. "Hey Hyuga girl, what happened to your face?" At hearing this, Hinata remembered the bruise, covered it up with her hand and turned around away from him saying, "Don't look at me." Naruto was confused as to why she was acting this way and asked her, "Hey, what's wrong? Come turn around and tell me what's wrong." Hinata didn't move, she just refused to turn around. It wasn't long before Naruto could hear her crying again. Naruto was shocked at this, wondering what exactly he had done before he was able to make out what Hinata was saying through her tears. Don't look at me, I'm ugly." Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. Why would she say that there's nothing wrong with her? Naruto thought to himself before forcing her to turn around and look at him. Hinata was scared at this as to why he would be doing this before hearing him say, "Why the hell would you think something like that?" Naruto yelled at her. Hinata still didn't understand why he was angry at her and told him her thoughts. "I think that I'm ugly is because it's true, my perfect Hyuga skin it ruined and now I'm ugly. Ka-san and Otu-san will hate because I'm not perfect like the elders said so." Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing and let Hinata know it. "That is by far the stupidest thing I have ever heard of in my life." At this, every bird within the area took off and Hinata fell backward onto the ground and looked at Naruto with fear in her eyes. Naruto just looked down at the poor girl with his eyes beginning to turn red and his voice sounded deeper than normal. "Do you really think that your family will care whether or not you're perfect?" Hinata was about to answer but never got the chance. No, they wouldn't care. The only thing they care about is you being happy and growing up to be a good person. That's what would make them proud. Hinata looked at Naruto thinking about what he was saying, wondering about everything the elders told her that would make her parents proud, and yet after hearing her mother's words from earlier, maybe they were wrong. Then she thought back to how she had been acting and treating everyone. She understood why her mother was so angry. It all making sense now, and she felt shame for what she did and how she treated people, but no, she understood what she did was wrong, all because of this boy who she hadn't even learned the name of. Hinata looked at Naruto and spoke, "What's your name?" Naruto just looked at her like she was wired and answered, "Naruto, Namikaze Naruto." Hinata smiled at hearing this and replied, "My name's Hyuga Hinata, it's nice to meet you." Naruto smiled back and looked at the bruise. It was still fresh and would take away to go away, but Naruto wanted to be friends with Hinata, so he asked, "Hey Hinata, if you like I could do some healing techniques that could get rid of that bruise." Hinata heard this and was really touched that Naruto wanted to do something nice for her and it would get rid of her bruise. She then noticed his fox ears and got an idea. She looked at Naruto and said, "If I let you heal my bruise then you got to let me do something." Naruto just looked at her wondering what she was planning but agreed. "Okay, you let me heal your bruise then you can do whatever you want afterwards, okay?" Hinata smiled and said, "Okay." Naruto placed his hands on the bruise and began to pour his chakra into it, but due to him being a Hanyu his chakra was different and was making the jutsu 10 times more powerful at least. Within a few minutes the bruise was nearly healed, but since Naruto was still a beginner at molding chakra and using it, he had to focus it on the bruise that he didn't hear the footsteps behind him until, "What are you doing Naruto-kun?" At hearing this Naruto became stiff as a board and you could tell due to the hair on his tail sticking straight up. He and Hinata looked to where the voice came from to see Kyuubi, Minato, Hashi and Aki were standing there all with curious looks on their faces. Naruto turned to his parents and smiled, hoping that they didn't make a big deal out of this. Hinata however refused to make eye contact, thinking her parents would hate her, but if she looked she would see the concern they have for her right now. Kyuubi looked at her son and asked one of the many questions on her mind. "Naruto-kun, why are your clothes wet and why is there a fish in your shirt?" Naruto looked down and saw that there in fact another fish in his shirt that somehow stayed hidden all this time. While he make a grab for it and threw it in the lake, heard laughter and saw Hinata laughing again. Naruto turned to her and said, "You knew that was there the whole time, didn't you?" Hinata smirked and replied, "Yep." With angered Naruto, "Well, why didn't you say anything?" Hinata just put on an innocent face and said, "You never asked." At hearing this everyone burst out laughing except for Naruto, who just glared at Hinata and said, "Oh, just shut up." Hinata took offensive to and replied, "You shut up." Naruto replied this with a, "No, you shut up," to which Hinata replied, "No, you shut up," and this continued for at least 5 minutes. After a while the adults were getting annoyed and about to end it when Hinata shouted at Naruto, "Why don't you make me shut up then?" Naruto just growled at her and replied, "Alright, I will," and before anyone could stop him Naruto grabbed the sides of Hinata's face and placed his lips against hers. At that moment it seemed time had stopped for the young Hyuga, as she was at first surprised at Naruto's actions but then began to for some reason really enjoy it, and the only thought she could process in her head was, "My first Kiss, Naruto-kun. After a while Naruto backed off and looked with a cocky smirk on his face, there that got you to shut up. After that all the adults were stunned, some wanting blood Hashi, some wanted to congratulate Minato, and some wanted to jump for joy at the newest couple Kyuubi and Aki. Hinata on the other hand just stood there turning bright red while Naruto was completely obvious to what exactly he had done. Once Naruto had finished gloating as to his victory he noticed Hinata was bright red and began to worry and asked her, "Hinata, are you okay?" Naruto felt her forehead so see if she was running a fever, but the moment he did that Hinata turned a brighter red. Meanwhile in a galaxy far far away. On a plant somewhere in the middle of space two green aliens with big black eyes were looking at the sky noticing something red in the sky. One of them looked at the other and said, "What do you think that light is?" The other looked at him and said, "Probably a hyuga." Back on Earth. Not long after Naruto touched her Hinata fainted on the spot which caused Naruto to panic and look at everyone. "What happened? Is she okay and why are you all staring at me like that?" Everyone's sweat drooped and Kyuubi stepped forward and looked at her son replying, "Naruto no baka, do you realize what you just did?" Naruto looked confused and replied, "What did I do? All I did was hinata." After that Naruto soon fainted. After that the women chuckled while Hashi wanted kill Naruto in this sleep, but since he was the son of his best friend he took it out on Minato. "Minato, you better give me a good reason not to kill you." Minato began to sweat trying to think up for a good reason for his best friend not to kill him because his son had kissed said best friend's daughter. After not being able to come up with a good reason he turned to his wife and mate looking for a support but got nothing but a, "Your son your problem, besides it's your fault anyway for letting him be around." That pathetic excuse of an arrow OG-san of his, Kyuubi replies with a scowl. Minato kept thinking coming up with, "Boys will be boys." Hashi just activated his Byakugan and replied, "Not good enough." Minato soon fell to the Hyuga Juken. Afterwards Hinata began to wake up. She opened her eyes to see her mother above her with a smile. At this Hinata began to worry that her mother would hit her again, but she saw her mother smiling at her without a hint of malice in her eyes. Aki looked down at her daughter to see the look of innocence to which she thought was lost was still there, something she was glad the elders failed to do, and maybe Hinata would be alright, and smiled at her daughter. Hinata saw her mother smile and was glad. That meant she wasn't mad at her and she was happy and she smiled back at her. After all that Aki put a serious look on her face and said to Hinata, "Hinata-chan, we need to talk about a few things like Naruto being all wet, why he was using a healing jutsu on you, and let's not forget the little kiss you two had." At hearing this Hinata blushed and refused to make eye contact. Hinata explained that what she did after what her mother did to her. Aki looked down at this but Hinata continued telling what happened to her, pushing him into the lake and his words of how she should change. At hearing this everyone was surprised that Naruto would say such things for someone so young. He was very wise for his age. Soon everyone turned to see Naruto moving his tails and waking up. Hinata walked over and kneeled next to him to see if he was okay. It wasn't long before Naruto opened his eyes and saw someone's face staring at someone's face, not just anyone's but someone's who was very beautiful, and he felt a blush on his face. Hinata noticed that Naruto was blushing and looking at her while he was doing it, which caused her to blush, and everyone saw this and smiled. After a while Kyuubi realized it was almost time for the meeting with Kumogakure to begin and looked at Naruto and smiled evilly. "Okay Naruto, if you're done flirting with Hinata." At this Naruto burst red in the face and Kyuubi continued, "But we need to get you into some new clothes." And Hinata, "No, you can't come and watch Naruto change." At this Hinata turned an equal shade of red while Kyuubi just kept laughing at this until Naruto opened his mouth and said the wrong thing to her, "Ka sanyu hentai." Now it felt as if time has slowed down until a huge burst of chakra went through the area and Kyuubi shouted, "Naruto, you're dead." Minato looked down at his son in fear and shouted, "Naruto, run." At hearing this Naruto realized what he had done and dodged his mother's claws and looked to see her in what was often called the primal mode of demons, in which all demons will attack anything they want, and right now it was a pissed off mother and a foul-mouthed son. While Naruto was running on all fours all around the compound with his mother on him, everyone else was just turning their heads left and right watching the events that were taking place. But it soon ended as Kyuubi chased Naruto over to the pound. She had stopped but Naruto kept running until he noticed his mother had stopped for some reason. Kyuubi looked at her son and smiled with an evil grin and shouted, "Naruto-kun, how are you walking on water without using any chakra?" At hearing this Naruto became confused as to what she was talking about until he looked down and noticed, just like his mother had said, that he was standing on top of the pound, and not long after that he fell through the water, again. When he did that Hashi looked at Minato and asked him, "How did your son walk on water without using chakra?" Minato just looked at him and shrugged his shoulders. "How should I know how he does stuff like that? Hell, I can't even figure out where he puts 25 bowls away." At this Hashi sweat dropped, thinking to himself, "Like you don't already know, you ramen freak." After Naruto had gotten out of the lake again and spit some water out of his mouth, this time no fish, much to Hinata's disappointment. Once Naruto had gotten completely out of the water, he looked clearly said in an annoyed tone of voice, "The next time I say let's go swimming, hit me with a shovel." After hearing that Kyuubi announced, "Can do," everyone turned to see Kyuubi holding a shovel. Minato looked at his wife and twitched, asking, "Kyuubi Heim, where did you get that shovel?" Kyuubi just looked at him and said, "I don't know," and threw the shovel behind her, forgetting her demonic strength. At the hot springs, a white-haired pervert was pepping at the local bathhouse for his research, when out of nowhere a shovel comes from the sky and hits him in the face, causing him to scream in pain. This also blew his cover as the women had heard him and walked out see the what was going on. Once they found the white-haired pervert, many of them released killer intent. One of them walked forward saying, "Jiraiya, you just wait until Tsunade hears about this." At this, Jiraiya turned pale white and began begging, "Can't we talk about this?" That didn't work and a loud scream was heard around the village. Back at the compound, everyone looked around. After hearing this, Aki asked, "What was that?" Kyuubi replied, "Not a clue, but I have this good feeling. I get it every time a hentai gets beaten to an inch of his life." After hearing that, everyone just shrugged off that thought and Minato turned to Naruto. "Naruto, we need you to change for the meeting, get moving." "Hi, Otu-san," Naruto replied. As he was walking with his father, Naruto remembered something and went back to Hinata and replied, "I almost forgot to finish this." He then began to produce healing chakra to his hands and finished healing her cheeks. He smiled at his works and noticed how much better she looked now and replied, "There, good as new if not prettier." At hearing this, Hinata began to blush. Again, if she keeps this up, she'll be known as Hinata the Red Hyuga, and smiled at Naruto. At this, Naruto remembered the other part of the deal. "Hey Hinata, what is it you wanted to do if I healed your bruise?" Hinata looked at him, "Nothing, forget it." Naruto just wouldn't take no for an answer. "Come on Hinata, whatever is, just do it." At hearing this, Hinata began to get nervous. "Well, Hinata just kept looked at Naruto's fox ears and just jumped at them and began rubbing them. At this, Naruto was shocked at what she was doing. He never let anyone touch his ears. It was embarrassing, but Naruto didn't throw her off. All he could really think was, Hinata-chan's hands are really soft. After Hinata had finished, she was about to apologize when she noticed Naruto walking off, but not before turning around and saying, "See you later Hinata-chan." At hearing this, Hinata's brain stopped for a second only to reply, "He called me Chan." At this, Kyuubi thought to herself, "This seems a little familiar," and smiled. Later the day, the members of Kumogakure no Sato had shown up. One was Jonin, at least the other Chunin, and some civilians. One a woman with a great figure, blonde hair and what some people would say purple cat eyes, and of course there was the fact that she had two tails right above her ass. Next to her was a little girl about a few years older than Naruto who had the same traits as the women, but instead of two tails she had three. Once the ambassadors had arrived at the Hyuga clan, they were all greeted by Minato and the Hyuga clan. Of course everyone was a little surprised that a demon cat would be represent a country, but then they were doing the same thing. Minato greeted all the humans and then reached the demon, who bowed. "Greetings Hokage-sama, I am Nibi no Nekomata and I completely understand if you find me a bit threatening due to me being a demon." Minato just smiled. "It's not a big deal Nibi-sama." Nibi looked confused until Minato moved his shirt, show the mark Kyuubi had placed on him by Kyuubi the night they first made love. At seeing this, Nibi was speechless, thinking she was the only demon who would willing bed with a human, unlike some demons who just want a good time. But whom could he have mated with, Nibi wondered. She didn't have to ponder for long before she, "Will you hurry up Naruto, you look fine." And hearing Kyuubi looked at the door the noise was coming from, to see it open and reveal, Kyuubi. At hearing her name, Kyuubi looked around to see her closest friend, Nibi-chan. The two ran at each other and hugged one another, acting as if they hadn't seen each other in years, which was true but not the point. The two had separated and looked at each other and smiled. Kyuubi looked at her. "How have you been all this time?" Nibi replied, "Fine, I met a good man, became a secretary for the Raikage, had a kitten, and here I am in you." Kyuubi looked at her old friend and smiled. "Kind of the same, picked a fight with Yamata no Orochi, got messed up, met my mate and then had a kid." Nibi couldn't believe what she was hearing and said, "You had a child? Miss, men are below the bottom of my feet, but in truth ran away whenever they got real close." Kyuubi just twitched. "You didn't have to put it like that." Soon Kyuubi looked to see a little girl hiding behind Nibi and asked, "And what is your name, little kid?" The child looked at Kyuubi afraid, saying, "My name's Yugito Kyuubi-sama." Kyuubi smiled at the girl. She was shy like her mother was at that age, and her as well. "Yugito-chan, why don't you go and play with my kid over there? He's the one flirting with the Hyuga heiress." Yugito looked confused by Kyuubi's words and turned to her mother, who nodded that it was okay, and she ran off to make friends with Hinata and Naruto. Once she was out of sight, Nibi looked at Kyuubi, looked at with a serious look on her face and said, "We need to talk, get the head of the Hyuga clan and your mate, we need to go over something." While the adults were talking with one another, Yugito met with Naruto and Hinata saying hello, afraid that they wouldn't like because of her being a half-demon or being a mere three-tailed demon, but she was wrong, they instantly liked her. The night was spent with talk from the adults and laughter from the children, but while the meeting took longer than expected, the three kids soon fell asleep in Hinata's bedroom, unaware of the men that had broken in the same room. The men had picked up Hinata and tied and gagged her. They were almost out if one of them hadn't stepped on a loose floorboard, wakening up two half-demons who saw Hinata in a bag being kidnapped by someone, and so they attacked. Since Naruto and Yugito didn't have any knowledge of taijutsu, they went on their demonic instincts, and that was enough to take on two kidnappers. Even if the kidnappers had some experience with the way of a shinobi, they still weren't any matches for two Hanyu kids. Once the last kidnapper was done and his left eye was cut out, Naruto ran over to the bag to see if Hinata was alright. He used his claws to open the bag to see a crying Hinata jump out at him. Naruto just held on to her, telling her that she would be alright and how he would always be there to protect her when she needed him. Soon the guards came and found Hinata's room a bloody mess. Then the parents of all the children came along. The Hyuga family was glad that their daughter was okay. The Namikaze was proud that their son protected Hinata, and Nibi was also proud that her daughter protected her friends. After looking over the fallen but alive kidnappers, they were the Chunin from Cloud, and the Junin was taken care of by Nibi, who told everyone that the Junin was planning on putting together a rebellion against the Raikage once they had the Hyuga eyes on their side. After a while, Nibi explained how the Junin was going to kidnap for the study of her eyes or a breeding factory, and that the Junin was a prime suspect, but there was no evidence until now. Once that was over, Nibi took over negations for her village and a peace treaty was worked out. She and her daughter said goodbye to their friends and began their trip home. While they were leaving and Hinata and Naruto were shouting goodbye, Kyuubi noticed that the two were holding hands, and she smiled at this, just thinking of what a cute couple they could make in the future. Now I'd like to say thanks to the one who gave me all the info on Gaara. Now please enjoy the chapter, and I don't own Naruto, so leave me alone. Points shotgun at lawyers. 3 years later. It had been 3 years since the incident with Cloud, but things had gotten better. Naruto's fear of humans was slowly fading with the help of Hinata, who was going through the elders' training but not caring about them. Naruto started the academy a year ago expecting to be taught great and powerful jutsu and stuff. Well, Naruto was expecting that Hinata knew better than what was going to be taught in the next few years. While the teacher was going over the shinobi nations to which most kids were paying attention, like Hinata and Sakura. While others were either not paying attention, such as Naruto and a boy named Shikamaru, who were just sleeping through class, not really caring about the troublesome lessons. While nothing could be done with Shikamaru, Naruto was woken up with a good swift kick to the leg. As Naruto had awoken from his nap to see an angry-looking sensei, as well as an annoyed and somewhat scary-looking Hinata staring at him. Naruto rubbed the back of head and gave a foxy grin, "Gomen sensei." While Hinata just rolled her eyes, "Baka." While the kids were in school, Kyuubi as well as Nibi were with each other. Since Minato and the Raikage were both doing paperwork, Kyuubi had to meet with the repressive of Cloud. Of course, since it was Nibi, she didn't mind at all, and once all the business was taken care of, they got to have fun. Demons so like children. While the two were enjoying lunch, they began talking about what was going on in their daily lives. "So Kyuubi-chan, how are things?" Kyuubi just looked at her old friend. "Nothing much, the village is pretty quiet and nothing much has been happening at the hospital. What about you?" Nibi just shrugged. "Same here, just signing paperwork." Shudders. "No wonder the cages hate those evil things." Kyuubi just chuckled. While taking a sip of her tea, Nibi looked at Kyuubi with mischief in her eyes. "So have you and your mate gotten down lately?" Kyuubi just twitched and turned away. "That's none of your business." At this, Nibi kept going. "So you two haven't gone down and dirty lately? Maybe he's loosening interest in you." At this, started shacking like she was having a panic attack. Now at seeing this, Nibi freaked out. "Kyuubi-chan, calm down, I was joking with you." Kyuubi looked at her with sad eyes. "But it's true, Minato-kun has been spending less and less time with me. I worried he doesn't see me as a proper mate anymore," she said with tears in her eyes. At hearing this, Nibi got right in her face and filked her forward head. Kyuubi looked at Nibi confused, while Nibi just gave her a stern look. "Don't be such a baka, Kitsune." Kyuubi just looked at her confused. Nibi just looked at her with a stern look. "Have you forgotten what that mark on your neck means, baka?" At hearing this, Kyuubi began rub the mark on her neck, remembering the night she Minato mated and how Naruto soon came along. "How could I be such a baka?" At seeing the calm return to her friend's eyes, Nibi tried helping out a little more. "Kyuubi-chan, if it makes you feel better, me and my mate haven't been intimate in a while either, so don't get your tails in a knot." Kyuubi just nodded her head, not really liking the whole tails in a knot joke that happened to her once, and it hurt like hell. Once everything was settled, Nibi ordered more sushi and began to talk serious. "Kyuubi, what have you heard about Shukaku lately?" At hearing this, Kyuubi began to growl. "What about the psycho Tanuki?" Nibi looked like she was having trouble with her words. that is Shukaku, has a son. At this one could swear they could hear a pin drop. Kyuubi just looked at Nibi while trying to swallow the lump in her throat, and Nani, are you sure Nibi? The cat demon just nodded her head confirming her it. Kyuubi just sat in her seat thinking, Shukaku the deadliest monster I have ever met and will probably ever meet in this and any lifetime. As Kyuubi was thinking, so was Nibi, who was remembering growing up and meeting Shukaku for the first time and the nightmare he caused even though they had just met him once a long time ago. Flashback. A Chibi Kyuubi and Chibi Nibi were in the demon world just learning how to control their demon chakra and taking a break in a large clearing. Kyuubi was just looking at the clouds while Nibi was admiring the kitsune's tails. Nibi just smiled as she was petting the tails. Kyuubi-chan, your tails are so soft and cute. Kyuubi just eyed her with an annoyed look. Nibi-chan, how many times do I have to tell you to quit playing with my tails? Play with your own for a while, would ya? At saying this, Kyuubi began to regret it as Nibi began to pout. That's easy for you to say, Kyuubi, you have 9 beautiful tails while I have barely one. At this, Kyuubi began to rub her temples as Nibi pouted. Sigh, can we talk about something else, Nibi-chan? At first Nibi did nothing but eventually turned around. Okay, what do you think of Gobi? At hearing this, Kyuubi rolled her eyes. He just a horny mutt like all boys are, why? Nibi just sweat dropped. That's your reply for everything when it comes to boys, you know people are going to start thinking you're a lesbian or something. At hearing this, Kyuubi blushed and Nibi saw this. So it is true, I bet you keep a bunch of Yuri manga hidden in your room somewhere, don't you? At hearing this, Kyuubi punched Nibi on top of the head. After Kyuubi had calmed down and Nibi was rubbing the bump crying a little, Kyuubi-chan, it was just a joke, you didn't have to hit so hard, you big meanie. Kyuubi just looked at her with a pissed off look. Well, that's what you get for casting suspicions on my sexuality. Nibi just glared at her. It was just a joke. Once Kyuubi had calmed down, she looked at Nibi. Why were you asking whether I like the mutt or not? Nibi just looked at her closest friend. Well, you see, at this Nibi was blushing and poking her fingers, something she never did before. I met this boy and I think I'll like him. At this, Kyuubi was a little more the stunned. She was actually a bit afraid that she and Nibi would grow apart, hurt her out. So tell me, is this boy a cat demon like you or what? Nibi looked a little scared. He's not a demon, he's a human. At this, Kyuubi just stared at her. Nani, a human, was heard over 3 nations. Nibi was blushing bright red. Hi, a human, why don't you tell the rest of the demon world no, why don't ya? Kyuubi just looked at her confused. Why the hell would you like a human in that way? It's weird. Nibi just looked at her. Well, so is saying you hate all boys just because you're afraid of them and put up a front. Hearing this, Kyuubi responded, I do not. Well, maybe a little bit. As the two kept arguing, they eventually stopped, and seeing how stubborn Nibi was being, she went along with it. So what's so special about this human anyway? At this, Nibi began to blush once again. Smile. His name is Daichi. His family are farmers, but they're good people. He's really built for his age and is very kind, and his hands, they're so soft when he was rubbing my ears. As she was explaining her encounter with Daichi and was squealing about his hands, and as she said these things, 2 things ran through Kyuubi's mind, girly, and creepy. But what the two didn't know, that someone else was listening, someone who would lead to the suffering of many. This person was a demon like everyone else, but older than Kyuubi and Nibi. He was Shukaku, a fully grown demon, but due to his actions he had been forced to remain with 1 full tail. Due to this, Shukaku was weak but still very deadly. While Nibi was going on about her human crush, Shukaku approached the two. While Nibi went on about the human, Kyuubi caught something in the air, something that smelled of sand and blood, lots of blood. At this scent, Kyuubi turned to see a man dressed in torn robes of a monk covered in tattoos and with 1 tail behind him. At seeing him, Nibi began to shake in fear after finally noticing the enormous smell of blood and sand coming from him, and she was doing everything she could to keep herself from throwing up right there. Kyuubi wasn't doing much better either. She was standing her ground, but she was getting sick from the smell of blood. As Shukaku stared at the two with a sick smile on his face and a look of madness in his eyes as he bowed to the two. Greetings to you too. The 2 demons just looked at him but bowed as a sign of respect to the elder. Greetings, the 2 said. Kyuubi looked at the demon with a glare. Is there something we could help you with, Shukaku-sama? The crazed demon just looked at her. You know of me, I am honored, miss. Kyuubi just kept glaring at the demon. Just tell us what you want and leave us alone. Shukaku just looked at her and gave off an insane laugh. Well, aren't you a little smart-mouthed kitsune bitch? Kyuubi just looked at the sand demon with hate in her eyes. Nibi could see this would lead into a fight, so she tried to stop them. Wait, we don't need to fight, just tell us what you want. The sand demon just looked at Nibi. I was listening to your talk of being with a human and it caught my interest. Nibi looked worried as he continued. You see, I believe that humans are the key to unlocking true and ultimate power of the world. At hearing this, both demons were speechless to hear that an older demon would think that humans and demons coexisting was a good thing. Nibi was happy that this demon thought being with a human was a good thing and maybe there was hope for her and Daichi. But Kyuubi was a little more skeptical to what the raccoon was saying when he mentioned ultimate power. Kyuubi looked at Shukaku, not taking her eyes off him for a second. Could you explain to us what humans have to do with gaining more power? Shukaku looked with his sickening smile and began to explain. There is a difference in power between us and humans. We demons are naturally stronger in strength, but that will only get us so far in a battle against a more powerful opponent due to the fact we don't have the will to continue most of the time. But humans on the other hand, even though they are nowhere near as strong as us, can enter a battle with no chance of victory but have the spirit to keep on fighting, and that grants them victory. Kyuubi and Nibi looked at Shukaku, seeing the logic that this nut job could somehow produce. Seeing the two had agreed with his little theory, and he continued, so if demons have more strength and humans have a better will to survive, then the only logical thing to do is to use humans to help create better demons. At hearing this little piece of information, the two female demons looked at one another, not fully understanding what Shukaku was trying to say. Shukaku just stood there for a moment until, the reason humans are needed is to create the most powerful weapons a demon could ask for, a Hanyu. At hearing all of this, the two female demons began to become uneasy due to the fact that Shukaku was talking about something that was often looked down with great disgust in the demon world, and he was talking about using them as weapons. At hearing this, Nibi was a little sickened by the fact that while Hanyu were considered the lowest thing in society, they were still living beings. Kyuubi was a little different in thought. While she wasn't very fond of humans as Nibi, she still couldn't see them as being used as breeding factories for living's weapons. As Shukaku stared the two with a psychotic grin on his face, he looked at Nibi. So little kitten, how about you come and join me with you could have your pathetic human for breeding and have Hanyu as your weapons. At hearing Nibi gasp while Kyuubi went pale and looked at Shukaku with disgust, you sick fuck. At hearing this, Shukaku gave no reaction, showing that he didn't care. Kyuubi just glared at him with killer intent. You're talking about using humans like they're some kind of breeding stock and using children as weapons. Shukaku just looked at her. I fail to see the problem with that. Humans are nothing but insects that sometimes have a good use, but it's rare. While the two demons were glaring at one another, Nibi was becoming worried where this would lead. Nibi wanted to agree with Shukaku if it let her be with Daichi, but turning children into weapons, it wasn't right. Even if they were Hanyu, they were still living beings. As Kyuubi kept the glaring up with, Shukaku was getting bored, and when that happened he found it pretty hard to control his bloodlust. So he tried to wrap things up before he lost it. Little cat demon, I'll make this clear, come with me and you'll the human you crave for. At hearing this, Nibi almost went to him at lest until, as long as you produce and give me the Hanyu children, all will work. Nibi just gasped at this. At hearing this, Kyuubi lost it. Fuck you, just leave us alone, you sick dickless fuck. At this, Shukaku lost and shoot an arm of sand and knocked Kyuubi back through a couple dozen tries. Kyuubi, Nibi shouted as she watched her friend launched into the woods, worried that her friend was hurt, forgetting about the monster in front of her at least until she felt his bloodlust and turned around to come face to face with him. Nibi turned around to look at the tanuki, seeing the blood craze spinning in his golden eyes. Now little kitten, come with me and give me the weapons that I need, and reached out to grab her. But Nibi smacked his hand away. No, stay away from me, you damn monster. Shukaku got angry and grabbed her again. This time he got her and held her by the throat. You little whore, you are going to do as I say whether you like it or not, and if you don't listen I can't promise the life of the fox bitch. Nibi heard this and looked at Shukaku, who was smiling with a lecherous grin. If you don't come willingly, I'll make sure that fox bitch it is put to good use at what the humans call the red light district. Got it? Hearing this, Nibi was afraid and knew there was nothing she could do. She was weak and she knew it, and as she felt a tear from her eye, the only thing came to her mind was, Kyuubi-chan. Fox fire. Out of nowhere a blue flame came and hit Shukaku right in his eyes, blinding him, destroying them at the same time. As Shukaku was screaming in pain and he let go of Nibi and held his eyes. Nibi, who was confused as to what was going on and looked to where the flame had come from to see Kyuubi standing there bleeding and holding her ribs. She looked as if she was in pain and having trouble standing. At seeing her friend, Nibi ran to her to see how badly the damage was. She looked at her friend to see if there was anything she could do to help, but she had only a limited amount of knowledge in the medical arts. But while she was checking out Kyuubi, they failed to notice the sand pouring into Shukaku's eye sockets, recreating his eyes. Kyuubi had managed to catch a glimpse of what he was doing, and with the little strength she had left, form a hand seal, and she along with Nibi disappeared in a fire teleportation technique. Kitsune clan home. Two kitsune were standing in front of the estate, bored out of their minds while hoping for some kind of entertainment, when they noticed a bright blue flame appeared. On closer inspection of the flame, two figures appeared. One of them was recognized as Nibi, who was often seen in the estate. The other was a bruised up bloody Kyuubi, who was being held up by Nibi. It worked, Kyuubi said before passing out. Some hours later, Kyuubi woke in her room noticing her parents and Nibi around her bed. Hi, Kyuubi said to everyone casually. This was not the right thing to say as Kyuubi's mother freaked out on her. Hi, that's all you have to say after we find you half dead from blood loss? Kyuubi-chan, do you even realize how close to dying you were? At this, Kyuubi mother said these things as tears began to form. Kyuubi hated to see her mother cry. Ka-san, please don't cry, I'm sorry for being hurt but it's not my fault, me and Nibi were attacked. Kyuubi's mother looked at her confused. Attacked by whom? Some crazy baka named Shukaku. At hearing this both parents froze but Kyuubi's father some regained his voice. Did you say Shukaku? Kyuubi looked at her father, never seen with such fear in his eyes and his voice. Kyuubi looked at her father and answered his question. Hi, Shukaku. He was this wired-looking demon with a monk's robe, one tail, tattoos, and used sand for his attacks. Kyuubi knew who it was and looked worried, and Kyuubi could see, Auto-san, who is this guy anyway? Kyuubi's father sat on the bed and began to rub his temples as Kyuubi and Nibi both waited for answer. Kyuubi's father took in a deep breath. Shukaku is a very old demon but powerful even as a one-tail. The reason he has just one tail on him is that he was viewed as to have an uncountable bloodlust and was clearly insane, but you probably already knew that. Kyuubi nodded her head in agreement. Kyuubi's father went on. The worst thing that was said about Shukaku was his insane and somewhat obsessive attraction when it came to humans, especially females. He often said females would give him the greatest of weapons, hanyus. Kyuubi was not surprised at hearing this, for that is what Shukaku kept talking about while he was with the two. Kyuubi's father noticed the non-surprised looks on both children's faces and asked, what exactly did he want with you two anyway? Kyuubi didn't want to answer but Nibi did. He wanted me. Kyuubi's parents were confused. They knew Shukaku only wanted humans, so why would he want Nibi? The both thought, then it hit them. Nibi-chan, have you been spending times with a human? Nibi just nodded her head. We will have to tell your family about this, Nibi-chan. Nibi nodded but looked down in worry. At seeing this, Kyuubi reassured her friend. Nibi-chan, if this guy is important to you then that's all that matter. I won't judge you or this human until I at least meet him, okay? At this, Nibi smiled. While the two friends were talking, Kyuubi's mother got their attention. Well, it seems we need to have a little talk about boys. Back at clearing. Hours after the two demons got away, Shukaku, whose eyes were nearly healed, talking out loud to himself. I will kill that fucking fox, I swear it. All I need is that village and the dessert to help. End flashback. Kyuubi looked down silent at the memory that had just played through her mind. She looked at Nibi. So what do you know about his son? Kyuubi said with a bit of disgust in her voice. Nibi just looked at her. From what I've heard, he is a boy with red hair with green eyes and black rings around his eyes, but that may be due to insomnia since he has been reported to be afraid to sleep. At hearing this, Kyuubi became confused, but Nibi explained. As you know, the daimyo of wind has been putting more money into leaf than sand, and this has resulted in cutbacks. Kyuubi nodded. She knew all about this, so when Shukaku came to the village telling them his ways of giving them true power, the current Cage gave in without a second thought. Kyuubi shook her head. She had met the Cage a few times and she knew he was an arrogant, power-hungry, selfish, sexiest, backstabbing bastard. Nibi could somehow tell Kyuubi was ranting, so she broke her out of it. Anyway, Shukaku explained his ideas of hanyus and even agreed to seal himself with the children to make them stronger. At hearing this, Kyuubi didn't like where this was going. At first they tried two humans, one adult who didn't do much but showed the side effects of the sealing. He didn't live for very long. Their next try was a child. He did better and managed to use Shukaku's power, but he eventually was driven insane from lack of sleep. Since that was Shukaku would devour their souls. The boy tried to take his own life. He failed. Shukaku was taken out and the child bit into his wrist and died. At hearing this, Kyuubi wanted to go full demon and destroy the sand village but knew she couldn't do that. So after they believed they had all the data needed, they decided that it was time to make a hanyu. This was the whole point of the conversation. After the child died, people refused to help with the project even if they were ordered, but they all refused. So in order to get what they needed, the Cage had his wife tied down and so Shukaku could forcefully impregnate her, which he did more than once as well. The two demons took a moment to process the information and waited for the sickness in their stomachs to fade away. Once it was confirmed that the woman was pregnant, they placed Shukaku into the unborn child. After that expiation, Nibi ordered some sake for her and Kyuubi. After a few dozen bottles, the Kyuubi for more info. So what else can you tell me about the boy? Nibi responded, well, the boy's mother did not survive. Once the boy was born, her body became sand and she died, but not before giving the boy the name, Gaara. Kyuubi looked confused. Gaara. Nibi explained, it means demon who loves themselves. Also he has the same type of ears and two tails. Also he can use sand attacks and is protected by a wall of sand as well. Kyuubi looked nervous knowing that the boy was already this powerful. He could be a real danger in the future. So what do you want me do? Kyuubi asked. Nibi responded, I would like Naruto to meet Gaara. All was silent until, are you out of your fucking mind? At the Hokage Tower and the Academy, two people had heard this and thought, this is not going to end well for me. Back with the two females demons, Kyuubi eyes were glowing red while Nibi was hiding behind a chair cowering in fear. Now Kyuubi-chan, be calm. That didn't work. Calm? How the fuck do you expect me to stay calm when you want my son to go against Amon? Kyuubi was interrupted. Don't say it. Kyuubi was stunned. Nibi never raised her voice even in battle. Nibi just gave her a stern look. Saying he is a monster without even meeting him once makes you no better than the human that attacked Naruto. At hearing this, Kyuubi looked down in shame. After a moment or two, Minato is going to Sunagaku soon, maybe I could go with him. Nibi smiled. Thanks Kyuubi-chan. On the outside Kyuubi was smiling, but on the inside she was thinking, I'm going to regret this. Later that night. At the Namikaze home, the family was sitting down to dinner, eating a small meal with a side dish of ramen again for the third night. As Kyuubi was trying to stomach the so-called food of the gods, as her maiden son often called it. She tried getting some family time with her child. So Naruto-kun, how was your first day at the academy and chew your food? Naruto looked at his mother with a mouth full of ramen and did as he was told. Once he swallowed his food and beat his cheeks to get it through. It was pretty boring. All Iruka-sensei would do is talk about this history and stuff, not a single jutsu. Minato just laughed as he remembered all the times he fell asleep in the academy, but he had to have a positive role model to his son. Naruto, you must understand that it is important to pay attention in class to be ready for the life of a shinobi. At this, Kyuubi smiled at the display of her mate to her kid, but Naruto just gave his father a stern look. I've seen your grades at the academy, Otu-san, you have to right to talk. At this, Minato sweat dropped and rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed. So you've seen those, huh? Naruto responded. Hi. Also, I've been told about how you were the dead last and wore an ugly orange jumpsuit. What were you thinking? Kyuubi just shook her head. Baka. At this, Minato wanted to kill whoever gave his son this information. At this, a white-haired hentai sneezed. At the end of dinner, Kyuubi got the attention of her mate. Minato-kun, there is something I would like to discuss with you. Minato looked at his wife with a curious expression. Kyuubi was trying to find the right words to go with what she was about to ask. I know you are going to Sunagaku soon, and I would like it if me and Naruto went with you. At this, Minato was confused to say the least. Why would you want to go to Sunagaku, and why do I have a feeling there is something you're keeping from me? Kyuubi cursed at how clever and stupid her mate was sometimes and gave in. Okay, there is another reason I want to go. And Kyuubi spent the time telling her encounter with Shukaku, his goals, what he could be doing. Once she was finished, Minato looked at her. You want to go where a crazy demon is and take our son with you? Kyuubi was getting nervous. Hi, but before you say anything I want you to know one thing. What? Minato asked. Kyuubi just smiled. Puppy eye no jutsu. At this, Kyuubi's eyes became that of a sad puppy along with her ears being down flat. Please Minato-kun, she said in a childish but cute voice. While Minato was doing his best to resist, Kyuubi used one more attack. I wonder how hard the couch is at night. That did it. Alright, you and Naruto can go with me. At this, Kyuubi just smiled. Arigato Minato-kun. And she walked off while Minato was thinking. Note to self, make that an S-class forbidden jutsu, as though as in thought he heard his mate behind him. Minato-kun. He turned around to his mate with a smile on her face. I know that I asking a lot of from you, so I thought I make it up to you. In her hand there was certain orange book in her hand. These books actually have a good storyline in them, and there are a few things I thought we could try, and winked at him. At seeing this, Minato jaw drooped right to the floor while Kyuubi just giggled, turned around and walked to her room while swaying her hips for him. At this, Minato put on a huge grin and silently said, Arigato sensei, and ran off to his and Kyuubi's room. The next morning, the Namikaze family was packing for their trip to Sunagaku, saying goodbye to their friends, mainly Naruto and Hinata, who promised to take notes on the classes he missed and left after she rubbed his ears and Naruto got rid of the blush. Sunagaku entrance. As the Namikaze arrived to the village, they were greeted by a man in what looked similar to the Hokage outfit but as was blue and had the symbol for wind on his hat, a young boy and girl. Minato smiled at the man. Greetings Kazekage-sama, said man just glared at Minato. Greetings Hokage-sama. As he said this, you could hear the venom in his voice as he glared at Minato, then turned his attention to Kyuubi and Naruto. He then began to glare at them. I see you have brought your wife and your child as well. Kyuubi came to the conclusion that they hated this man. Minato could sense trouble and decide to intervene. Hi, I have brought my son Naruto and my wife Kyuubi as well. Is this a problem? The Kazekage just looked at him. No, it's just a surprise, that is all. Minato just smiled. Well, I thought bringing Naruto to another village would be good thing. The Kazekage, my no response. These are my children Temari and Kankuro. He looked at the two. show some respect." The two children bowed to the visitors. After the introduction was done, Minato and the Kazekage left after Kyuubi gave him a kiss goodbye but didn't miss the disgust in the Kazekage eyes. Once they were gone, Naruto turned to the two children and smiled. "Hi, it's nice to meet you." At this both siblings gave a different reaction. The girl, Temari, hid behind brother in fear. The boy, Kankuro, looked at Naruto with fear and hatred while looking at Naruto. Naruto was confused. Is there something wrong? Kankuro just glared at the Hanyu. "Yeah, there is a problem. We have to put up with one filthy monster." At this, Temari looked down at the ground with a hint of sadness in her eyes while Naruto looked at the ground with tears building up. At hearing her kid being bullied by this boy, Kyuubi made her presence known with a large killer intent. Once Kankuro felt the killer intent in the air, he realized that the boy's mother was standing there as well. Kankuro looked at Kyuubi with fear for his life while Temari was afraid for her brother's life. Kyuubi just stared at him with a stern look. "Tell me, just because my son is a Hanyu that gives you the right to judge him, or is it that because of your little brother you know everything there is to know?" At hearing this, Kankuro refused to make eye contact due to the hint of shame in his eyes. Temari also had a similar look, but hers was mainly sadness. After seeing that the two took her words to heart, she tried to get on both of children's good sides. "Look, one of the reasons I came here was to help your little brother." At hearing this, the two siblings look at Kyuubi with hope in their eyes. In truth, while they were afraid of their brother, he was still family. Kyuubi could see she got their attention now. She had to gain both of their trust. "Well, as long as we're here, why don't you show me and Naruto around your village?" The two nodded and began to show them some of the sights of their village, and they actually enjoyed it and had a good time. After searching through most of the village, the group soon became hungry and decided to get some lunch. Unfortunately for Kyuubi anyway, the only place nearby was a ramen stand. Soon after they finished and Temari and Kankuro got over the wonder of where the blonde Hanyu managed to put 25 bowls of ramen, they paid for the meal and left. As they were leaving, Kyuubi gave the chief a glare and made sure that she would get back at Kami for the creation of ramen. In the heavens, Kami for some strange reason felt a very dark and evil chill run up and down her back, wondering what it was. As the group went through the rest of the village, learning about the history of the village and looking at some of the shops for things that would make a good gift. Most of the best things were from the glass shops in the civilian district of the village. In one of the shops, Naruto found a glass phoenix. Naruto showed it to his mother and told her it would be a nice gift for Hinata-chan back home. The two siblings looked confused and Kyuubi answered, "His little girlfriend back home." At this, Naruto turned red. "She's not my girlfriend, Ka-san." Kyuubi just smiled. "But Naruto-kun, didn't you kiss her on the lips 3 years ago?" At this, Naruto's face was fully red like his mother hair, and Temari was giggling at hearing this. Once the group was done sightseeing and Naruto's face wasn't as red as before, they soon came upon the village park. Naruto looked around the area, seeing some similarities and some differences between the park in sand and the one back home. There were some equipment, a few trees, but most of the landscape was mostly made up of sand. Naruto looked around, saw kids playing around what looked like a game of soccer. But something else caught Naruto's attention. He looked over to the swings and noticed that someone was at the swings just sitting there alone. Naruto got a closer look to see a boy a bit older than him with red hair, green eyes with rings around them, and holding a teddy bear. Naruto also noticed that he had 2 ears on top of his head that were a lot like his and 2 tails behind him. He was a Hanyu just like him and Yugito. But this Hanyu was different than him and Yugito. Naruto could see nothing but emptiness and loneliness in his eyes. As Naruto was about to approach the boy, he heard something coming from the other children and looked to see the children all looking up at the tree, seeing their ball stuck in it. As they were discussing ways to get it down, the ball soon began to fly off the tree with sand under, right to the red-haired Hanyu. At seeing this, the only thing that went through Naruto's head was, "Cool." The red-haired Hanyu looked at the children while holding out the ball. "Here," he said in a polite tone of voice to the other children. The kids, however, didn't appear to be grateful. Instead, they started saying things like, "It's him, that's Gaara, the spawn of the demon." As they stared to back up, one child said, "Run before it kills us all." As the children tried to run. As they did this, the boy named Gaara begged them to come back and reached for them. As he did that, the sand around him shoot out to the other children and started grabbing them, pulling them towards him. Most of the children managed to get away, all but one girl who was still being dragged to Gaara, and once she was close enough, more of the sand shoot out at her. It was almost towards her when, Kitsune barrier, a bright blue barrier, stood between the sand and the girl. Once the flame had subsided, there stood Kyuubi untouched. At seeing this, child who was once trapped in the sand got and ran for her life, while Gaara, who just stood there looking at the Kyuubi, he was shaking in fear as she stepped forward towards him. Gaara tried to use the sand, but it wouldn't listen anymore. He was defenseless and just fell backwards on the ground, just looking at Kyuubi, afraid that she would kill him. As tears started to pour down from his eyes, all he could say was, "Someone please help me. Stop." was heard as Gaara opened his eyes to someone in front of him blocking Kyuubi. This person had blonde hair in forked pigtails and tears in her eyes. "Please, don't kill my Odoto." Gaara recognized the voice and realized it belonged his sister Temari, who was defending him for once. Kyuubi just kept walking forward, ignoring Temari's pleas, and walked past her and kept walking towards Gaara. Once she was in front of him, Gaara just stared at her red eyes, thinking he was going to die and closing his eyes, waiting for the final blow. Gaara was expecting some kind of attack but felt something completely different than what he would have expected. He felt Kyuubi hug him. Gaara looked up at Kyuubi to see her crying for some reason and hear saying something else. "I'm sorry. If I had stopped him back then, you wouldn't have had to suffer so long." Gaara heard this and was confused, but he was smart for his age and put two and two together. He knew she was talking about Shukaku, his Autosan, and the fact he was sealed inside of him. Was it no secret to the people of Sand? But how did she know? Gaara looked at the demon Kitsune in front of him. She was still hugging him. He wanted to ask her why, but first he would enjoy this feeling no one had ever given him before, not even his caretaker Yashimaru, and he liked it. After enough time went by, Kyuubi let go of Gaara, who just looking at her with a bit of happiness and confusion at the same time. Once Kyuubi let go of Gaara, she gave him a smile that made him wonder if this was what a mother was like. Kyuubi just smiled at the boy and could tell he was confused by her actions, but he liked it as well. Once enough time had passed, Kyuubi smiled at Gaara, awaiting his questions. Gaara looked at the Kitsune. "Who are you?" Kyuubi smiled at the little boy. "My name is Kyuubi no Yoko, and the reason I came to the village was so that I could help you and make sure Shukaku could never hurt you ever again." Gaara looked at Kyuubi, trying to find some kind of trace of that she was lying, but couldn't see anything but some kind strange warmth in her eyes. Gaara didn't know why, but for some reason he knew he could trust this fox woman. "Could you really help me?" Kyuubi smiled again. "Of course, I would also like it if you became friends with my son." Gaara looked at the fox boy, who was just smiling and waving at him. Gaara saw this and waved back at Naruto. Once the two boys were in front, all they would do is just stare at one another, not moving or even blinking. Then for some reason the two started to growl at one another, also glaring at each other, showing off their fangs and snapping at each other. Not long after they did this, they soon stopped, reached out their hands and shook. "I'm Namikaze Naruto." "I'm Sabaku no Gaara." The two smiled at one another. "Nice to meet you," they said at the same time. Temari and Kankuro looked at the scene and thought the same thing, but Kankuro let it out. "What the fuck was that about?" At this, Temari smacked her little brother. "Don't swear in front of a lady." Kankuro just glared at his sister. "Where? I don't see any." After that, Kankuro was punched on top of his head and under the sand. After Temari had gotten her anger worked out on her sibling, she went over to Kyuubi and politely asked, "Kyuubi-sama, can you please tell why my Odoto and Naruto were doing that?" Kyuubi smiled. "It's pretty normal for male demons, especially little kids, to form a pack with other demons, so to determine the leader they challenge one another and the winner is the leader, and two are friends after that." Temari nodded her head, showing that she had an understanding. Kankuro, who managed to get his head out of the sand, had his own comment. "So demons challenge one another to show who has a bigger D." Kankuro didn't get to finish due to a punch to the face from his pissed off sister. Kyuubi sighed at the two antics. Once Temari had calmed down yet again, she asked, "So Kyuubi-sama, who won anyway?" At this, Kyuubi looked uncertain. "That's hard to tell, but it doesn't really matter as long as they're friends, everything should be fine." Temari looked at the two Hanyu boys and could see a smile, a true smile of happiness on their faces, and she was glad that for once in a long time her Odoto was happy and she couldn't ask for more. Several hours later. Many hours had gone by and the two boys were having the best days of their lives. Gaara for once felt truly alive and was glad he had met the foxboy Naruto. Naruto himself was glad he had a new friend. He saw Hinata as his best friend, but she was different than what Naruto needed. For one, she was pure human and it wasn't bad, but often made things uncomfortable, as well as she was a girl and he was a boy, and the two saw things differently at times. After the two boys were both tired out, Gaara looked at his new friend. Naruto." Naruto looked at his friend. "Would you like to have dinner with me and my Oji-san tonight?" Naruto just gave a warm smile. "Let me ask my Ka-san first." Gaara nodded and smiled. Naruto ran to where his mother and Gaara's siblings were, seeing his mother and Temari chatting away and enjoying one another company. Kankuro, on the other hand, was on the ground unconscious, covered in bursts, bumps, blood, and had a black eye. Naruto walked up to his mother with a smile. "Ka-san, is it okay if I have dinner with Gaara and his Oji-san tonight?" Kyuubi thought to herself, tonight Minato didn't say how long the meeting between the cage would take, so I guess it could be okay. Kyuubi smiled at her kid. "It's okay, Naruto-kun." Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs and started jumping up and down, but stopped suddenly. "Hey Ka-san, why is Kankuro dead?" Kyuubi looked over to said, "Dead boy," to see Gaara poking him in the head with a stick. Kyuubi just gave a nervous chuckle. Well, Kankuro said something and made Temari mad, and well, Naruto just looked at the boy in fear, thinking, girls can be scary. As the group left the park, they began walking through the village, ignoring what the villagers were whispering about all. Gaara was listening to Naruto about how differently the Leaf Village was and not paying attention to where he was going, and bumped into someone. It didn't affect him, but the person was falling, but Gaara used his sand to stop her descent. He used the sand to bring the person back to her feet and got a good look. It was a girl about the same age as him with brown hair and black eyes. Once she could figure out what was going on, she noticed she was standing face to face with the demon of the village, as the adult called him. She was expecting to be dead any second by being crushed to death by sand. Instead, she got a "sorry for bumping into you" was heard from the red-haired demon. At first she thought it was some kind of trick, but his eyes, there was no malicious intent in them. They're really nice to look at, the girl thought with a blush appearing on her face. At seeing this, Gaara thought she was sick or something due to the fact she was suddenly red. Gaara just stared at her. Are you okay? You seem kind of red. Are you sick? At this, Gaara's two siblings and Kyuubi just chuckled at their brother clueless antics while Naruto was trying to figure out what was going on. After the girl figured out she was blushing, she shook it off. I should apologize, GG Gaara as Sama. Gaara looked confused. Why are you apologizing? It was my fault. Matsuri, Gaara-sama. Gaara just gave a smile. Call me Gaara, Matsuri-chan. At this, Matsuri blushed full red and swallowed the lump in her throat. Oh okay Gaara-kun, and smiled at him. After the two had talked a little, they saw it was getting late. I should get home, Gaara-kun. Bye Matsuri-chan. And with that, Matsuri stared to run home, thinking to herself, I hope to see you again, Gaara-kun, and maybe pet those cute tails and ears of yours. As the group kept walking, Kankuro and Temari waited for the two boys to be distracted and stared to whisper. She called him Kun. Kankuro said, I know, Temari whispered back. Kankuro took a deep breath. You know he is well on his way to be the Rookie of the Year in the academy. Temari nodded. Do you think we should warn him about fangirls? Temari just looked like she was in thought. Nah, let him figure it out himself, agreed. Once the group had arrived at Gaara's home, they were greeted by a man with blonde hair and a somewhat famine look to him. Gaara just ran up to him. Hello Yoshimaru-sama. The man gave him a smile. Hello Gaara, and looked at Naruto. And who is this? Gaara just smiled. This is my new friend Namikaze Naruto. Naruto just bowed. Yoshimaru smiled at Naruto. It's nice to meet you. He then looked at Kyuubi and bowed. After the greetings were done, everyone went their separate ways. Kyuubi to see her mate. Temari and Kankuro went with her to show her the way. But before Kyuubi left, she left some things with Naruto. Naruto-kun, remember to show some manners. Wash your hands before eating, and please, just for me, could you eat something besides ramen? Naruto just rolled his eyes. I promise, Ka-san. Kyuubi smiled but noticed something on his face, took a handkerchief, got it wet and began to rub his face, much to Naruto's embarrassment. Ka-san. Dinner went by without a hitch. Gaara and Naruto spent most of the night talking about their day. Yoshimaru didn't say much but just kept smiling, which was unnerving to Naruto. The night went on and Naruto's parents still hadn't show up, so Naruto fell asleep in Gaara's room. Gaara on the other hand went to the roof since he never slept. Naruto awoke in middle of the night looking around the room to see Gaara but not finding him, and stared following his scent. It eventually led him to the roof where he found Gaara staring at the moon with a smile on his face. Naruto sat down next his friend. You know, you should be sleeping, it is pretty late after all. Gaara looked at Naruto. I don't need to sleep ever because I never get tired. Naruto just looked at him. You're lucky, and looked into the sky staring at the moon. They both just stared at the moon with a smile on their lips, each thinking of something different. Gaara was thinking about how lucky the moon was, peaceful and pure. Naruto was not thinking of something, rather someone, as the white moon reminded him of his best friend, Hinata-chan, he thought with a smile. Of course, if both boys had been paying attention, they would have noticed the assassin behind, who throws some kunai at Gaara. As the kunai came close to him, a wall of sand came up and blocked him. Gaara and Naruto looked around to see a masked shinobi wearing a sand village headband on him. At this, Naruto was confused about what was going on. However, Gaara understood it was another assassin, most likely sent by the cage to kill him again. The assassin was about to make another attack. He was wrapped up by sand and soon crushed to near death. As the assassin lay on the ground severely bleeding from his injuries, Gaara and Naruto just stared at the man, trying to get over the strong smell of blood that was in the air, but there was also something else, something familiar about this man's scent. Gaara walked over to man and removed the mask to reveal Yoshimaru. Gasp and faint. After this, Yoshimaru began to explain why he revenge for his sister and how he never loved Gaara at all and blew himself up. But the sand protected Gaara and Naruto as well from being killed. Naruto was in shock as to what just happened while Gaara he was emotionally broken with as the death of his only loving person in his life and stared to move the sand around his head forming the symbol for love on his forehead. At seeing this wanted to say something hell anything but the words just wouldn't form. Then he heard Gaara but it didn't sound like the Gaara he knew. I am alone, no one loves me, I will live only for myself, and love only myself. As Gaara finished saying this he felt something touch his shoulder and was ready to kill whoever it was at least until it was Naruto, his friend, his only friend and with that Gaara burst out into tears. Soon after a bright light suddenly appeared with Minato and Kyuubi suddenly. Are you boys alright? Minato shouted. The boys nodded their heads showing they were okay but Kyuubi didn't buy it and bent down hugging both boys. I'm glad you both are safe, she said with tears in her eyes. Not long after footsteps could be heard lead up to the roof and the door leading to the roof burst open revealing both Temari and Kankuro who screamed. Gaara rushed over and hugged him. Once they let go Temari began to see he if had any injuries forgetting the sand protected him. Are you okay Gaara? Are you injured in any way? Do we need a medic? Gaara just stared at his sister telling her he was fine and she took that until she saw the mark on his head. She could feel new tears building up. Gaara did you do this you to yourself? Gaara understood what she was talking about and nodded and asked. Do you hate it? After this the dam just broke as the tears poured out of. I don't hate it Gaara I, really, like it, she said through her tears. Gaara also looked at Kankuro who just smiled and who was also crying something he had never done before but he also smiled. I like it to Gaara and they say that chicks dig scars. Later in the night Kyuubi finally got to have a look at the seal. She had managed to get approval from the case cage to make a better seal. She did this by blackmail since she was good with the Fire Lord and the Wind Lord wife just gave birth to their first child with the help of Kyuubi so they were on her side. After Gaara removed her shirt both Kyuubi and Minato looked at the seal and Minato was disgusted it was three-pronged seal that was improper and incomplete with a berserker seal on it as well. After figuring out what was needed Minato with a bit of blood from Kyuubi to make the seal stronger managed to place a proper seal on Gaara. At first all the boy would do is scream in pain but Kyuubi held him tight rubbing his back until he passed out. After that Every decided to get some sleep in a hotel. The next morning. The morning had come and it was time to return to the Leaf Village. Kyuubi tried her best to get Gaara to go with them but he said he kept saying that sand was his home. After a long goodbye from everyone Gaara went over to Kyuubi and bowed. Arigato gozaimasu Kyuubi-sama. Kyuubi just smiled and got eye level with Gaara. Gaara-kun if you like you can call my Kaas-san. Gaara just smiled and nodded, then arigato gozaimasu Kaas-san, and hugged her goodbye. With that Naruto and Gaara said goodbye and promised to stay in contact and began to trip back home. As the Namikaze family was nearing the Konoha gates each member excited to soon be home. Upon arriving at the gates the family was greeted by two Chunin, welcome back Namikaze-samas, and bowed in respect. The family smiled back and greeted the two nins. After that Naruto's stomach began to growl, well time to get me some ramen. Minato looked at his Sun and agreed to with him. Kyuubi had other plans such as taking a very long relaxing dip in the hot springs. But these moments of pleasurable thoughts were soon cut off by one of the nins, forgive me Hokage-sama, Kyuubi-sama and Naruto-sama. The three looked at the nin confused, but there seems to be a pile-up of paperwork in the hospital and Hokage office. At this both Kyuubi and Minato flinched and began to shake in fear while Naruto just snickered. The nins looked at Naruto. Naruto-sama there is also the notes and make-up test you will have to take given us by Hinata-sama for the time you were gone. At this Naruto was amazed Hinata actually did that. Hinata-sama also made very clear that you get it right away she was quite freighting with this demand. The nin shuddered. Hokage office. Minato was standing in front of his office sweating bullets afraid to face the evil enemy in his office almost wishing he could face every rock nin alive and maybe take on his wife at full power. But inside there was something more evil than any demon alive inside the Hokage office there was paperwork covering his desk and most of the floor. Konoha Hospital. At the hospital Kyuubi was outside her offices quivering like a newborn kitten biting her nails. She opened her office door and looked inside to see paperwork not just any paperwork, but this paperwork was at least 3 times as big as how much Minato had. Namikaze home Naruto's room. Naruto went home like he was told to and found a big ceiling scroll in the middle of his room with a note on it saying, Dear Naruto-kun you better do something big to thank me for this. Your friend Hinata. At this Naruto smiled thinking to himself, Hinata-chan is so nice, and with that opened the scroll with a little blood. As soon as he did Naruto's skin and hair turned pure white in horror as what came out of the scroll was enough paperwork that put both Minato's and Kyuubi's to shame. Hyuga compound. Hinata was combing Hanabi's hair when the two girls heard a loud scream come from out of nowhere. Hinata smiled at this while Hanabi looked confused to which Hinata answered, Naruto comes back and he sees how well I take notes. At this Hanabi frowned, poor fuzzy Nisan. 3 days later, yes 3. After 3 days had gone by, Naruto had gotten everything done and memorized every report and was on his way to the Hyuga compound. Once he had arrived to compound, he was greeted by one of the guards and asked if he could see Hinata. The guard nodded and went to get Hinata. As Naruto stood in the courtyard waiting for Hinata, he looked into pocket and brought out a small package wrapped in a black bag and smiled at it. As he was looking at the packing, he missed the sound of small footsteps until fuzzy Nisan, and was hit in the back by a small object as he felt something hang on his back. Naruto sighed in annoyance. Hello Hanabi-chan. Hanabi smiled at the boy she considered an older sibling and went straight for his tails and began to rub them. At this, Naruto couldn't help but smile at the little girl she loved. His tails. Hell, her first words were fuzzy when she was still an infant. But Naruto soon had to stop. Hanabi-chan, I need you stop that, I'm here to give your sister a present. At this, Hanabi pouted a little but stopped. So what did you get Hinata Nisan anyway, fuzzy Nisan? Naruto looked around making sure Hinata wasn't around before pulling out the black bag. He untied it to reveal the glass phoenix Naruto had bought in Suna. At seeing this, Hanabi gasped at seeing the figure. It was a true work of art. As Naruto wrapped the package, Hanabi smiled at how lucky Hinata was to have someone like Naruto there for her. At this, Hanabi was given another thought that would be good for a laugh. Fuzzy Nisan, when are you going to be my Nisan by law? Hanabi asked with a mask of innocence. Naruto just looked at her confused, and Hanabi could tell by the twitch in his ears. What are you talking about, Hanabi-chan? At this, Hanabi smiled and went for the kill. I mean, when are you and Hinata Nisan going to get married? At hearing this, Naruto's jaw hit the ground. Married, what are you talking about? Hanabi just smiled while hiding her evil. Well, you love Hinata Nisan, don't you? At this, Naruto turned bright red. Me and Hinata-chan are just friends, that's all. Hanabi just eyed him. But you would like to be more, right? Naruto just turned a brighter red and looked at the ground and whispered, sometimes. A loud gasp was heard and then a thud. Both Naruto and Hanabi turned to see Hinata on the ground out cold. At this, Naruto's mouth was hanging open. Crap, did you hear me? Hanabi was laughing and holding her sides. After some time had passed, Hinata finally awoken and looked to see the face of a certain blonde-haired fox boy. Naruto smiled. Hello Hinata-chan. Hinata blushed a little. Hello Naruto-kun, welcome back. Once Hinata was up, Naruto began to tell her all about this trip to Suna. He told her about meeting Gaara and his siblings. He also noticed Hinata scowl for some reason when he talked about Temari. Once he was done, he pulled out the black bag and gave it to Hinata, who took it and unwrapped it to see a crystal phoenix. She looked at it, seeing that there were no flaws in the design. It also looked like it could come to life. Hinata looked at Naruto with a deep blush and smiled. Arigato gozaimasu Naruto-kun. No problem Hinata-chan, replied Naruto, blushed as well. The two just stared at each other, not moving, not saying anything or even blinking, and Hanabi was getting bored. Are you two going to kiss or what? At this, the two stopped what they were doing and turned bright red. As soon as the red faded from both Hinata's and Naruto's faces, Hinata left to place the crystal in her room. As she left, Naruto kept glaring at Hanabi, who was just laughing at the two misfortunes, while Naruto just throw in the comment, just wait until you find a boy you like, Hanabi-chan. Is this? Hanabi gave a small blush at this. Hinata soon came back with her mother also following her, who greeted Naruto with a warm smile. Naruto looked at Hinata and swallowed the lump in his throat. Hinata-chan, I was wondering if you'd like to get some ramen with me. Naruto said, trying his best to make it sound like it wasn't a date, which it wasn't. Hearing this, Hinata blushed and looked at her mother, who just nodded in approval. At this, Hinata smiled and she and Naruto began to walk out of compound holding each other's hands. As they were leaving, Hanabi shouted, have fun on your date. At this, the two turned red again and looked back at Hanabi and shouted, it's not a date. At this, the two left while Hanabi was giggling, while her mother just gave her a stern look. Hanabi-chan, you shouldn't tease your Nisan like that. Hanabi just pouted at her mother. But it's fun. Said mother just chuckled. I know, but still we should just let them go at their own pace. Hanabi just smiled. So the betting pool is really growing, huh? Aki just grinned. Yep, but I do agree, the sooner the two get together the better. I want some grandchildren in the future. Aki then looked at Hanabi, and you should be ready to help out with that as well. At this, Hanabi just sweat roped. Now with her certain fox boy and Hyuga, who enjoying a non-date, as they were calling it, at Ichiraku's. The two were enjoying their ramen, Hinata having a bowl of miso while Naruto was just having a bowl of chicken, beef, shrimp, chili, and turkey ramen as well. As the two were enjoying their meal, Ayame, the daughter of the chief of the ramen bar, couldn't help but smile at how cute they looked together. As the two were finishing another bowl, they both heard some loud bagging and Kyuki shouting, get back here, you little thief. At this, a girl with long red hair ran out of the back with a bag full of food, had jumped over the counter. Chuki came out of the back, his face red with anger. "Get back, you little thief." The girl just turned around, gave him the finger and said, "Fuck off, you goddamn fucking tosser." After that she ran off. Chuki was pissed at what she had called him and then saw Naruto just sitting there and got an idea. "Naruto, if you catch that girl I'll give you all the ramen you can eat for 3 whole days." At this Chuki blinked and Naruto was gone. Iyame looked at father with an evil glare. "Ato-san, what were you thinking?" Chuki looked at daughter. "Iyame, I understand that using Naruto in such a way is wrong, but he is the only who can catch that thief." Iyame left was just twitching. "That's not what I mean, baka." Chuki just looked confused. "You gave Naruto-kun all the ramen he could eat for 3 whole days." Hearing this, Chuki realized his mistake and began to tear up. "What have I done?" Meanwhile, with Naruto, who was following the scent of the thief, who had a scent of the forest and a mix of saltwater, and he was closing in on it. He soon reached the scent. He stood in front of an abandoned shack. He noticed a broken window and peered inside and noticed that the inside was filthy and the roof was full of holes. There was a small makeshift bed on the floor and that was it. Naruto looked around and saw the girl sitting in the middle of the floor eating what was left of what she stole from the ramen bar. As soon as she had finished the last of the food, she turned to her bag and started looking through it. As she was doing this, Naruto looked at her. She appeared to be 2 years older than him. She had red hair that reached down to her shoulders. Not long after, she found what she was looking for and pulled out a flute. She brought the flute to her lips and began to play. At hearing just a few notes from the flute, Naruto began to feel some kind of peace and relaxation run through his body while listening her play. After a while she had finished playing and Naruto was finally able to snap out of whatever trance he was in while she was playing. Now Naruto didn't have much of a musical ear due to his sensitive hearing usually ruining everything. However, while listening to this girl playing, everything was perfect. Hell, he would even go so far as to call her a musical prodigy. While Naruto was thinking, he didn't see that the girl had noticed he was there and pulled out a kunai and threw it at him and missed. Naruto was soon brought out of his thoughts when he realized that he nearly got killed. He fell on his ass. The girl ran out with a kunai in her hand and glared at Naruto. "Who the fucking hell are you?" Naruto was a little stunned at hearing this girl language but soon remembered why he was here. "Hey, why did you steal from the old man anyway?" The girl just looked at him like was stupidest person on the planet. "What the fuck do you think? I was fucking hungry so I fucking stole some food, you goddamn fucking shithead." Not like being talked to like, but a bit curious. "Why did you have to steal it? Why don't you just buy it or ask your parents to buy something for you?" At hearing this, the redhead girl began to clutch her first and in her eyes there was a sign of anger and a bit of sadness. "The reason I have to fucking steal some fucking food is that I can't fucking buy it and I don't have any fucking parents." At hearing this, looked down at the ground, refusing to make eye contact. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Thinking that would help, but I didn't. "Fuck you, what the hell are you fucking saying you're sorry for? You don't fucking know a thing about me, asshole, so don't fucking feel sorry for, alright?" My, what a dirty mouth. Both kids looked to see Kyuubi sitting on top of the roof. "I just might have to wash it out with soap." Naruto looked at his mother. "Kasan, why are you here?" Kyuubi smiled at her son. "Well, I heard that someone has been stealing from the local shop, so I thought I'd spare the genin team the trouble of having to find the little thief." The girl just glared at Kyuubi, who hoped down off the roof. "I also heard you went after her, Naruto-kun, and I have to say I'm a little disappointed in you." Naruto just looked confused. "Running away in the middle of a date, that's not something a man should do to a woman," Kyuubi said with a grin while Naruto just blushed. It's not a date." Kyuubi just rolled her eyes. "Whatever you say, Naruto-kun, but you'd better get back to Hinata-chan. I'll talk to our little thief." Naruto nodded and took off, leaving the girl and Kyuubi behind. The redhead just glared at Kyuubi, who just rolled her eyes. "What am I going to do with you?" said girl's response. "Fuck you." Later, in middle of town, we see Kyuubi walking to the Hokage tower while a little red-haired girl was wrapped up in her tails to keep her from escaping. Hokage tower. At the tower, Minato was doing his paperwork like normally and also planning on a trip to the Kurigakure no Sato to discuss new trading options. But in the middle of his thoughts were interrupted by the opening of his office door, and behind was his wife, and in her tails was a little red-haired girl. Upon closer inspection, he could see the girl struggling to get out of Kyuubi's tails and swearing like a sailor under one of Kyuubi's tail that was covering her mouth. Kyuubi had entered the office to see her mate doing his paperwork, since Kyuubi had forbidden him from using Kage Bushin to do his work for him to stop him from becoming lazy. Kyuubi still had the girl in her tails and to cover her mouth with a tail so she wouldn't make that much of a scene. Once she was in the office, Kyuubi finally let the girl go and stood in front of the door to make sure she didn't run for it. As Minato had finished the last of the endless paperwork and addressed his mate, "Hello, Kyuubi-chan." Kyuubi smiled back at her mate. "Hello, Minato-kun, we need to talk about something." Minato raised an eyebrow and noticed the girl again and grinned. Kyuubi-chan, if you wanted more children all you had to do was ask and I would be more than happy to help or at least consider adoption. At hearing something about adoption, the red-haired girl looked at the two with a bit of hope in her eyes. Kyuubi on the other hand had blushed at this. Minato-kun, I didn't bring this girl for adoption. At hearing this the girl looked at the ground in disappointment and Kyuubi noticed this. Kyuubi then focused her attention back to her mate. Minato-kun, have you been getting complaints from certain food stands about a little red-haired thief stealing food lately? Minato nodded. He had been given more paperwork than normal due to this thief with red hair. Minato then noticed the girl hair color. He shouted and make a jump for her but was stopped at Kyuubi held him by the back of his shirt and rolling her eyes, baka. Once Minato had finished trying to get a hold of the girl, Kyuubi finally let go of him and they began the questioning of this little girl. Kyuubi stared first. Can you tell us your name? The girl looked at Kyuubi. Tayuya. Kyuubi gave a warm smile. Well, that's a nice name. Tayuya looked at Kyuubi to see if she was lying. Not seeing it, Tayuya smiled a true smile, something she hadn't done in a long time. Minato on the other hand didn't share his mate's opinion. That name is okay, I guess. Tayuya just glared at Minato. Fuck off, you horse fucking dick sucking cunt face she male looking fucking bastard. At this Minato mouth just hung open at hearing this little girl who was not even 10 years of age and already knowing how to curse like a sailor. Kyuubi just chuckled at her mate's expression and continued the questioning. Tayuya-chan, can you tell us about your parents? Tayuya just signed. I don't have any, been alone all my life, it's not like anyone gives a shit. Hearing this Kyuubi frowned and bent down to Tayuya who was confused as to Kyuubi's actions. That's not true Tayuya-chan, they're people who do care for you. While Kyuubi was saying this she had hugged Tayuya and rubbed her back like as she was her mother. While Kyuubi was doing this Tayuya was feeling some strange warmth run all throughout her body, something she had never felt before, and for some reason it felt right and she didn't want it to fade away. There was also something else happening to Tayuya that she couldn't explain. For some reason she could feel some kind of moisture build up in her eyes. She rubbed with her wrist and that it was wet as well. Hey, Tear, am I crying? Tayuya kept looking at the moisture on her hand, tears kept pouring down her face. Why am I crying? I never cried before, not when the orphanage starved and beat me, no when other kids made fun of me, not even when that bastard caretaker kept touching me. So, why am I crying, damn it? Soon Tayuya was on her knees crying harder than before for reasons she still did not know when she felt two strong arms pick her up and bring her. Tayuya looked to see the Hokage had picked her up, held her close. She didn't understand his actions but his smile made her feel safe, just like with Kyuubi. Minato held the crying girl close to her and did what Kyuubi did and rubbed her back like a parent would normally do. It's okay, let it all out, he said within a caring tone of voice. When she heard this the mental dam had broken with Tayuya and she let a lifetime of tears and sorrow pour out onto Minato's shirt. 1 hour later. It took long enough but eventually Tayuya had calmed down and stooped crying and had passed out. Minato then gave to her Kyuubi. She has nowhere to stay for the night, right? Kyuubi shook her head. No, she's been staying at a broken down old shack for a while now. Minato crossed his arms and sighed. Well, I guess we'll be having a house guest for a while, huh? Kyuubi smiled and gave him a kiss. Arigato Minato-kun. Minato just smiled. You know, I personally believe that Naruto would do well with a big sister around. Kyuubi just stared at him. Minato interrupted her. I'll have all paperwork filled out by tonight, see you at home Kyuubi-chan. Kyuubi smiled and began walking home with Tayuya in her arms. Another little kid for me to love. Back with Naruto and Hinata. Naruto had gotten back to Hinata and got on his knees and begged her for her forgiveness in running out on her. Hinata didn't mind that he left because she knew he would come back but didn't say that, instead she used it as an excuse to rub his ears and tail, to which both children liked. Empty training field. Later that day Naruto and Hinata went to one of the training fields to practice what they had learned in the academy so far. They started with some shuriken target practice, some light exercises, a few laps, mediation, tree climbing, and taijutsu. With each practice the two could see what they needed work on so far. Hinata had better chakra control and was better with the shuriken, getting more hits in vital area. With the tree climbing Hinata could stay on better but not for too long. Her taijutsu was just below Naruto's and she didn't last as long in the exercises and the laps. Naruto had horrible chakra control but far more chakra than Hinata and blow up a tree once. He was able to use more shuriken than her but he still needed some practice throwing with his hands before he could use his tails to throw them. He was easily able to do the exercises longer and literally ran circle around Hinata during the laps, and in the taijutsu he was not as agile in fighting but was able to use his tails in combat, giving him more of an edge. The two then began to rest to regain their energy. But while this was happening Hinata decided to test Naruto to see if he really studied the notes she gave him, and surprisingly he got nearly all the questions right. After they had rested enough they resumed their training and after a while broke out a shogi board. At first Naruto didn't want to even try but Hinata managed to convince him, aka puppy eyes and a bit of fake crying. They started playing. Hinata said it would help build strategy and the ability to plan ahead. It a while but Naruto stared to get the hang of it but it was not enough to beat Hinata. After 30 games with no wins for Naruto it was time to head home. Which Naruto asked Hinata if he could walk her home just to be safe. Hinata agreed without a second thought. The two children walked through the village towards the Hyuga compound, just the two of them. As they were nearing the compound Hinata was trying to build up the words to ask Naruto something important, and Naruto-kun, can I ask you something? Naruto looked at Hinata and noticed she was red in the face and poking her fingers together and as cute as it was it usually meant something bad. What is it Hinata-chan? Hinata tried her best to keep eye contact. Well IW was wondering did you catch that thief? Naruto just blinked. Yeah, I followed her to where she was staying but Kasen showed up and took care of it. Hinata just looked like she accepted that but Naruto could tell that something else was bothering her but he let it go for now. Soon the two had reached the Hyuga compound. Hinata said goodbye but was stopped by Naruto. Hinata-chan, what's wrong? Hinata looked at him confused. What do you mean Naruto-kun? Hinata said while stuttering in a little blush. Naruto just gave her a stern look. You been acting weird ever since you started talking about that thief earlier, so what wrong? Hinata could tell that Naruto was being serious right now so she had no choice but to answer. Well, when you went after that thief for a long time and I noticed she was rather pretty. Naruto just looked more confused. Well, I guess she was a little pretty. At hearing this Hinata did her best to swallow the lump in her throat. Do you think she's prettier than me? At this Naruto sort of figured out what was wrong. Is that what you're worried about? Hinata nodded her head. Hinata-chan, I'll admit that I only like a handful of girls but I can honestly say you are the most beautiful and my best friend. At hearing this Hinata gave a deep blush but also smiled and hugged Naruto. Naruto soon left to his home while went back to the compound. As she entered her home and was walking down the hallways her mother showed up and saw the smile on her child's face. So I take it the date went well? Aki asked. Hinata, still in a daze, just answered, hi, it did, but soon she realized what she said after she saw her mother with a grin. It wasn't a date, and ran to her room to hide her blush. Aki just chuckled, she is so much like Hiyashi was at that age. With Naruto. Naruto soon got home and saw his mother chopping up vegetables, cooking dinner and washing some dishes at the same time. The joys of having 9 tails, Naruto thought to himself. Kyuubi heard someone walked into the kitchen and saw her son. Hello Naruto-kun, how was your date? Naruto blushed at this. It was not a date, he yelled. Kyuubi just rolled his eyes. Okay, it wasn't a date, but could you be a little quieter, we have a guest. Naruto just blinked. Guest, who is it? Kyuubi just smiled and replied in a singing type of, I'm not telling. Naruto just rolled his eyes and stared to help set the table. Once everything was set Naruto noticed someone come into his home and looked to see his father. Otu-san, he said and hugged. Minato just smiled at his son. Hey Naruto, how was your day? Naruto just smiled. Fine, I spent the whole day with Hinata-chan. At this he could hear Kyuubi chuckle and Naruto glared at her. Once everything was set Kyuubi turned to Naruto. Naruto-kun, could you go and get our guest? She should be in the spare bedroom upstairs. Okay Kasen, and Naruto left to greet this mysterious guest. The spare bedroom was only used for special guests like Tsunade when she was hiding from debt collectors. Other times it would be Jiraiya who used it to heal his body when Tsunade would beat him to an inch of his life for peeping on her in the hot springs. But the weirdest thing was that sometimes the two would share the room for the night. When they thought no one was looking they placed a seal to block out noise and to keep people from going in. Naruto stood in front of the door and listening to see who was in there. He didn't hear anything but some soft snoring from inside. After hearing enough Naruto began to knock on the door. Hello guest-sama, it's time for dinner. This got no response so he tired again. Guest-sama, it is time to get up and go to dinner. Still no response and Naruto got pissed. Hey Baka, get up and come to dinner. Naruto shouted and heard something near the door and saw it swing up. Will you shut the fuck up, you fucking bastard? A certain redhead shouted right to Naruto's face. After the ringing had finally got out of Naruto's ears he finally noticed whom it was. You're that thief from earlier today, what are you doing in my home? Tayuya growled at the annoying little brat in front of her. I'm in your fucking home because Kyuubi-sama brought me dipshit. Naruto didn't believe her. You're lying, why would my cousin allow a dirty thief like you into her home? At hearing the dirty commit Tayuya lost. Why you little bastard, you're dead. She leapt at Naruto taking him by surprise and had him in a headlock. At first Naruto struggled but even with his demon strength the girl was still able to keep him in a firm hold. While she was straggling the boy, she had an evil smile on her. Does that hurt? Hugaki, well, tell me. While Tayuya was having her fun, she didn't notice someone behind her until it was right next to her to see Kyuubi standing there with a confused look. Tayuya let go of Naruto and turned to Kyuubi. Kyuubi-sama, I'm sorry. The reason Tayuya was actually sorry was that she liked and respected Kyuubi, who just smiled. It's okay now, if you two are done, dinner is ready, and with that Kyuubi left. The two kids just stood there confused. Tayuya looked at Naruto. Hey kid, is your cousin always like that? Naruto just looked at her, most of the time, but there are moments where she can be a little freaky. At this, Tayuya just shuddered. They soon began walking to the dining hall. Name's Tayuya. Naruto just looked at her, Namikaze Naruto, and gave a fox grin. An hour had gone by and Tayuya couldn't help but be happy being with a family for a change, even if it was just temporary, but she would enjoy it. After dinner, Tayuya was about to leave, not wanting to overstay her welcome, and was about to step out the door when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked over to see Kyuubi smiling at her. You don't have to leave just yet, Tayuya-chan. Tayuya looked at Kyuubi. I appreciate you letting me stay, Kyuubi-sama, and I do enjoy the company of your family, but I don't belong here. Kyuubi could see that the girl didn't want to get too close as she was about to walk out the door, then got an idea. I was just about to take a nice hot bath and was wondering if you like to join me. At this, Tayuya stopped. Hot bath. Later we find both Kyuubi and Tayuya in the bathing area of the house, which was basically a miniature private hot spring. Tayuya was relaxing in the water, not trying her best to remember a time she had ever felt so good. While she was relaxing in the middle of the water, Kyuubi was enjoying it as well, but noticed something on Tayuya's back. On the upper part of her back there was a strange symbol of a circle that was surrounded by 4 crescent moons surrounding it on opposite ends of each other. Okay, I know not the best description, but if you want to know what I'm talking about, go to my profile page. As Kyuubi kept staring at it, the more it kept reminding her of an old story she had heard of as a child. Until now she strongly believed that it was nothing but a children's story, but now she wasn't so sure. Tayuya could feel Kyuubi staring at her back and knew it had something to do with the birthmark that was there. Tayuya turned and stared at Kyuubi and asked, Kyuubi-sama, is there something wrong? Kyuubi shook her head. No, Tayuya-chan, nothing is wrong, it's just that I'm just wondering what that symbol on your back was. Tayuya just sighed. This wasn't the first time someone asked. I don't really know what it is, I hate it on me since as long as I could remember. Why? Kyuubi just crossed her arms. Well, it's just I've seen that somewhere. Tayuya turned and looked at her completely surprised. You have where? Kyuubi just shook her head. To be honest, it was in a storybook I read when I was young, and until now I thought it was just a story. Tayuya looked disappointed for some reason until Kyuubi replied, if you stay for a little while, say a day or two, I might tell it. Tayuya looked at her. Really? Kyuubi nodded her head. Now close your eyes while I wash your hair. After her bath, Tayuya was taken back to her room and given fresh new clothes to wear and was about ready to get some sleep when she had another knock at the door. Now Tayuya was pissed. She just ready to get some shut-eye when someone mostly like a certain little blonde fox bastard was bugging her again. She went the door, grabbed and swung it open. What the hell do you want? But instead of an annoying blonde fox there stood a red hair fox, namely Kyuubi. At seeing whom it was, Tayuya quickly began to apologize for what she had said. Kyuubi-sama, I didn't realize it was you. Kyuubi just smiled. It's okay Tayuya-chan, but try and tone it down with the swearing and don't call me sama, it makes me sound old. But aren't you supposed to be centuries old or something? Tayuya thought to herself but didn't say it, but noticed Kyuubi glaring at her. Were you making a comment about my age? Tayuya just blinked. No, she lied, but whether Kyuubi believed her or not didn't matter as she walked into the room. Tayuya was confused as to why Kyuubi was here. Kyuubi, not to be rude or anything, but why are you here? Kyuubi just smiled. I thought I'd read you a story before you went to bed, Tayuya-chan. At this, Tayuya just sweat dropped. Kyuubi, no offense, but I'm too old for something like that. She expected Kyuubi to be a little upset, but the kitsune just kept smiling her warm smile. But Tayuya-chan, this story is a little different than most and I think it will really catch your interest. Tayuya just looked at with a bit skeptical. As long as it's not those damn Ika Paradise, Tayuya said with disgust. Kyuubi just chuckled. You're too young to enjoy a book like that, Tayuya-chan, but when you get a boyfriend it will be helpful. At this, Tayuya blushed. Kyuubi just laughed at the embarrassment of the girl. Anyway, the story I want to give you is this. Kyuubi handed Tayuya a black book with the word Nexus on it, but what really got her attention was the fact that the symbol on it was identical to the one on her back. While Tayuya was thinking, her thoughts were soon interrupted by another voice. So cousin, what's this book about anyway? Both Kyuubi and Tayuya both looked to where the voice had come from and saw Naruto just standing there. Kyuubi just looked at her kid. Naruto-kun, what are you doing up so late and how long have you been standing there? Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I couldn't sleep and I came in here about 2 minutes after you did. Kasen, Kyuubi and Tayuya just stared at him, he was here the whole time. So what's this Nexus story about anyway, Kasen? Naruto asked, wanting to know. Kyuubi just shook her head. No, Naruto-kun, you have to go to the academy tomorrow and you need your rest, Kyuubi said in a firm tone of voice. Naruto just pouted and used the puppy dog look, and at this Kyuubi cave in even though she had used the thing most of the time to get Minato to agree. Okay Naruto-kun, you can stay, but you have to tell me where did you learn to do that so well, Kyuubi asked, really wanting to know. But Naruto just smiled. From you, Kasen. At this Kyuubi sweat dropped. Once both kids were on the bed, Kyuubi sat between them, opened the book. Once she did, both kids were surprised. For Naruto, he was upset that the book had no pictures but words. He was a 6-year-old after all. Tayuya on other hand was confused because when she looked at the book there were strange symbols that she couldn't recognize. Each kid looked to Kyuubi for an answer. Kyuubi just sighed. This book is really old, it's actually written in the oldest demon tongue, and if you want pictures use whatever little immunization you have, Naruto. At this both kids had the same thought. How did she know? Kyuubi then started reading what was on the pages. The Nexus, the very center of all creation where everything that is, was, and whatever will be comes from is created and destroyed in order to maintain balance in oblivion. At the center of the Nexus is said to be a powerful and wise immortal named Kronos who is fused into machinery that allows him balance the forces of order and chaos and keep balance. But while Kronos was all-powerful, he neither supported order nor chaos, he simply kept everything balanced. So two other immortals were created for this. Arella was created to embody order and all things good. But to balance it out, Abaddon was also created to embody chaos and death, and since their creation the two were engaged into a never-ending war. To fight their wars the two immortals would depend on demons to give them their power and led their armies. The demons would swear their allegiance, and their actions whether good or evil would give the two immortals life and power and keep the balance them. This however did cause a problem, for there were only 4 races of demons and only 2 would side with each immortal, thus leaving large opening for either side to take over if one race were to fall. So in order to make sure that both enough order and chaos existed, a 5th world was created, a world where both order and chaos were a choice to the inhabitants. This world was the world of mortals. While the world of mortals was used as a way to make sure the two sides could keep balance, the other worlds stayed the same. The worlds that pledged to order were Solem and Aquas, while the sides that pledged to chaos were Atha and Volca. At this point Kyuubi noticed that both Naruto and Tayuya were nearly asleep. Okay, that's enough for tonight, it's time for little kids to go to bed. Both kids looked disappointment, but Kasen were not tired, Naruto said while restraining a yawn and failing. Kyuubi just closed the book and set it on a nightstand. We'll finish another time, but now it's time for bed. Tayuya agreed. It was late and she needed sleep and took herself in. As she was about to close her eyes, she noticed something on her forehead. She opened her eyes and saw that Kyuubi had given her a good night kiss. Good night, Tayuya-chan. Tayuya was almost out and whispered, good night, Kasen, and was out. Kyuubi just smiled and picked up Naruto and carried him to his room. His breathing was soft, meaning he was already out. But while Kyuubi was walking, something was concerning her. The book said if both order and chaos were too far out of control, 2 champions, 1 male and female human, would be chosen. The 2 would both represent the 2 orders and would be given the power of demons. Kyuubi looked at the room Tayuya was sleeping in. If Tayuya is the female champion, does that mean that the male is out there somewhere? After that last thought, Kyuubi put Naruto to bed and went to get some rest. Somewhere in Water Country. A missing nin with a big sword on his back and a boy who looked rather feminine was walking next to him holding a rabbit, smiling. He looked at the missing nin. Arigato for letting me keep him, Zabuza-sama. The nin named Zabuza just sighed in annoyance. Whatever, Gaki, you just better take care of that thing or it will be my next meal, got it? The boy just smiled and nodded his head and ran ahead of Zabuza, who just stood there thinking, that boy is so innocent, it's sickening. But I can sense some kind of dark power in him that makes him the perfect weapon, and that strange symbol on his back as well. The boy turned around and waved at Zabuza. Zabuza-sama, it getting dark, we might want reach a village soon. Zabuza didn't make eye contact, still in thought. Just who or what are you, Haku? Namikaze home. Morning had come for the Namikaze family. Kyuubi and Minato were and ready, as well as Tayuya, who was normally a morning person. Each was sitting at the table having their morning meal. A few minutes later everyone heard footsteps coming down the stairs to revel. A half-awakened Naruto, morning Aotosan, morning Kasen, then took a seat next to Tayuya, morning Nichan. At hearing this, Tayuya looked at Naruto like just grew another head. What did you call me? Naruto just looked at her. I called you Nichan since I heard you call my Kasen your Kasen, so that makes you my Nichan. Now pass the milk. Tayuya just looked at him like he crazy and turned his parents to help, but the two just smiled at her. Naruto-kun, it's almost time to go to the academy, you better get ready, Kyuubi said, to which Naruto just agreed and went get ready. Tayuya was just sitting there letting Naruto's words really get to her until she felt a hand on her shoulder. If you want to stay and be a part of our family Tayuya-chan, I would more than happy to have you here. You call me Kasen. At hearing this, Tayuya looked at Kyuubi with a smile showing nothing but true happiness while tears were falling freely down her face as she ran up and hugged Kyuubi. At seeing this, Minato looked at the girl, a warm feeling in his heart knowing that another child was saved from the darkness that was loneliness. He walked over to the crying girl and got her attention. So Tayuya-chan, would you like to become part of Namikaze family? Tayuya looked at the blonde Hokage. Hi, Autosen. And with that, Tayuya Namikaze was brought into the family. At the academy. Naruto was walking to academy slightly bored and not paying attention when he bumped into someone. Gomen, I wasn't looking where I was going. Naruto looked at boy in front of it was a boy who looked close to his age, but it was hard to tell due to the large overcoat around him and the sunglasses covering his eyes. The boy just looked at him without saying a word for a while until he finally said, be more careful. Naruto just rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, my name's Namikaze Naruto, what yours? Naruto asked politely. The boy just looked at him. Aburame Shino. At this, Naruto began to think, Aburame, aren't you those guys that are supposed to have bugs inside your body or something like that? The boy named Shino knew this would happen. He asked how about his clan's ways, and the minute he told him they call him a freak, so he just decided to get it over with. Hi, my clan is implanted with insects at birth, Shino replied and waited for the insults. Cool. This surprised him as Naruto was just smiling and had a look of interest in his eyes. Shino was confused at this. Aren't you disgusted about how wired I am? Naruto just stared at him like he was on crack. Dude, fox ears, fangs, slanted eyes, and 10 tails growing just above my butt, and you're calling yourself weird. At this, Shino chuckled a little bit and brought out his hand. Nice to meet you, Naruto-sama, I hope we can be friends. Naruto shook Shino's hand. Nice to meet you to Shino, and just call me Naruto, okay? The two nodded and began to walk to class. After arriving in the classroom, Naruto had to cover his ears, as aloud, will you stop eating for 5 minutes? And recognized it as Ino Yamanaka. Ino looked at the door to see who had just entered and saw Naruto holding his ears and went up and greeted him. Hi Naruto. Naruto just looked at her. Ino, why did you have to shout? You know my ears are sensitive. Ino just blushed. Sorry about that Naruto. Naruto just looked at her. Nani? Showing that his hearing was still gone, Ino got close to him and shouted, I said I was sorry. Naruto covered his ears again, showing that she had gotten the message. Once Naruto hearing had come back and looked around the room at his classmates, though only a few of them he really paid attention to. Yamanaka Ino, a loud and slightly judgmental girl who often goes after weaker kids to make fun but to help them build self-confidence. Haruno Sakura, a pink-haired girl who was slightly shy but started to stand up for herself when she became friends with Ino. She also was a bit of a bookworm when it came to medical stuff. Inuzuka Kiba, a bit of a headstrong and sometimes overconfident in his abilities. He doesn't seem to seem so bad and he liked the dog Akamaru. But sometimes he and Kiba didn't get along as to what Kyuubi called a species thing. Akamichi Choji, a big-boned boy who got along with everyone very well. This made some doubt he had the heart to be a shinobi but get him angry and they would be proven very wrong. He had meet Choji at the ramen stand and they became good friends. Nara Shikamaru, a lazy kid who didn't really want to do anything unless it came to shogi, which almost no one could beat him at, and the only one to come close was Hinata. Uchiha, duck ass, Tem, Sasuke, a very skilled academy student who was most likely be rookie of the year upon his graduation. Also a holder of the Sharingan, a dojutsu that Naruto didn't like with its abilities to allow him to copy a person's hard work for his own, and it also upset the demon blood in him as well for some reason. Finally, Hyuga Hinata, his most closest and best friend. Even though the two didn't get along at first, she soon became his precious person. She was without a doubt the best kunoichi for the year. Not long after, a man with a scar on his nose and one of Naruto's favorite senseis, Yumino Iruka. Naruto smiled at the man who was also a close friend of his family, Iruka's sensei. Iruka looked at the boy and smiled, but then he noticed Naruto smelling him for some reason. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto just looked at him holding his nose. Iruka's sensei, why do you smell like sake and Anko Obasan? At hearing this, Iruka blushed at this, not wanting to explain what he and Anko were doing after a few drinks, and made up in excuses. Me and Anko got together and had a few drinks, that's all. Naruto just smiled. So you two finally started dating, it's about time. At this, Iruka had a deeper blush. It was not a date Naruto, now take your seat or it's a week of detention. At this, Naruto vanished and repapered his seat. Once everyone was seated but still talking, Iruka had to use the jutsu he had learned from the Akamichi clan, Big Head no Jutsu, and shouted, shut the hell up, which worked every time. Once everyone had shut up, Iruka stood in front of everyone. Now class, we have a new student today and I like you to treat her with respect. After this Iruka looked at the door, "You can come in now." Once the door had opened, a girl who looked a little older than some of the kids with brown eyes and red hair and had a pissed off look on her face. At seeing this girl, Hinata instantly recognizes the thief from yesterday but noticed Naruto smile for some reason. The red-haired girl stood in front of the class. Most of the boys were thinking about how hot she was and some of the girls were thinking about more competition for the temp. Tayuya just stood, cleared her throat. "My name is Namikaze Tayuya." At this everyone looked at her like she was crazy. Tayuya noticed this. "I was just recently adopted into the Namikaze family, and if that's a problem with some of you, then go and fuck yourselves, you dick-faced pieces of shit." At hearing this everyone's jaws hit the ground. After Tayuya had calmed down she continued, "My likes are music, my new family and fighting, and I guess my odoto. My dislikes are cocky bastards who think they're better because they have a dick, bitches who don't train, but instead try to make themselves look pretty just to get a guy's cock between their legs, and also fuckers who hold back. As for my dreams for the future, don't really got one, I guess." At this everyone just stared at a smirking Tayuya. Iruka just stared at the girl, very surprised at her intro. Thank for that very different type of introduction Tayuya, but do you think you could refrain from swearing so much?" Tayuya just took a thinking pose. "How about, no fucking way, scar face," and went to take her seat next to Naruto. Naruto just looked at his sister, Hine-chan. Tayuya just smiled at his new little brother, Hi Odoto. The rest of the day went by rather slowly, with the only interesting thing happening was Hinata elbowing Naruto a few times to keep him awake. However, just one punch from Tayuya to the head kept him awake for the rest of the class out of fear of what else his sister would do. Soon it was time for lunch and Naruto chose to sit near his favorite tree with Hinata like they always did, but there was a difference this time. Naruto asked his sister to join them. At this Hinata wanted to object since she wanted to be alone with Naruto. However, since she didn't want to insult Tayuya without getting to know her and making Naruto mad, she just agreed. As the tree sat down they stared to enjoy their lunches. Tayuya had some dumplings, Hinata had a few cinnamon rolls, and Naruto of course had ramen. But since Naruto had to actually cook his food he had to leave the girls alone. Once he was gone Hinata stared at Tayuya with a small glare hardly noticeable. Expected Tayuya how had just swallowed a bit of dumpling before acknowledging Hinata. "There's something you want to say, white eyes." At this Hinata gasped and turned away while Tayuya just rolled her eyes. Tayuya just took another bite out of her dumpling before glaring at Hinata. "Look, white eyes, if you have something to say then spite it out already." At this Hinata snapped, "Stay away from Naruto-kun." After she realized what she had said and covered her mouth while Tayuya just smiled at this, there was that so bad, white eyes. For a while the two did nothing until Tayuya got tired of all the silence. "So why do you want me to stay away from Naruto anyway?" Hinata looked at the ground, refusing to make eye contact. I don't want to lose Naruto-kun." Tayuya just blinked at this. "So the reason you don't want me to be near Naruto is that you're afraid I'll take him away from." Hinata didn't answer, she just kept staring at the ground expecting Tayuya to be mad, but felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up to see us smiling. "There are two things wrong with that. One, Naruto is not my type, and two, I'm his Nei-chan for Kami's sake." At this Hinata realized how foolish she was just acting a moment ago. "Gomen," she said with true sorrow in her face. Tayuya just sighed. "There is no reason to be sorry," she said while about to take a bit of another dumpling. "After all, you are deeply in love with him." At this Hinata blushed deeply. I don't love him. We're just F friends." At hearing this Tayuya didn't believe a word of it. "You're not fooling me. Look, just say it, no one around and it will just between us, okay?" Hinata looked at her straight in the eye. "Promise?" Tayuya smiled. "Promise." At this Hinata looked around to see if anyone was near, looked back at Tayuya and blushed. "Hi, I do like Naruto-kun more than a friend." Tayuya nodded, glad the girl was coming out of her shell as she kept talking. "Naruto-kun is strong and confident and never backs down from a challenge. But he is also very kind and sweet and always tries to help and often says the right thing when it is needed also. He saved my life twice in one day and he was my first kiss." At this Hinata gave a warm smile and blushed at the memory. At hearing this Tayuya's mouth just hung open. "Are you fucking kidding me? You're like what, 6 years old? When the hell was this?" Hinata just looked at her. "About 3 years ago." Hearing this Tayuya just smacked her head and groaned. Once Tayuya's headache was gone she had to ask, "So how did Naruto save you twice on the exact same day anyway?" So Hinata began to explain how she and Naruto first met, to how she used to be a doll to the elders, which got a scowl from Tayuya. To how her mother reacted and then her pushing him into the pound, and as to why Naruto hated sushi, and at that Tayuya just fell to the ground laughing while holding her sides from pain. She also told how they met Yugito and about how the Cloud Nins tried to kidnap her but was saved by Naruto. At the end of all this Tayuya just whistled and shook her head. "Never pictured my Odoto as the knight in shining armor, maybe the jester." At this both girls chuckled. Soon Naruto came back with a hot bowl of instant ramen. Gomen, there was a line, so what did you two talk about while I was gone? The two just smiled. Nothing, just girl talk, you really wouldn't be interested now, eat your food, class will start soon and chew your food, damn it. Hokage Tower. Minato and Kyuubi were looking through the crystal ball watching the three children with a smile on both of their faces. They were both happy to see that Tayuya had gotten along well with other in her own way, but something still bothered Kyuubi and Minato noticed it. He looked at his wife and asked with concern, Kyuubi, I understand your fear, but as you said before, it's just a story after all. This didn't help at all. Minato, I know I once thought it was a story, but after seeing that mark I'm not so sure anymore. Kyuubi walked to the window. I can feel something strange in the wind, I just wish I knew what it was. Okay, that was the newest chapter. Tell me what you think of this story and leave many good reviews. Also, I don't own the PS2 game Primal and this just came to me out of nowhere, so I hope you all like it. Thanks again for reading, and my other work will now be updated once a month, but after the long wait I will make it worth it. See you later. P.S. I will only post things once a month since I let my email pile up while working on this, so don't worry, this along with my other work will be done, but I'll be posting whatever I get done at next. Thank you for reading and good day. Talking. Thoughts. Demon speaking. It had been nearly a year since Tayuya had joined the Namikaze family and everything was so far working out very well for her. In the beginning, it was somewhat alien to her since most of her life she spent sleeping in whatever warm place she could find or bathing whenever got the chance. There was also the fact of waking to the smiling face of her mother, her father and sometimes even her brother. Today was no different either. Tayuya had stirred in her bed dreaming of her future as a shinobi. However, some things in her dreams didn't really make much sense at times. In her dreams she saw strange lands of beauty and sorrow, oceans and mountains where time seemed to stand still. Her dreams would sometimes lead into complete darkness and around her were four people were always standing around her. When she looked at them they never responded and never moved, all they did was just stand there watching her as if waiting for something. They just stood. They were also always covered in strange lights of green, blue, purple, and orange as well, surrounding them like charka. With each dream, she just had to wonder what it all meant. She had been having the dreams for nearly a year now. The dreams meant nothing at first and didn't make any sense. However, as the days went by they kept becoming increasingly clear and were happening more frequently, making her somewhat nervous. She had sometimes gone to Kyuubi to ask her what the dreams meant, but Kyuubi for some reason wouldn't tell her anything or that they were just dreams and changed the subject. She soon gave up and accepted it as nothing but strange dreams, but every time the dreams got clearer, she felt something changing within her and it scared her. Naruto had his own share of problems during the year. For just recently Naruto had found out that on the night of a new moon, he would completely lose his demonic power and become completely human. Flashback. The night of a new moon, Naruto had just taken a quick shower after having a spear with his father and his mother threat of no ramen until he smelled right. As Naruto stepped out of the shower and walked up to, he looked in the mirror, he noticed it covered in steam and wiped it off to look at his reflection. What he saw filled him with fear and a loud scream was heard all around the house. Kyuubi and Minato had heard their son scream and ran to see what had happened, fearing someone was making another attack on him. Tayuya was trying to clean out her new war flute in her room after Naruto had tried playing the thing with a mouthful of potatoes. Just as she was about to relax and start playing when she heard her little brother scream. This had ruined her good mood as she thought, he is so dead. She was soon in front of the bathroom door in less than a second, ready to kill the first thing with blonde hair and tails. She started out with her usual sisterly tone when she dealt with Naruto's crap, which was pounded on the door and screaming, Naruto, I don't know what the fucking hell you're screaming about this time. But when I get my fucking hands on you I'm going to wrap your tails around your fucking throat until your face turns blue. Then I going to fucking pull each of those fucking tails off and force you to eat them, so I get you to fucking shut the hell up. To Tayuya's surprise there was nothing but silence and just didn't happen when Tayuya insulted her brother. She suddenly became very annoyed and started pounding on the door again. Hey, I'm talking to you, brat, and you better answer me now. Tayuya got a response, but not the one she wanted when she started to hear what sounded like crying. Now, despite how much and how tempting it was to want to skin the little bastard alive, she honestly did care about her little brother and wanted to make sure he was okay. She took a deep breath and calmed down and tried a different approach to this. Naruto, whatever's wrong I can help, but you have to let me to see what's wrong. Tayuya put her ear on the door to see if she could hear him better. No, don't come in, don't look at me. Hearing these words confused Tayuya at hearing how her little brother was suddenly worried about his looks. Hell, he once ran around in an ugly-ass orange jumpsuit for Kami's sake. Of course said suit was burnt to ashes by the ever-loving mother Kyuubi, Kami bless her. Tayuya was just about to try something else when she felt a hand on her shoulder and saw that it was her father with a smile. arigato for trying Tayuya-chan, but we'll take it from here alright. Tayuya wanted to protest but knew her parents wouldn't listen right now. She watched as her parents tried to get her brother with words and bribes of ramen, which surprisingly didn't work. Since they were getting nowhere fast, Tayuya left get some things she believed would help. Kyuubi however saw her daughter leaving and could just sense her thoughts. Tayuya, I don't want you using exploding kunai on your brother. Tayuya snapped her fingers at her mother's somewhat mind-reading abilities but got another until, and no casting genjutsu on him either. Tayuya just gave off an irritated growl but had another idea when Kyuubi looked at her with a stern look. And no fire ants. Tayuya just stared at her mother. How does she do that? Wait, I've got it. Tayuya soon ran out of the house towards the Hyuga compound so she could use her secret weapon. Hyuga compound. Hinata was getting ready for bed and doing some last-minute study for the academy. As she was closing the book and getting ready for bed when she heard shouting outside her bedroom door. She put her ear to the door so she could hear what was going on. She heard someone shouting and it sounded familiar as she heard the words, "Move you fucking jackass." Hinata now who it was as she opened the door. "Good evening to Yuya-san." Said redhead looked at the young girl with a smile, "Yo white eyes." While Hinata was happy to see Tayuya, the guards were not as they tried to force her off the compound. Hinata told the guards that everything was fine and while they wanted to object they knew they couldn't and just kept glaring at the redhead that was now flipping them off. Hinata looked at Tayuya with a confused look as to why she would be here in the middle of the night. She tried putting things together that were logical. 1. She needed help with training or her studies. 2. She needed to tell her something important that couldn't wait until tomorrow. Or 3. Naruto wanted to say or ask her something important. With this thought an image of Hinata wearing all white walking up to a Naruto dressed in a tuxedo holding out a ring. "Hinata, will you marry me?" While Hinata was lost in her own little world, Tayuya tried snapping her fingers in front of her to get a response out of the girl. She soon gave up aside. Why is everyone acting so wired tonight? First Naruto and now Hinata, what the fuck is going on? Tayuya was so busy trying to get Hinata back to normal that she didn't even notice both Aki and Hanabi walking around the corner. The two other Hyugas both noticed Tayuya and Hinata in what either a daze or genjutsu. Aki walked up to Tayuya and made herself know. "Tayuya-sama, what are you doing here and what have you done to Hinata?" Tayuya looked at the older Hyuga and nervously smiled at her. "Good evening Aki-sama, there was about a problem back at the house and I need Hinata's help. But as you can clearly see she a little out of it." Aki looked at the red-haired girl with a bit of confusion showing on her face. What could be so bad it couldn't wait till the morning? Tayuya just looked to the side, tried to avoid eye contact. "Well, something wired happened with Naruto. I went to go check on him like any good sister would." Hanabi just gave Tayuya a wired stare when she heard her say, "Good, and, sister," in the same sentence but let her continue. "He refused to answer me even when I was pounding on the door. He refused to let me in and said he didn't want me to look at him." Aki was confused. Naruto was concerned about his looks. Tayuya just nodded her head. "Yeah, weird, especially after that little orange jumpsuit incident didn't seem to bother him at all." Everyone shivered at the memory of the hideous orange jumpsuit and prayed it was burning in hell somewhere. Aki soon got over her shivering and looked at Tayuya with a stern look. "That still isn't much of a reason for you to be here, Tayuya-sama." Tayuya just gave a nervous chuckle. "Well, normally I wouldn't, but after Auto-san tried using ramen to get to Naruto and that didn't, so I thought I could use Hinata for help." Aki still didn't look too convinced. "I still a good reason for coming here in the middle of the night." Tayuya tried to come up with some kind of answer. Well, Naruto was crying as well. No sooner had she said that she felt something grab her arm and start dragging her painfully away. Aki looked as her oldest child was moving faster than the yellow flash ever could and was dragging along someone who was cursing. "Hey Hinata, that hurts. You're going pull my arm out Hinata." Aki just sighed. "Why can't we have a normal night Hanabi-chan?" "Hanabi." Aki looked around and saw that her youngest daughter was following her elder sister in the distance. Aki just sighed and began to follow them walking instead. Namikaze home. Back at the Namikaze home, Naruto still hadn't left the bathroom and his parents had many attempts and failed to get him out. Minato was getting despite making threats that he would break down the door, but Kyuubi managed to convince him of how that would do more harm than good. As the two were trying to have ways to get their son out or why he was acting this way, they soon noticed Hinata dragging a red-faced Tayuya. She was breathing heavily and glaring at Hinata. "How the hell does a brat like you run so fucking fast?" Hinata either didn't hear what Tayuya asked her or didn't care as she went to Kyuubi. The young Hyuga looked at the fox women with a pleading look. "Please tell me what is wrong with Naruto-kun." Looking at the little girl with her pleading eyes, Kyuubi couldn't help but want to say something to comfort her. She sighed. "Hinata-chan, I tell you right now that Naruto is okay, but for some reason he doesn't want us to look at him. On another note, what are you even doing here, Hinata-chan? Hinata just pointed to Tayuya, who just stood there while Kyuubi gave her a look of disapproval. Tayuya just rolled her eyes. Do you have any better ideas? I love to hear them, Ka-san. Kyuubi just stood for a minute but just sighed while Tayuya smirked. Thought so. Kyuubi was grumbling about children who were too smart for their own good. Tayuya went ahead with her plan. She knocked on the door and tried reaching out to her brother. Naruto, listen, I know there is nothing me or Ka-san or Aoto-san can say that will make you listen, so I got someone who you will listen to. Tayuya pushed Hinata forward while the young Hyuga tired to form the words needed. Naruto-kun, CCC, can I come in? Everyone's jaw dropped, not expecting shy little Hinata to ask. In truth, everyone wanted her to ask him to come out. What really got them speechless was the fact that the door opened slightly. Then a voice that sounded a little like Naruto came out of the room. Only Hinata-chan can come in. Before anyone could respond, Hinata was already through the door and it was soon shut and locked. In the bathroom, Hinata looked around the room, but the lights were mostly broken as if someone had scattered them. She looked at what used to be a mirror and saw pieces of glass laying on the ground, the sink. She walked over to the sink, cheeked the glass, and noticed that the pieces were covered in what looked like blood. She gasped and dropped the glass on the floor, suddenly afraid of could happen to her while she was in here. Then she suddenly heard something behind her. She felt her heartbeat increases and a cold sweat covered her entire body out of fear. She was truly afraid of what would happen to her if she stayed any longer. She wanted to run and hide due to her fear that was controlling her. However, she couldn't do that. She knew something was wrong with Naruto and she couldn't abandon him. He would never do that to her. She turned around and looked to where the noise had come from, so see someone sitting in the corner with a towel covering his head and entire body. Hinata looked at the person in front of her. He seemed somewhat familiar but was also unfamiliar at the same time. Hinata got a closer look at this person and noticed that his eyes were sky blue just like Naruto. Naruto-kun. Is that you? The person just moved his head slightly, answering Hinata's question and confirming that he was indeed Naruto. Hinata swallowed the saliva that had built in her throat and tried to speak. Why are you covered up like that, Naruto-kun? Naruto didn't answer at first but finally answered. I don't want anyone to see like this, Hinata-chan. Hinata just blinked. Like what, Naruto-kun? Naruto just sat there and didn't answer her question, he just sat there. Hinata could see that Naruto was going to be difficult and she knew she would have to force it out of him. She grabbed the towel that was on top of his head and gasped at the very sight in front of her. In front of her was not the 10-tailed fox Hanyu that she had known and cared for so long. But instead there was a normal-looking boy with regular ears, no tails, normal eyes, and no whisker marks on the cheeks of his face. He looked like any other human. Hinata looked at the person in front of her, wondering was this really her, Naruto-kun, or was she sitting in front of some imposter? She kept staring at this person, looking deeply at his eyes, trying to see if there was any form of dissipation. But the only thing she saw were the deep ocean blue eyes that belonged to the very person who had so long ago caught her heart. She was certain of now this was Naruto, this was her Naruto-kun, she thought proudly as she smiled at the blonde boy. Naruto saw this and was somewhat confused about why Hinata would be smiling, but glad to see it. Naruto then looked at her again, this time with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Hinata-chan, do you hate me now that I look like this? Hinata just blinked but smiled afterwards and embraced him in her arms. Naruto-kun, I don't care if you look like a human, a demon, or even a monster, I would still be there for you, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked at the lavender-eyed girl in front of him and smiled. Thanks, Hinata-chan. With Tayuya, Minato, and Kyuubi. Outside of the bathroom, Tayuya, Minato, and Kyuubi all had their ears pressed against the door, trying to listen in on what was going on inside. However, all they managed to get were whispers. Kyuubi as well, and she had sensitive hearing. Just as everyone was about to press their ears closer into the door, they heard the knob start to turn. The door soon opened and revealed Hinata, who just peered out and looked at everyone with a smile. Kyuubi-sama, could you bring some clothes for Naruto-kun to wear? He only has on a towel. Kyuubi nodded and left for a moment, and while she was gone, Tayuya decided to use this for a laugh. Hey Hinata-chan, you said Naruto is only wearing a towel. Hinata just nodded her head, not really understanding why Tayuya was asking her this. So, did you see anything you like? Tayuya asked with a smirk, and Hinata turned bright red and fainted. Not long after that, Kyuubi soon returned with some of Naruto's clothing and noticed Hinata on the ground, her face bright red with a bit of blood running down her nose. Kyuubi looked at the young Hyuga, then at her daughter, who stood there trying to look innocent. Kyuubi just gave her daughter a stern look. What did you do to Hinata, Tayuya-chan? Tayuya just gave a small smile. But whatever do you mean, Ka-san? She replied with an innocent-sounding voice. Kyuubi just sighed and knew she wasn't going to get anywhere and just throw the clothes in the bathroom with Naruto. After a few minutes Hinata had awakened just as Naruto had gotten the last of his clothes on. Naruto didn't want to go outside afraid of how his family would react to seeing him like this. Then he thought of Hinata who accepted what had happened to and figured that maybe everything would okay. As Naruto was about to come out, Tayuya was now pissed and annoyed about how long this was taking. She was about to break down the door when she saw it open and Naruto coming out. Tayuya saw her brother stepping out and was going to give him a thrashing. Okay Naruto, what the fucking hell is your problem? Is you better tell us right now www what the fucking hell. Tayuya stood there stammering at sight in front of her. Minato had a similar expression seeing his Hanyu son now looking as human as, well, himself. Kyuubi took it better than the others since she knew something like this was bound to happen eventually. Naruto stood there staring at the floor somewhat afraid to make any form of eye contact with his family, afraid of what they might say or do. Everyone was silent for a while and this made Naruto somewhat nervous as thoughts of what they would do to him. Will they get rid of me? Will they stop loving me? Will they throw me out into the street and leave me to die or just kill me? As these thoughts haunted his mind he could feel tears start to form in his eyes. As the tears started to pour down his eyes Naruto wanted to make a run for it but felt two arms wrap around him and lift him up. Naruto looked and saw this mother with a smile on her face. My little kid, why are you crying? You have done nothing wrong so there is no reason to cry, okay? Naruto just looked at his mother. Ka-san, he said in a whisper. But all Kyuubi would do is smile with her loving smile. Naruto-kun, what has happened to you is perfectly normal for all Hanyu. You see, during certain times of the mouth a Hanyu become fully human just like you have. Naruto nodded his head showing that he fully understood what she was talking about, but you don't have worry, you should be perfectly normal by morning, okay? Naruto just looked at her. Okay Ka-san, I believe you, Naruto said with a bit of a forced smile on his face. Minato looked at the boy in front of him utterly stunned at how much his son now looked like a miniature clone of himself at that age. Tayuya looked at her sibling in truth glad that he was okay but had to do something to mess with him. So this is what you would like as a human, nothing special. Hearing this Naruto did what any brother would after their elder sister made fun of them. Commented about their looks, well at least I don't look like the horse's ass like some people. 2 seconds later Naruto found himself in a headlock with Tayuya slowly squeezing the life out of him. While this was happening Hinata sat in the background thinking, Naruto-kun looks nice like that but he not as beautiful as when he is a Hanyu. While everyone adjusting to Naruto's temporary human form, no one noticed that someone was making an attack at Naruto. Naruto saw something out of the corner of his eye and before he could make any kind of reaction, he felt a large amount of pain right between his legs. While Naruto was dulled over in pain everyone looked at the attacker to see Hanabi standing there with scowl on her face, as she was glaring at Naruto. Hanabi just stood there and raised a little killer intent coldly saying, what did you do with Fuzzy Ni-san? Everyone looked at the little Hyuga confused at what she was saying but remembering that Hanabi was still an innocent child and didn't understand everything. Naruto looked at the little girl and said between breaths, Hanabi-chan gasped, it's me Naruto. Hanabi just kept glaring at Naruto, liar, you're not Fuzzy Ni-san. Fuzzy Ni-san is fuzzy and has tails and fox ears, you don't, so you're not Fuzzy Ni-san. Everyone just sighed and chuckled at the name Hanabi kept calling Naruto. If it weren't for the seriousness of the situation it would have been funny. Some couldn't help but chuckle like Tayuya, and when Hanabi heard this she glared at the redhead. What's so funny and where is Fuzzy Ni-san? I want Fuzzy Ni-san. Everyone was now starting to get a little annoyed with Hanabi's attitude and before anyone could really say anything, a loud, Hyuga Hanabi, was heard. Everyone turned to see Hyuga Aki standing there with a very dangerous look in her eyes. Hanabi saw her mother standing there and recognized the look she was giving her was before she was punished for doing something wrong. Hanabi swallowed the saliva. Ka-san, but before Hanabi could speak, Aki let her have it. Don't Ka-san me, you run off by yourself without an escort and you attacked Naruto. Hanabi did her best to argue back, BB but Ka-san, I wanted to see if Fuzzy Ni-san was alright and I find this, imposter instead. Before Aki could do or say anything Kyuubi decided to interfere. Hanabi-chan, said little girl looked at the fox demon, that actually is Naruto-kun. Hanabi just blinked her eyes in confusion. See Hanyus whether they like it or not for certain times of the mouth lose their demonic powers and become completely human. Hanabi nodded her head showing that she understood, somewhat, and then it hit her. Naruto had finally managed to get to his feet and regain his breathing until he was tackled to the ground followed by, Fuzzy Ni-san. Now Naruto was once again on the ground but this time Hanabi was on top of his chest with a huge smile on her face. Hi Fuzzy Ni-san. Naruto just looked at the little girl wanting to be bad at everything she had done but just couldn't stay mad at such a cute little face and sighed. Hello Hanabi-chan, do you think you could get off of me? Hanabi smiled innocently at Naruto and asked, why Fuzzy Ni-san? Naruto just sighed, wishing he could resist whenever Hanabi was like this. It's just that I don't like being on the ground more than once a day, okay Hanabi-chan. Hanabi accepted this and got off Naruto. Now that everything was sorted out, it was time. Aki decided it was time for two certain Hyugas to go home. Okay Hinata, Hanabi, it's time to go home. Hanabi however wasn't ready to go yet, but Ka-san, I want to stay. Hanabi didn't get to finish her sentence as Hinata had covered her mouth. Hanabi looked at her eldest sister, wondering why she was doing this. All Hinata did was point, and Hanabi looked in that direction to see their mother glaring at both of them with a red demonic aura behind her, and they could hear something screaming. Hanabi just gulped. Well, I guess it's time to go. She turned to Naruto, by Fuzzy Ni-san. Hinata also looked at the blonde-haired boy with a kind smile. Good night Naruto-kun. Naruto just smiled at the two Hyuga girls. Good Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan. Hanabi looked at Naruto. Nice kick. Hanabi just gave a grin and began to follow her mother and sister out. After they were gone, Yuya just let out a loud yawn. Well, night everybody, and Naruto, do something this stupid again and you're dead, got it? Naruto just smiled. Got it Nei-chan. As Yuya was walking to her room, she chuckled at the image of Hanabi kicking her brother's crutch, thinking that Hanabi is strange. 1 minute an angel, then a complete brat from hell. It's going to a special kind of guy to be able to tame her. A few miles outside of Konoha. A young boy with green hair and green eyes that looked somewhat like a snake had sneezed. A taller man who looked just like the boy but much older looked at the small child. Ryu, are you catching a cold? The man said with a chuckle. The small boy, now named Ryu, looked at older man strangely. What do you mean by a cold? The temperature is very warm and I don't feel sleepy at all, Pops. The man, now named Pops, just let out a full-blown laugh at the child's innocence. Ryu didn't see the humor of the older man and just got mad. What's so funny, Pops? Pops didn't answer but just kept on laughing. While this was happening, Ryu just kept becoming more worked up. Stop laughing, Pops, and Ryu went in to kick Pops in his shin and made contact. Of course, this affected Ryu more as he held his foot, screaming in pain. When Ryu got over the pain, his foot, Pops had already set up a fire and was cooking. Ryu sat by the fire watching the flames dance into the night while Pops just hummed a little tone from their home village. Ryu looked at Pops and asked in a pleading voice, Pops, can I take off his henge already? I miss the real color of my skin and my tails. Pops sighed. Fine, you can take off the henge but only for tonight, okay kiddo. Ryu smiled at this and cancelled his henge. He was now in his normal form. His green hair was the same but there were still some differences. Fox example, his skin was now dark purple and he was covered in scales, and on the top of his forehead were 2 red dots. His eyes stayed the way they were before but were now a darker green, and there was also the fact that his jaws now looked a little loose and a fang was sticking out. However, the most surprising thing of all was the 9 snake tails behind him. Ryu smiled, glad to be in his true form. That's much better. So Pops, where are we going anyway? You still haven't told me. Pops looked at Ryu and calmly said, we are going to Konoha to establish an alliance between our village and Konoha. Hearing this, Ryu gasped and glared at Pops. Nani, why would we want to establish anything with those leaf scum? Pops just looked at Ryu and sighed. Ryu, you have to understand what the village is really going through. Since the last shinobi war, our home has been hanging on by a thread. Eventually our entire economy will collapse and will become nothing but a memory if we're lucky. Ryu nodded his head, showing he understood as Pops continued. Now the new Tsuchikage is willing to give up his grudge against Leaf and ask for help. Do you understand? Ryu sighed. Hi, Pops, but I still don't like the idea. Pops smiled. Who knows, Ryu, you make a friend there, possibly a girl. Ryu looked at him with a confused look. Pops, you're wired. Next day, front gate of Konoha. Ryu and the man finally got to the village. Ryu and placed his henge back on, and Pops looked like a normal shinobi of rock. The two were soon stopped by 2 leaf shinobi guarding the entrance. Halt, state your reason for being in our village and make it good or else. Pops could feel the hate coming from the leaf shinobi but didn't let it bother him. Greetings, I am a diplomat from Iwagakure no Sato. I have come to establish an alliance between our 2 villages. The leaf nin just stared at Pops and simply asked, is this a fucking joke? Pops' sweat dropped. That what the elders said to Tsuchikage-sama when he proposed the idea. Pops just smiled. I assure you this is not a joke, young man. If you would kindly summon your Hokage so we could this started. The guard just kept a blank face. I'll bring in someone for you to speak with first. Stay here, and the guard left. Both rock villagers stood at the gate waiting for someone to show when Pops felt a powerful and freighting familiar prescience. Then a voice spoke up and Pops became stiff with fear. Hello, I am Kyuubi, wife to the Hokage, can I help you? Pops looked at Kyuubi, shacking, while Kyuubi looked at Pops, seeing that he was somewhat familiar. Then it hit her and her eyes started to glow blood red with hatred of the man in front of her, Hachibi. Then ninja now named Hachibi took a step back in fear of seeing his pissed off fellow Bujuin. Hachibi tried to talk to Kyuubi to get her to calm down. Kyuubi, it's good to see you. You're looking great as well, what have you been up to? Instead of answering Hachibi's questions, Kyuubi jumped at him with a charka-infused punch following her. Hachibi had just barely managed to dodge the punch and the small crater that had followed it. Hachibi had jumped to a nearby roof and took a defensive position for anything Kyuubi would try against him. He also had to make sure Ryu was alright but couldn't see him and was afraid he had been injured. However, while he was looking for his son, he failed to notice Kyuubi had gotten right in front of him, and before he could react she had him by the throat. She did this, but she had forgotten that she was on top of a third-story roof as she and Hachibi fell to the ground. The two hit the ground hard, but it was more painful for Hachibi as Kyuubi still had her hand around his throat. For Kyuubi, hitting the ground was not that painful as she had Hachibi's ribs as something to cushion her fall. Once the pain had faded, Kyuubi had tightened her grip on the sake demon. She showed off her fangs, showing she was serious as her glowing blood-red eyes glared at Hachibi. She tightened her grip even more and said while growling, "Why are you here, Sake? What is your purpose for being here? What are you planning? Answer me, damn you." As Hachibi struggled to respond and breathe with Kyuubi choking him, they had both failed to notice the small boy was coming right at them. Kyuubi was about to make the final choke when she felt something hit the side of her and knock her off, Hachibi releasing her hold on his neck. Kyuubi got back on her feet and glared at the one who had dared to take her kill and was ready to attack with all of her demonic instincts ready to help her. However, what she saw was not what she had really expected. In front of her with a small boy younger than Naruto was with purple skin, green eyes that were like a snake, and he had 9 tails behind. In short, she could tell by his scent alone, he's a Hanyu. Ryu had knocked off Kyuubi only because he had gotten her by surprise, but now that she was away from her father, he had to do something to protect him. Ryu looked at the demon fox in front of, and he could tell by the demonic aura coming from her that she was indeed the strongest of the Bujuin. Even though he was afraid, Ryu stood his ground and protected his father. Stay away from my pops. Kyuubi just blinked at what she heard. Did he call Hachibi? Pops is in that slimy bastard of a snake. Is this kid's father? No, it can't be. Kyuubi looked at the young boy in front of her. Kid, why do you call this Sanke your pops? Ryu just looked at the woman confused. Because he is my pops and I'm his son, duh. Kyuubi just stood there with her mouth hanging wide open while she was pointing at Hachibi. You, actually, had a kid. Hachibi's sweat dropped at hearing this. What's that supposed to mean? Kyuubi nervously began to rub the back of her head. Well, it's just that in order to have children, a woman would actually want to get in a bed with you. Hachibi stated at the fox demon with a slack jaw look. Just what exactly are you saying, Kitsune? Kyuubi put on a twisted smile. That there is no way a woman would share a bed with a slimy snake who lacks in size and keeping things up. With this, Hachibi's killer intent was felt around the entire village as his eyes glowed with a dark green light, looking at Kyuubi who was still smiling at him. Hachibi glared at the fox demon ready to attack. I'm going to rip that fucking smirk right off that ugly face of yours, Kitsune. Kyuubi's eyes glowed blood red and she released just as much killer intent. Bring on, you fucking slimy snake. Just as the two demons were about to start a titanic battle that would destroy the entire shinobi nations, a kunai landed between the two of them. Both demons look at the one who would dare interrupt their fight to see none other than Minato. Seeing the man in front of them caused both demons to become calm. It helped calm down Kyuubi because her mate was always the one that kept her inner demons under control. However, for Hachibi it reminded him of his mission and of how important it was for his village. Minato looked at his wife a little disappointed that she would act so much like a child at times, and while he glared at her she would just smile at him and he'd forget everything. Hi honey. It was official. Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Master of Seals, and apprentice to the Toad Sage Jiraiya, was whipped when it came to his wife. Minato looked at Hachibi with a curious look, not really knowing what to say, for all he heard about this demon was from folklore or when Kyuubi was pissed. What also got Minato attention was the headband for Iwagakure on his forehead. Minato looked at Hachibi suspiciously. Why would someone, even a demon working for Iwagakure, come here? Is it to start another war? Hachibi just put up his hand defensively. No, I am here as a diplomat to establish an alliance between Iwagakure and Konoha. Hearing this, Minato just blinked and stared at the snake demon and asked, is this a fucking joke? Hachibi just sweat drop. Why does everyone keep on saying that? Hachibi just smiled at the blonde. I assure you, Hokage-sama, this is not a joke. I have an official document from the Tsuchikage and council proving that they want an alliance to happen. Minato took the document from Hachibi and had a look at it, seeing. The document proved that Hachibi was telling the truth and it had the signature of the current Tsuchikage. Following his signature was the official symbol of the Earth Lord, the entire Iwagakure Council, the major village clan heads, and several major villages in Earth Country. They had all agreed to the alliance and all were willing to become allies despite what happened in the past. Even though the document was official, Minato was still somewhat skeptical about this so-called alliance, with a village that had been nothing but trouble in the past. Minato just sighed. We have to gather the council before any major decision are made. Hachibi just nodded his head agreeing. While the adults were talking about politics, Ryu could tell that another council meeting was coming up and he hated them. Ryu looked at his father. Pops, do I have to go to the council meeting? They're so boring and lame. Hachibi looked at his son. He knew that he couldn't take Ryu to the meeting. He had a bad habit of out of hand when he was bored. Hachibi tried to think of something he could do for the young hatchling, but since he knew no one in this village and he couldn't leave his only son with just anyone. Then he looked at Kyuubi. Kyuubi, could you do me a small favor? Kyuubi just glared at the snake demon. I am not watching your son for you, snake. Hachibi lowered his head, figuring this was going to happen. Kyuubi, listen, I can't take him to the meeting and Ryu has a nasty habit of not being able to sit still for too long. Kyuubi still wasn't convinced. Well, what did you do when you had to take him to a council meeting? Hachibi gave a nervous chuckle. Well, the only time I ever took him to a meeting was the same time he figured out he could spit venom, and well, there was an incident and he's been banned ever since. Minato and Kyuubi's jaw were hanging open as they looked at the young snake demon while Ryu just looked at the two, tilted his head to the right and asked, Nani? Minato just rubbed his temples in annoyance at the headache that was forming. He wanted to get this meeting over with as soon as possible, but he knew that a kid should not be involved, but he had to do something with him. Minato thought for a moment, then turned to his wife. Kyuubi-chan, it would only be for a while. Are you sure you don't want to watch him? Kyuubi just glared at her mate. I want to watch some little sank grunt. While the two were arguing, they both silently agreed that if Kyuubi could watch Ryu, then he could complete his mission and the alliance would be set. Hachibi got down next to Ryu's ear and whispered, Ryu, if you spend the day with Kyuubi we can get the mission done and you can get all the eggs you can eat. Hearing the chance to eat all the eggs he could eat, Ryu ran up to Kyuubi and tugged at her leg. Minato and Kyuubi were still arguing about what was going to be done when Kyuubi felt something at her leg. Kyuubi looked down to see Ryu hugging her leg and she wanted to yell and tell the kid to beat it. However, when she looked down at Ryu, she saw him staring at her with puppy dog eyes and some tears were in them. You don't like me, Kyuubi-sama. Kyuubi heard this and for some reason it cut into her. She was just one that couldn't not hate a child even if they were a snake. Kyuubi bent down to the young snake demon and surprising she just smiled, picked up Ryu, and held him close. No, Ryu-kun, I have no problem with just your pops. She said that last part with venom. Ryu smiled at the fox demon, but there was something different with this woman, for when she held him Ryu felt some strange warmth in his body, something that he had never felt before. By looking at her smile alone made Ryu feel happy, like he was missing something. Then an image appeared in his mind. It was a woman with white hair, green eyes, a kind smile and two red dots on her forehead. After seeing this woman's image, someone who Ryu had never met before, and he began to cry. Kyuubi saw Ryu crying for some reason, so she did what any mother would do with a crying child. She hugged the small boy and began to rub his back. It's okay, Ryu-kun, let it all out. Ryu did just that and whispered one word, Ka-san. Everyone heard and it really affected the most as he thought of the women who had given birth to Ryu. Minato looked at the Sank demon and could see in his eyes that something had happened to Ryu's mother, and it hurt Hachibi a great deal to think about it. Kyuubi had seen the look on Hachibi's face and had to blink to make sure she wasn't seeing things. She kept looking at his face and saw emotions on his face that she thought she would never see on the face on one that was so evil as Hachibi. She was convinced that a demon like Hachibi wouldn't even know the meaning of the words regret or sadness, but seeing him, no, Kyuubi knew that this demon was different than the one she fought with so long ago. Kyuubi then looked at back Ryu and smiled. It's strange what having a child can really change a person. Kyuubi was brought out of her thoughts and looked back at Hachibi. Well, we will be going now. I hope you boys enjoy your boring council meeting while the kid I go have some fun. The two men brought her head down, thinking about how she was right about the meeting with the council, at that it was going to be a long day. Back with Kyuubi and Ryu. Kyuubi was walking through the village with the little Sank Hanyu, and to be honest she wasn't sure what to do. Sure, she loved children, but she wasn't exactly good with snakes and didn't know what to do. While Kyuubi was thinking about what to do, Ryu tugged on her leg again to gain her attention. Kyuubi-sama, said Fox Demon. Look at the small child with a smile. What is it, Ryu-kun? Ryu looked at the Kyuubi with a bit of a small blush. Could we get something to eat? Kyuubi just gave him another smile. Sure, what would you like, Ryu-kun? Ryu smiled. I want a big plate of fresh eggs, Kyuubi-sama. Kyuubi just looked at the small boy. You want to just eat eggs? Ryu gave a huge grin, something similar to what Naruto did when it came to ramen. Unable to say no to a child, Kyubi smiled and took the small snake Hanyu to the only restaurant that she knew that always seemed good at soothing the hunger of small children, Charka Ichiraku Restaurant. Kyubi and Ryu arrived at Ichiraku and were greeted by the Tyuki and his daughter Ayame. The old man smiled at the fox demon. Kyubi-sama, it's good to see you again. He then noticed Ryu, and who is this thinking about adopting another child? Kyubi just smiled at the old man's jokes. No, I'm just watching him for the day. Kyubi and Ryu placed their order for food. Kyubi asked for some ramen, but it took a while to get Ryu's eggs, but they got their food. Kyubi took her time and enjoyed her ramen, while Ryu on the other hand just grabbed one egg after the other and swallowed each of them. Seeing this, Kyubi had to wonder how he didn't choke to death. While the two were enjoying their lunch, Kyubi felt a familiar Charka aura and heard, "Ka-san." Yes, it was Naruto along with Hinata, Tayuya, and Hanabi had to stop for lunch. Kyubi looked at her kid with a smile on her face. Hello Naruto-kun, Tayuya-chan, Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan. They gave a positive greeting to Kyubi and sat down to order their meal. Kyubi looked at the small children, seeing them somewhat sweaty and tired. I see you kids have been training hard. Naruto smiled. That's right Ka-san, and I've been working twice as hard as everybody else, Naruto boosted. Hearing this, Tayuya glared at her younger brother. Well, Naruto, not all have the fucking stamina of a fucking demon. At this, Naruto began to shiver in fear of his elder sibling, sorry Ni-chan. Tayuya just crossed her arms over her chest. Would ever just get me my ramen already, even though we have had for at least a week, so I have to wonder why the hell are we eating ramen again. Hanabi was the one to answer this time. Tayuya-chan, in order to decide what to get for lunch, we decided to pick with rock, paper, scissors, and Fuzzy Ni-san always wins. Hearing this, looked at the little girl. Thank you Hanabi. Hanabi just smiled, glad to help Tayuya Ni-chan. Soon their ramen was served and they began to eat, except for Tayuya, not really in mood for ramen. She looked over to see a large pile of eggs and a smile child sitting next to Kyubi and Tayuya's side. Ka-san, are you going to adopt another kid? Kyubi looked at Tayuya confused. Why do you say that, Tayuya-chan? Instead of answer her mother, Tayuya pointed to Ryu. Kyubi just blinked and was able to see what her daughter was getting at. She just smiled at daughter. No Tayuya-chan, this is Ryu, he is visiting here with his father on a diplomatic mission. Naruto, who was surprisingly listening to the conversation while he was eating his ramen, and asked his mother, so he's not going to be my brother, Naruto said with a mouthful of ramen. Of course, since Naruto was in the presence of a woman, Tayuya had to teach him table manners by smacking him the back of the head and shouting, swallow damn it. While all this was going on, Ryu didn't hear a word of it, being too busy eating his eggs, and when he finally looked to see the others, he saw something different. Ryu was face to face with what he would only describe as an angel. This girl had clear white skin and white eyes. Her face was very pretty, along with her long black hair, and seeing this, Ryu just couldn't look away. Hanabi was enjoying her ramen along with her sister and Fuzzy Ni-san when she noticed someone looking at her. She turned to the small boy who Kyubi said was named Ryu was staring at her for some reason. Since she didn't want to be rude, she greeted him. Hello, my name's Hyuga Hanabi. When she greeted him, Ryu tried to answer her but for some reason couldn't find the words. My name is Ryu I, it's nice to me meet you Hanabi sama. Hanabi just stared at the Senk boy, wondering why he was stuttering and was red. Wired, it's nice to meet you to Ryu-kun. Hearing this, Ryu turned a deeper red from his blush. Kyubi saw all of this and laughed on the inside at seeing how similar Hanabi and Ryu were to Hinata and Naruto. Kyubi wasn't the only one who noticed this, as Tayuya was also smiling at the Hanabi and Ryu. This could be fun to watch. After everyone had finished eating their meal, Tayuya had decided to take Ryu with them to train a little. Kyubi would have objected, but after she saw the evil smirk on Tayuya's face, she just couldn't say no. After the meal was done, they soon left to one of the many training grounds. While the kids were walking to the training ground, Naruto kept glaring at Ryu with a bit of hostility as he was trying to talk to Hanabi but for some reason got nervous. Tayuya and Hinata, on the other hand, had a difference in opinion on the matter, thinking about how cute a couple Ryu and Hanabi would make. As for Ryu and Hanabi, the two were just talking in what would be a normal conversation. Well, it would be normal if Ryu could say 4 words without stuttering. Hanabi was just trying to be polite. Ryu was so nervous around Hanabi he could barely form a single word around her. He kept asking about things about her and the village she lived in. With each question, Hanabi politely answered. Personally, she didn't really have anything against Ryu, he was nice, but it was just really weird how he would blush and stutter when he talked to her, but she assumed it was because he was a snake demon. After a while, Ryu had run out of things to talk about. Hanabi decided to ask a few questions. So Ryu-kun, why do you have those 2 dots on your forehead? Ryu just stood there and began to think and answered, I don't really know, all I know is that my every member of my mother's clan hand them as proof of their keke genkai. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ryu while Hanabi asked, you have a keke genkai too? Ryu just nodded from his head while Hanabi innocently asked, so you get your keke genkai from your ka-san, what's she like? Hearing this, Ryu looked at the ground and whispered, I don't know, she died the day I was born from a clan illness. Hanabi looked at Ryu confused, a clan illness, she asked, since she never heard of that happening in her clan before. It was Hinata who answered her, Hanabi, a clan illness is when the clan's keke genkai destroys their body. It has happened in our family as well. Hanabi looked at her sister, afraid to hear the answer. It's very rare, but sometimes the Byakugan causes blindness, Hinata told her. Hanabi gasped at this and looked at Ryu, is that what happened to your mother, Ryu-kun? Ryu looked back at the ground, no, my ka-san's keke genkai uses their bones as weapons, but after using it so much it caused cancer throughout the body. It was because of this she died giving birth to me, that's what Pops told me anyway. After Ryu said that, Naruto gave a loud and insensitive laugh. Everyone looked at Naruto surprised that he could laugh at something like that. Ryu glared at Naruto, what's so funny? Naruto just smiled, it's funny that you actually think your ka-san actually died, when the truth is she most likely got as far away from you as she could. Everyone stared at Naruto, not believing he was actually saying these things, especially Hinata. Ryu was looking at Naruto with hate, but also the words were affecting him. Back with Naruto, since no one was stopping him, Naruto went on with his rant, I mean, who the hell would love or even want some worthless sank demon for a child like you? With those words, Ryu could think of anything as the tears poured down his eyes and he ran away from the group as fast as he could. After Ryu had left, Naruto gave a chuckle, well serves the little bastard, right now let's get to training. When Naruto looked at everyone, he could see looks of disbelief and anger on their faces, leaving Naruto to ask, Nani? As soon as he said that, Hanabi made a dash at him and gave him a Juken strike to his stomach, knocking him onto the ground. While he was on he looked at Hanabi confused, what was that for Hanabi-chan? Hanabi just glared at him with the killer intent of a chunin. Why would you say things like that to Ryu-kun? He didn't deserve it, so why would you say that? Why? Naruto tried to explain his reasoning to the little girl. Hanabi-chan, you have to understand that snake demons can't be trusted, they are. Naruto didn't get to finish as Hanabi interrupted him. No, that's not a good reason at all. Ryu-kun is my friend and I won't let you talk that way about him. I hate you, and Hanabi ran off to find Ryu. Naruto couldn't believe what had just happened. The little girl who always looked up to him like an elder sibling just said she hated him. Naruto looked at Hinata for support, but the girl he considered his best friend wouldn't even look at him. He tired getting her to see reason. Hinata-chan, you have to understand snakes can't be trusted, or have you forgotten that incident with Kumonins with their so-called alliance? Hinata clenched her teeth at this. I understand what you're saying, Naruto, but you are just using that as an excuse to your own unjustified prejudice towards Ryu. Naruto gasped at what Hinata was saying. Namikaze-san, until you decided give up your unfound hatred towards Ryu, I shall not socialize with you until then. Goodbye, Namikaze-san. With that, Hinata began to walk away, not even looking back at Naruto. Naruto just sat there not believing what just happened. Hinata, his best friend, had just turned her back on him and didn't even shed a tear at it. Naruto just kept sitting there still not believing what just happened and turned to his sister for any kind of support, but there wasn't any. When Naruto looked at Tayuya, he didn't see any kind of expression on her face. She just looked at him. She didn't curse or insult him. She just stared at him and began to leave, not even looking back at her brother. After she had left, Naruto hadn't moved in what seemed like hours with one thing on his mind. I'm such a baka, what have done with Hanabi and Ryu. After Ryu left the group, he just kept running, not paying any attention into anyone or anything he ran into. Eventually he stopped running and looked around to see where he was. He looked around and noticed he was standing in front of a large lake. He walked towards the water and looked at his reflection. He studied his face and took a long look, this time really seeing exactly what he looked like. This time he could really see that he was completely different from everyone else. He could say he was a Hanyu, a half-demon with purple skin and green hair, and a freak. While was in his pit of despair and self-loathing, Ryu failed to notice the presence behind him. As he kept staring at his reflection, he muttered, I'm a monster, to himself. He then felt something kick him from behind and knock him right into the lake. Ryu swam back to the surface of the lake and looked to see who had kicked him into the lake, and saw in front of him was none other than Hanabi, who had a scowl on her face. Ryu saw the look and figured Hanabi had come to ridicule and humiliate him, but instead all she said was, "You baka, that's what you get for saying something so stupid." Ryu just blinked, not expecting her to say that. Hanabi just kept glaring at the snake Hanyu, showing that she was not finished with what she had to say. How could you call yourself a monster? You didn't do anything wrong. Namikaze-san was just being stupid, that all. Ryu just kept looking at Hanabi, finding it hard believing that she was actually trying to cheer him up and not hate him. Hanabi soon lost her scowl and replaced it with a kind smile as she bent down and extended her hand towards him. Ryu-kun, you are not a monster, you are my first friend and don't my friends to think that they are monster, understand? Hearing These's words from Hanabi really affected Ryu, who took the small girl's hand and got back on his feet. Ryu was now on his feet, feeling happy that he had someone like Hanabi who really cared for him. He smiled at Hanabi and clearly and honestly said, "Arigato Hanabi-chan." Instead of responding verbally like most people would, Hanabi, going on intuition, placed her arms around Ryu in a hug. While Hanabi was doing this, two strange things happened to Ryu. His heartbeat was beating faster than what should be normal. In addition to that, he was showing the world an interesting shade purple mixed with red on his face. While the two were doing this, they failed to notice that they were being watched. West side of lake. On the west side of the lake, behind on a large tree, Hinata was watching her younger sister with her Byakugan to make everything was all right. She was happy that her sister had found a friend her own age to enjoy. She was also screaming on the inside on how they would make such a cute couple they would make when they were older. East side of lake. On the east side of the lake, Naruto was also keeping an eye on Hanabi and Ryu, wanting to make sure that Ryu wasn't going to try anything. While he didn't have the Byakugan like Hinata, his advanced senses, he could see and hear everything, and to be honest, it was not what he was expecting. He heard what Hanabi said about him and how Ryu was her friend, and when he looked at them hugging, he saw an image of him and Hinata. With Naruto's side, Hinata's was right, there was nothing wrong with Ryu, I just let those stories of her and Hachibi get to me and now I feel like a heel. North side of lake. On the north side the lake, one more person was watching the two kids, but unlike Naruto and Hinata, Tayuya was sitting in a tree watching the whole thing with binoculars and a bowl of popcorn. As she was watching the two kids, she couldn't help but smile. Figures only a half demon would catch the eye of a Hyuga. Kami, no wonder Ka-san watches those soap operas. Back with Hanabi and Ryu. The two and eventually let go of each other and happy, but Ryu was still a little red, which was confusing to Hanabi, but before she could ask him, she saw something and began to sinker. Ryu heard Hanabi sinker about something and he looked down to see a fish was sticking out of his shirt. With Tayuya, Hinata, and Naruto. The exact same thing was running through the minds of the three children. You have got to be kidding me. With Ryu and Hanabi. Hanabi was laughing as hard as she while Ryu tried grabbing the fish, but it slipped out of his hand, slapped him in the face and caused him to fall into the lake again. After he did that, Hanabi was laughing so hard she could barely breathe and Ryu had spit out the fish that was in his mouth and screamed, "I hate sushi." With Tayuya, Hinata, and Naruto. The three kids' jaws hit the ground and again they all had the same thought, you have got to be fucking kidding me. With Ryu and Hanabi. Ryu had gotten out of the water once again and was soaking wet while Hanabi was laughing, not that he didn't mind, he liked her laughter. As he was walking, he tripped over his own feet and fell forward, landing right on top of Hanabi and their lips meet. The two were like that for what seemed like hours, with one thought went through their minds, me first kiss Ryu-kun, Hanabi-chan. With Tayuya, Hinata, and Naruto. For the third time that day, Tayuya, Hinata, and Naruto thought the same thing. Naruto, okay, Hinata and Hanabi. Hinata, are most definitely. Tayuya, sisters. Indeed, today was just another day in the village Hidden Leaves. It had been 1 month since Ryu had come and Hanabi had come to Konoha to forge a treaty with his village Iwagakure. It had not gone as well as Hanabi had hoped for. Despite all the evidence that showed that Iwagakure was will to become an ally and offer what little they could as proof of friendship. However, it was not enough for the Konoha Shinobi and Civilian Council to agree to a treaty, since many had lost friends and loved ones during the last war. Even Minato himself was hesitant to accept the treaty. He had lost many friends during the last war and even a student of his died as well. Minato was also afraid this would lead to another Kumogakure incident like with the Hyugas. While Minato was starting to believe Hachibi words, he couldn't shake the mistrust he felt for the Iwagakure nin. After the meeting had ended, many of the counselors went to their homes while others stayed to prepare for the next meeting. Minato decided to try something different and asked Hachibi out for a drink. Said Snake Demon didn't refuse out of fear of what would happen to the treaty. Local bar. Minato along with Hachibi stood at the front of the bar drinking as much sake as they could, which was a lot for Hachibi being a demon. However, not for Minato, who was clearly a lightweight and a pathetic one at that. Hachibi looked at Konoha leader and rolled his eyes, how wimp like you became a village cage is beyond me. Minato did his best to glare at Hachibi but had trouble trying to keep his eyes on one of the three Hachibi without much success. Seeing Minato struggle caused Hachibi to laugh as he drank down another bottle of sake. After Minato held his head and groaned in pain, He looked at Hachibi. He heard something he wasn't expecting. So, how did you and Kyuubi meet? Minato looked at the snake demon trying to think of the best way to answer him. Well, we kind of meet because I didn't want to do my paperwork. Hachibi looked at Minato and sweat dropped. Do any of the cages do their paperwork? Minato just chuckled. Anyway, I was walking outside of the village enjoying nature and whatnot. As I walking I heard someone cursing and in pain talking about a certain snake demon. Hearing this, Hachibi began to get nervous remembering the last fight he got into with Kyuubi. Minato just continued with his story. When I found her she was bleeding and had been poisoned. I offered to heal her which she accepted. Hachibi looked surprised to hear this, remembering how Kyuubi wasn't the trusting type back in the day even to people she called friends. Minato smiled at the memory of how he had met his wife and continued, after I healed as much of the wound as best as I could and had to persuade her to come back to the village for better healing. Hachibi snorted at this. I'd bet she was thrilled about that. Hearing this, Minato laughed. You could say that after I had to carry her over my shoulder to the village. Hearing this, Hachibi burst out laughing at the image of Kyuubi being carried over someone's shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Even Minato had to chuckle at this memory. That's how things went. Minato would talk him and Kyuubi dating, the day Naruto was born, how they went to Suna. That was how most of the night went for the two until Minato ran out of things to talk about and asked, so where is your mate? Hearing this, didn't respond. He just kept staring into his drink not saying a word. Minato sensing the tension, Gomen, I didn't mean to offend you or anything. Hachibi just sighed. It's alright, I just don't like to think about my mate at all. Minato could tell by the depressing sound in the Sank Demon's voice that something happened between Hachibi and his mate and it had hurt him. So being the nice guy Minato was, he asked the only thing he could, want to talk about it. Hachibi at first didn't answer but eventually said, sure, why not, I really should talk about this away. Minato just sat there, I'm all ears. Hachibi had finished what was left of his drink and began to talk. My mate was a woman from Mizunokuni. She was a refuge hoping to get away from the slaughter that her family had suffered. She managed to make away from Mizu. It didn't matter. She was already living off borrowed time as it was and she knew it. She knew that her bloodline was slowly killing her and she didn't have long. However, she refused to let her bloodline die out without finding some way to save it. Minato kept listening to Hachibi's story. He was full of many questions but he thought it best to ask them after they heard the whole story. When I found her I could already tell she was weak but still managed to cling to life and refuse to die. He was silent for a moment. I think that what got my attention of her in the first place, along with dark eyes of her. Eyes so full of determination and a strong will to live. I couldn't help but fall in love with her. Minato heard this and asked the obvious question, so what did you do? I approached her. I was so very nervous, something that I had never been before in my life, except against Kyuubi. Minato chuckled at this as Hachibi continued his tale. As I came near her it was obvious she didn't trust me and she showed by attacking with a blade she had hidden on her and actually managed to get me. Hachibi smirked, left a nasty scar too. Minato's sweat dropped at Hachibi's smile. After her first attack we spent the next several hours going at it, and while she did last a lot longer than any human that had fought before me in the past, but she eventually yielded. Hachibi sighed and took another drink. That's when things started to get interesting. As she eventually took my word that I wasn't going to harm her and she allowed me help her recover by taking to a nearby village that was near Tsuchi no Kuni and let her recover there. The village was small and simple and the people there, despite popular belief, were good and welcoming. Of course it helped that they didn't know I was a demon in human form. Minato couldn't help but laugh at Hachibi's sense of humor. We stayed in the village for nearly a month. I would do odd jobs around the village while my wife rested. Hearing the long pause, Minato gave him an odd look, to which Hachibi noticed. What? Had to tell them something. They wouldn't expect some man just walking up with a near-dead woman in arms. Not to mention she didn't seem to mind all that much as she only threw 2 daggers at me instead of 10. Minato nodded understanding and asked him to go on. Months had passed and I had become good friends with the villagers and even revealed who and what I was. Surprisingly they took very well and accepted me for whom I was and changed my opinion about humans ever since. It was also on that day the woman I met said more than 2 words to me and they weren't even insults. She even gave me her name, Kagaya-jun. Hachibi couldn't help but smile. It's funny, her name meant obedient, but that was the one thing she never was. Whether it was to me and especially to her own clan members, she was a free spirit. When she was told to do something, she would fight tooth and nail against it, never allowing anyone to control her. Minato heard this, smiled. She sounded a lot like Kyuubi, never willing to let other walk over her, especially me. Hachibi looked at him with a smirk. Not that's a bad thing, and burst out laughing. Minato shook his head. So what happened next? Hachibi sighed. Soon Jun and I started to get a lot closer to one another. She even thanked me for helping her recover. We were both doing our share of work around the village, becoming highly respected members of the village's community. They even let me become a member of their own council. As time went on, Jun and I got closer and closer to each other, and eventually we went from friends to lovers and then finally mates. Hachibi closed his eyes with a look on his face that could only be seen on the happiest man alive as he remembered the night he and Jun had become one with another. In truth, he remembered how it was the only time he had ever seen Jun show fear. Hachibi was the first and only man to have ever touched in such a way. However, the most important thing was that she actually happy, completely and truly happy for the first time in her long and painful life. Minato saw the look on Hachibi's face and could tell it was something important to the snake demon, so he let him be lost in his thoughts as Minato remembered the night he and Kyuubi mated one another. After enough time in his memories, Hachibi continued, "After that night things stayed the same in the village we were living, until they came," Hachibi said in a dark tone of voice. Hearing this, Minato could tell this is where the darker parts of story were to be revealed as Hachibi continued on. It was just another peaceful day like any other until a group of shinobi from Iwagakure suddenly came into the village making trouble. They started harassing everyone they came across, shoving the elderly to the ground, hitting on some of the village girls. They even broke a boy's wrist just for fun. It was sickening. After they had attacked some of the villagers and destroyed a small shop, they ordered everyone to gather in the village center for an important message from their cage. Hachibi snorted after saying that. The leader of the group, a Junin, called out to everyone saying that he was here to deliver a message that the Tsuchikage was going to regain the honor they had lost to Konohagakure by beginning another war. Hearing this, Minato looked at the snake demon as if he was joking but could tell he was not. This piece of information startled Minato since he had never heard anything about Iwagakure wanting to start up another war on his spy network. However, now that he thought about it, he didn't really know what was going on Iwagakure. Hell, he didn't even know that a new Tsuchikage was put into place until Hachibi. He would have to put up a better network if this treaty didn't work out. Breaking away from his thoughts, Minato asked, "So what happened next?" He asked, really wanting to hear the rest of the story. After the Junin had made his speech, he began to say that our village along with many others would have to give up few things for the military. Hachibi began to squeeze the glass he was holding out of anger while Minato asked, fearing the answer, what did they want? Hachibi clenched his teeth. They wanted 80 to 89% of our crops. Also they expected us to hand over all the children to begin training as shinobi, and if that wasn't enough they also wanted all girls of birthing age married or not as well. Minato looked at Hachibi with a look of disbelief at what he had heard. How young are we talking about here? Hachibi took a deep breath. 14 or older, but some of them wanted younger, the sick bastards. Hell, they claimed it was for the good of the military of have some way for the troops to have a way to relieve stress. Minato heard this and was clearly disturbed by this piece of information. He had known that Iwagakure was a place where force was used on anyone who didn't follow the way of the Tsuchikage suffered greatly. However, hearing that the shinobi of the land would do such things to their own people whom they should have been protecting and caring for but were instead robbing them of things they needed for themselves. The worst of it was that they had found joy in the pain of it all. To Minato it was unthinkable, to the people of the Iwagakure it was meant to be. Letting the harsh reality sink in that outside the walls of Konohagakure there was a world where people who had never done a thing wrong in their lives had to suffer for reasons that made no sense. As much as Minato hated, as much as he wanted to believe that it wasn't true, and that something so horrible couldn't exist in the world he lived in. However, he knew the truth of reality was that behind the peaceful fantasy of his village there was the harshness that was reality. Once this coldness hit Minato, he grabbed the drink that was in front of him and drank down his sake like his life depended on it. As he sat there breathing hard, he looked at Hachibi asking the only thing that he could ask, what happened next? Hachibi sat there with a deep look in his eyes, something that the Iwagakure shinobi didn't even think possible. We fought back. As the shinobi started gathering up the women of the village, including a few who were even pregnant, and placing them in chains and shackles. One woman, a girl by the name Aiko, had unfortunately caught the eye of one of the shinobi and he wouldn't take no for an answer despite the fact she was to have her wedding on that day. The shinobi was an arrogant man who thought nothing could happen. He had her pressed her to the ground and began to tear off her wedding kimono and would have done the deed if not for one man. Hachibi smiled at this. Minato had seen that smile on certain people in his life and it usually lead to either bloodshed or change. The man who attacked the shinobi was Jin, the very man who was Aiko's husband to be, and it was him who would become the leader of her little group and her new Tsuchikage. Hearing this, Minato looked at Hachibi completely surprised that the new Tsuchikage who wanted peace was not even a shinobi but a simple villager. Hachibi saw the look of surprise on Minato's face, remembered how many of the other villagers acted when Jin did what he did, and started a spark of revolution. When Jin killed the shinobi, everyone including his comrades were so stunned by what just happened that they didn't know what to think. To the shinobi of Iwagakure the rules were, When the shinobi wanted something they got it, no questions asked. At this Hachibi scoffed, the previous Tsuchikage claimed it was for the good of the country, fucking bullshit. Anyway, after the other shinobi realized what Jin did they suddenly wanted blood his to be exact and they believed no one would try anything else to stand up to them. Hachibi chuckled at something funny leaving Minato in suspense. Well, what happened next? Hachibi just gave a dark grin. Jun. As the shinobi were nearing Jin drawing whatever weapons they had on them for quelling whatever resistance they came across if any. One of them moved in for the kill ready to take Jin head in one strike. It however never reached him as the shinobi who attacked soon fell over with a large dagger in his back which looked oddly enough like it was made from a human bone. Hachibi gave another smile. The rest of the shinobi saw this and tried to make sense what just happened but before they could Junin another blade already formed and attacked 3 of the other shinobi in an instant killing them. After saying this Hachibi began to laugh. This is funniest part of the story. After Junin taken out another 10 shinobi she just stood there breathing heavily as she would covered in blood and a mad desire of lust in her eyes and it made her look so beautiful. After Jun little display of show of carnage something happened the villagers that no one in Iwagakure had ever seen before. They had the look of pure defiance in their eyes and next thing anyone knew people grabbing anything they could use as a weapon and launched and attacked the shinobi. Since the Iwagakure nins were used to getting things their own way it led them to be totally unprepared to the surprise attack of the villagers. At the end of the day, every shinobi that had come to the village had been killed along with a few good villagers as well. However, it was at end of the killing that the realization of what exactly the villagers had done set in. Minato looked at clearly surprised to be hearing that a bunch of villagers who most likely had no training whatsoever managed to kill trained Iwa shinobi. He didn't know whether to be stunned, happy or afraid of what the people of Tsuchi no Kuni could do to their own shinobi. It frightened him in a way that the shinobi Iwa could lose that badly to something so simple. Minato shook his head leaving his thoughts and returning to reality, and then what? Hachibi sighed rubbed his temples. After that everyone was afraid of what to do next. They knew that the Tsuchikage would seek revenge for his fallen men and would make examples out of every man, woman and child just to prove a point or for a laugh. Hachibi looked at the clock to see what the time was. It noticed it was late and he had to pick of Ryu. Minato-san, I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap this up. I need to get Ryu and I'm sure Kyuubi's wondering where you are. Hearing this Minato nodded his head in understanding and paid for his drinks. The two began to walk out of bar a bit hazy but fine. Being with a sensei that drinks and flirts with any girl he comes across has its benefits. As the two walked outside they, both felt a large amount of killer intent behind them. The two men turned around in complete fear seeing that they were right. Standing behind them in awful anger and bloodlust was Kyuubi glaring at the two with her eyes blood red in rage. Minato stood there and swallowed the spit that had built up in his mouth. Taking a deep breath Minato approached his mate trying and failing to be confident. K Kyuubi-chan, WW, what are you doing here? Kyuubi's response was a larger amount of killer intent. I can ask you the same fucking thing, Namikaze Minato. Hearing this Minato began to fear for his life since Kyuubi had used his full name, something she only did when she was beyond pissed. Kyuubi crossed her arms across her chest in frustration. I work all day in a hospital, come home absolutely exhausted, cook a nice warm meal which is most likely cold by now. To find my mate out were, at a bar, drinking. As she said that, every window in the area suddenly shattered. Seeing his mate was beyond a bad mood he looked at Hachibi for some kind of support but he could see the snake demon backing away slowly. Minato gave him a pleading look for some kind of support by the snake demon just gave him a look that said, your mate your problem. Seeing that Hachibi wasn't going to be no help he realized that he made a horrible mistake. He took his eyes off of Kyuubi as he turned around and found in front of him lifting him up by his shirt into the air. As Kyuubi kept her eyes on her mate, she clenched his teeth together in rage and asked, Minato-kun, give me one good reason why I shouldn't hurt you, I dare you. Minato gave it a thought trying to come up with a good reason so he wouldn't have to suffer the beating of 2 or 3 lifetimes. Thinking as best as a prodigy ninja of his time, he came up with one and only one way to get out of this, because, you love me. Hearing this Hachibi sweat dropped at the great Namikaze had come up with pathetic excuse he had ever heard and he would know since he had used it on Jun, several times in fact. Kyuubi on the other hand just looked at her mate, her eyes returning to normal. She let go of Minato had sighed, I guess that will do, but I'm still made at you. Kyuubi said childishly as she turned around so she didn't have to look at him, her arms still crossed. Minato seeing this could tell that unless he did something to get on Kyuubi's good side it would only lead to trouble for him. Thinking quickly Minato decided to try to use Kyuubi's weakness against her. Minato sighed, Kyuubi-chan, I promise I'll make up to you with chocolate-covered roasted rabbit. Minato noticed Kyuubi's ears were twitching which was a good sign now for the final hook, and an all-night ear rubbing. Kyuubi looked at Minato with a blank stare before she jumped up. "Minato-kun, did I ever tell you how much I loved you?" she said while her face rubbed against his and purring. In the background Hachibi just looked at the two. Chocolate-covered roasted rabbit, that's disgusting, the snake demon thought to himself. After Kyuubi managed to return to normal much to Hachibi's delight since the Kyuubi was creeping him out. Just as he was about to leave Kyuubi called for his attention. "Hachibi, we need to talk about what happened between Ryu and Naruto." At this Hachibi frowned. "What's there to talk about? Your brat decided to treat my son like a monster despite the fact that they are the same." Despite what he was saying and how much she wanted to deny it, Kyuubi knew it was true and still felt the shame of being the one to have caused this whole mess. She should have known that telling Naruto all those story about Hachibi and her would lead to trouble, but at the time she didn't think much of it. Now she wished she could take it all back. Ever since that day, Naruto had become depressed and somewhat withdrawn again, and this time Hinata wasn't going to help. In fact, Hinata had absolutely refused to have anything to do with Naruto, only speaking to him when she had to and always calling him Namikaze-san, which sounded just wrong. Hanabi was worse, she would glare at him and refused to even look him at, always telling him to leave her and Ryu alone. Then there was Tayuya, who would still talk to Naruto but would act as if he was some kind of unwanted guest when he was home. Now that she thought about maybe leaving Tayuya in charge of the boys was mistake. Namikaze home. At the Namikaze compound, Naruto and Ryu were sitting down at the dining room table. While the boys were sitting down, Tayuya on the other hand was behind Naruto, was a kunai dangerously close to his throat and glaring at him. "Listen, you little furry ass shit stain, I put a lot of fucking work in to make that dinner and you're going to fucking eat it." Naruto looked at the, well, he couldn't exactly call it food, but he still didn't want to eat it. Naruto looked at his sister with a pleading look, trying to save himself the horror of Tayuya's cooking, but that didn't work. Tayuya just kept the kunai to his throat. "Don't give me that fucking look, you're going to fucking eat no matter what, and you're going to eat those vegetables too. I will not have my Otudo to be a damn midget." While this was going on, Ryu couldn't help but giggle at the siblings' antics while he was enjoying his meal and actually enjoying Tayuya's cooking. After Tayuya had gotten Naruto to eat what was in front of him, she eventually left, saying she needed to check on something, leaving the two Hanyus alone. They said nothing at first, leaving somewhat cold atmosphere. Naruto kept looking at Ryu, trying to find the words he needed to say but couldn't. Ryu noticed Naruto's stares and it was starting to annoy him. "What are you looking at, jerk?" Ryu asked rudely. Naruto heard this and took a sigh, trying to form the words needed to say what he needed to say. After enough time had gone by, Naruto decided that it was now or never. "Ryu, about what happened earlier, I said some things that were really stupid." Hearing this, Ryu had to interrupt. "I can't really argue with that, baka." Naruto heard this but didn't do anything to deny it, sign he knew it was true. He began again, beginning where he last took off. Ryu, what I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry for the things I said about you and your mother. It was beyond wrong and disrespectful, and by saying those things I have not only offended you but shamed my family's name as well. I hope that someday that you can forgive me for what I've done." Ryu looked at the blonde Hanyu, using his senses to tell him if the kitsune was trying to deceive him in any way. From what he could tell by heartbeat, breathing, and facial movements, he could see that Naruto was indeed being truthful. However, just because Naruto wanted Ryu forgiveness didn't mean that Ryu actually had to forgive the kitsune. However, Ryu could see this as a way to get what he wanted. Ryu looked at the blonde with a cold glare and spoke in a hollow tone of voice. "I might consider forgiving you for what you did to me on one condition." Naruto heard this and paid close attention, truly wanting the snake demon to forgive him. Ryu kept his glare on Naruto but eventually spoke. "I'll forgive you if you tell me everything Hanabi-chan likes," Ryu said while a blush was on his face. Naruto's reaction was somewhat stunned at hearing this, as soon felt his chair lean backward and hit the ground. After he had recovered, Naruto was soon on his feet and looked at Ryu with a bit of skepticism clearly showing. "Let me get this straight, you're willing to forgive me for everything I did in exchange for some information on the girl you have crush on?" Naruto asked. At hearing the word crush, Ryu managed to do a deep blush on his face. "Hi, give me some information and I'll forgive you." Naruto breathed in heavily, considering his options at this point. He could get Ryu forgive him for being a total jackass. In exchange he had to let him in on information on the girl he considered a younger sister. Now while he wanted to protect Hanabi from any potential danger, including the pain of a broken heart, he also wanted to get things back to normal and be back on good terms with the girl along with his sister and of course Hinata. After considering his options, he saw that had only one real option and he would have to accept it. Naruto looked at the snake demon and sighed in defeat. "I'll tell whatever you need to know. However, there is one thing you need to know about Hanabi-chan." Ryu looked at Naruto, clearly confused as Naruto spoke. "I look at Hanabi-chan like she were my own sister, and I'll tell you this right now, if you hurt her in any way, you'll regret it. Naruto spoke the last part darkly, letting Ryu knew that he wasn't joking. So, after that, Ryu would ask certain questions about Hanabi and Naruto would answer them the best he could. Ryu would ask things like favorite foods, drinks, place to go, things to watch, colors, etc. Naruto did his best to answer what he could about Hanabi but had to recommend that some things were best answered by Tayuya. After a better part of an hour, Ryu felt like he had gotten the answers he needed for now and decided that he had enough info for now. After enough time had gone by, the two felt like they had been given enough time to actually become friendly with one another. While the two were chatting, Tayuya, who stood in background and listening to the boys' conversation and making sure that Naruto didn't do anything stupid again. After that, the three children sat back at the table and began to enjoy their meal. Ryu decided to take Naruto's advice and ask Tayuya about things he needed to know about the opposite sex. Too bad Tayuya had to make sure Ryu forgot whatever advices Naruto gave him if he wanted to impress Hanabi. Eventually the front door had opened and everyone looked to see Kyuubi, Minato, and Hachibi. Seeing their parents had arrived home, the child ran up them, hugging them out of pure innocence. As the parents arrived to the Namikaze home, they expected Naruto and Ryu to have some kind of fight and have half the house torn up, with Tayuya soon following. However, to their surprise, there wasn't any damage at all. It just looked like a normal dinner between a few kids. Later that night, after a large meal, the youngest of the household were sent off to bed while the adults and Tayuya, who wanted to stay up and clean her mess, stood around the dining table. Tayuya stood in the kitchen washing the dishes while the adults sat at the dining room table talking. Hachibi was retelling the story of how he and Jun had met in the rebellion that soon took off afterwards. After Hachibi, he and Kyuubi sat there and talked about their younger days. Minato, on the other hand, just sat there with a strange smile on his face, thinking about how he was sitting there listening to two of world's most powerful demons talk as if they were old friends. When in actuality they used to be bitter enemies who wanted to kill each other. While Kyuubi and Hachibi were having a good laugh about something having to do with the Gobi, when Minato had to ask Hachibi what happened to Jun. The two demons stopped their laughing and looked at Minato. Kyuubi looked at Mate and then back towards Hachibi, now wondering the same thing. Hachibi didn't answer at first. He kept his gaze on the floor and just sat there. After what seemed like hours, Hachibi finally decided to talk about what happened to his mate and finally put that little bit of darkness out of his soul. After swallowing the lump in this throat, and he began, it was after the execution of the Tsuchikage. We were rebuilding the damaged village and rounding up the last of the loyal members of Tsuchikage when Jun came up to me with a smile I had never seen on her face before. When I asked her what she was so happy about, she didn't answer at first. She just kept smile and walked over to me. Again I had to ask what she was so happy and she still didn't answer. She just walked up to me and hugged me, something completely out of character for her, and I didn't understand what was wrong with her. Once we separated, she could see that was clearly confused and called me a baka and placed my hand on her stomach, and it suddenly made sense. Hachibi just smiled as he felt tears build up in his eyes at the memory that was being displayed in his mind. Minato and Kyuubi just sat there putting all the pieces of the puzzle together when Kyuubi answered, "She was pregnant with Ryu, wasn't she?" Hachibi nodded his head and kept smiling. "Hi, and she became a totally different person after she told me. To be honest, it was as if her soul had done a complete transformation and all the pain of her past was completely gone." Kyuubi looked at him and smiled, remembering how she had changed after she had met Minato and gave birth to Naruto. She looked back on who she was back then and who she was now and was glad she had found her lover. Hachibi looked at Kyuubi and could see she was having the same thoughts running through her. After giving Kyuubi enough time, he continued, "After she told me, I had felt a warmness throughout my body that I believe only a few demons had ever felt before. It was something beyond happiness or even excitement or any kind of emotion out there. Honestly, I don't think there is a proper word to describe how you just have to know in order to feel it." He just looked at the two in front of him and gave a smirk, "But I don't have to tell you two that, do I?" Minato and Kyuubi didn't reply, they just smiled and nodded their heads in agreement. After Hachibi had said this, the happiness that was on his face quickly faded, turning into one of great sadness and pain. Kyuubi and Minato noticed this and could tell that what was going to happen next was something very painful. Hachibi looked at the two and took a deep breath. "As the months went by, we did everything we could to prepare for Ryu. We did everything that most people did. We went to classes, picked out the crib, designed the room, we even got into a huge fight over the name which she won and picked Ryu. At the way things were going, accepted nothing to wrong, however something did. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped. In the last few months of Jun pregnancy, things suddenly turned. It was after a council that I returned home and found Jun passed out on the floor. I rushed her to the hospital as fast as I could, never so scared in my life of what could be happening to my mate. After I got her, there and a medic took a look at her. They told me that she had a type of cancer that was caused by her bloodline and that there was no cure. Hearing this, Kyuubi gasped and held her hand over her mouth. Minato on the other hand just turned, refusing to make any kind of eye contact, not wanting to show the sorrow in his eyes. While the adults were taken in the information, they failed to notice that there was another person listening in on the conversation until said person stepped on one of the floorboards, causing everyone to look and see Yuya standing there with a guilty look on her face. The young redhead refused to make any eye contact with the adults. She just looked at the floor. Gee Gomen, I didn't mean to listen in, I just wanted to know if anyone wanted dessert. Everyone chuckled at this, somewhat glad to have a change of subject, and agreed that dessert would be nice. Yuya brought out some ice cream for everyone to enjoy, but she refused to eat it. First she kept taking looks at Hachibi, not saying until what happened next. Hachibi knew what she was talking about and decided to answer. After she was diagnosed with her cancer, they told that she would be able to live longer, but she needed to give up the baby. They claimed that the pregnancy would be dangerous and that the odds of her surviving it were out of the question. Jun's response, however, was breaking the medic's nose and saying that they even tried it, she would kill them all. As the final month approached and the baby was near, I could tell that Jun was scared as I was. She knew that she was going to die and that there was nothing anyone could do to avoid that, but she was also happy that she was able to give life before she left this world. On the final day, we spent the entire time together, never leaving each other's side right until the end when our little boy was born. Flashback. In a hospital room, Hachibi stood over his mate, holding her hand tightly to give her the relief she needed after her painful experience of giving birth to their only child. Jun was covered in sweat and breathing heavily, but was smiling at the newborn child. Jun looked at her mate with her eyes full of tears of joy. Hachibi-kun, look at what we did. Jun said between breaths as kept her eyes on Hachibi, wondering how he would react. Hachibi looked down at his son. He was so tiny and innocent looking, it was hard to believe that this life was created by a demon and a born killer, and yet there he was so pure and innocent. Hachibi looked down at his baby boy and put on the grin. He got your marks, Jun-chan. He reached down and tried to grab one of the Ryu's fingers, only for Ryu to grab his and squeeze tightly, causing Hachibi to wince in pain. After he managed get his finger away, he looked at his mate and chuckled. Got a strong grip, doesn't he? Jun just looked at him with a smirk. No, you're just complete wimp on mighty snake demon. Hachibi just looked down at the ground embarrassed while Jun just chuckled. At least he has your good looks. Hachibi blinked at surprised at looked at baby to see that he had purple skin and a small bit of green hair on top of his head. I guess he does kind of have my good looks, he said arrogantly. Jun decided to burst his bubble before his ego got to his head. He also has your tongue, baka. Hearing this, Hachibi, eyes nearly popped out of his head as he looked at the Ryu who was sticking out his tongue to see that he had a forked tongue. Hachibi put on another grin. That's my boy. That afternoon was filled with happiness that every parent shared with newborn child, and it seems like nothing could go wrong. However, as the day soon became night and Jun's strength decreased and her time was nearing its end. It became harder and harder for Jun to breathe and even stay conscious, but she was strong and wanted to spend her last moments with the two most important people in her life. It was funny, it was because of these two people, the people who were most precious to her, that gave her the strength to keep living. Maybe those Konoha shinobi are onto something. On the final hour, Jun was barely able to do anything. Her breathing had become painful with each breath. She had a hard time staying awake and she didn't even have the strength to sit up. Hachibi stood next to her, refusing to let go of her hand or even take his eyes off her as he held Ryu in his other hand. Jun was on her last breath, barely holding on, never taking her eyes off the two in front of her. Jun used the last of her strength to speak one last thing before she was put to rest. Hachibi, please, take care of our Ryu, promise me, you'll always love him. Hachibi nodded his head, showing he understood. I will take good care of him, my love. Jun gave one last smile as tears fell down her face. I love you, and with those final words Jun's eyes closed forever as she took her final breath and left the world. Hachibi looked down at the woman that was his first and his only love and pressed his hand against her cheek, wiping away the tears. He knew she was dead and the pain was beyond anything he had ever suffered in a battle. As that weren't enough, it seemed like Ryu could somehow feel his father's pain and cried along with him. After the pain had reached its highest point, Hachibi let out a demonic roar that spread across the entire village, letting the people of Iwagakure know that Jun was dead, and gave a silent prayer. End flashback. Hachibi took a deep breath in relief, finally talking about the most painful experience he had ever been through, and now he felt somewhat cleansed of a dark poison in his soul. He looked around at his audience. He saw Minato and Kyuubi huddled together, crying, most likely out fear of losing each other, while Yuya was rubbing her eyes, doing her best not to cry. Hachibi, seeing the sadness, decided to try and lighten the mood. Hey, it's fine, believe me, I know Jun in a better place and she wouldn't want us to be crying over us, so stop it and enjoy your dessert. Everyone heard this, did their best to cheer up, and began to dig in. As Hachibi was about to take his first bite, he looked around and asked, "You don't have any whipped cream or chocolate syrup, do you?" Tayuya just looked at him with a smile, "Afraid not, every time we buy them Ka-san and Auto-san always take it to their rooms and next day all gone." At this, both Kyuubi and Minato faces were covered in a deep blush. Hachibi just chuckled and looked at Kyuubi, "My Kyuubi, who would thought you were such a naughty kitsune." Later that night in the master bedroom, Kyuubi was sitting on the bed thinking about what happens to Hachibi's mate. It filled her with fear to think that she could die and leave her mate and kid all alone. While she was in her thoughts, Minato came up from behind her and placed his arms around her to comfort her. "Kyuubi-chan, it's alright, nothing is ever going to happen to you, trust me." Kyuubi looked at her mate's eyes, could see he was being truthful. "Arigato Minato-kun," she said, and kissing him with a passion. When they broke apart, Kyuubi put on a fox-like grin as she reached behind the bed and pulled a can of whipped cream. "Wanna have some fun, Minato-kun?" Minato just gave a perverted smile at this. Next day. In the morning, the most of the Namikaze family and nearly all the guests were enjoying a large breakfast that was being made by a rather cheery who had the largest grin on her face along with Minato. The only ones who hadn't joined the rest were Ryu, who was enjoying a shower, and Tayuya, who liked to sleep in. However, it wasn't long before a clean Ryu emerged with a smile on his face as he greeted everyone. "Ohayo gozaimasu," everyone turned and greeted him. As Ryu sat down next to Naruto, he looked to see the blonde Hanyu smile back and wishing him a good morning. Ryu enjoyed this, it felt like Naruto taking a liking to him, almost like a brother. While Ryu was pleased with these thoughts, the piece that was around the table was shattered with a loud, "What the fuck is this?" When Ryu heard this, he did his best to hide as loud footsteps could be heard coming. He thought to himself, "Oh no." Everyone turned to the screen door that the footsteps were coming from to see a red-faced Tayuya wearing a bathrobe bursting in. She looked around the room trying to find her target, and she did. "Ryu, you want to explain why this was in the bathroom tub?" She screamed, showed what was in her hand was something that looked like a suit of Ryu. Ryu did best to avoid eye contact and hid the blush that was on his face. "That's my old skin, I forgot to grab it when I was don't shedding, Gomen." While Ryu was hiding his shame, Naruto kept looking at skin sample with a smile. "That's nasty, can you do it again?" Tayuya heard this and was not impressed as she walked up and smacked him on the back of the head. "Shut up, baka." Later that day. After breakfast, Naruto decided that Ryu would need a little more help with Hanabi and went to the Yamanaka flower shop. He told Ryu that Hanabi's favorite flowers were frangipani, and after an hour of Ino verbal beating for what Naruto did, apparently word had gotten around and Naruto had lost the respect of many of his classmates. Nevertheless, Ino was happy to help Ryu even if she overcharged the price for it just to spit Naruto. After Naruto and Ryu had gotten the flowers and made a stop at the local sweets shop to grab something, they made their way towards the Hyuga compound. Once they reached the front gate of the compound, Ryu stood there holding the flowers and the sweets in his arms, looking at Naruto for support. However, since the incident, Naruto was no longer allowed on the Hyuga estate by order of both Hinata and Hanabi, so Ryu was on his own. All Naruto could do was wish Ryu good luck and left him. Ryu walked up to the entrance of the Hyuga and asked the guards if he could speak to Hanabi. One guard left and another kept in position, never taken his eyes off Ryu, not even to blink. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting and resisting the urge to make a run for it, Ryu finally saw that he was waiting for his Hanabi ran out smiling at the snake Hanyu in front of her. With Hanabi. Hanabi ran out of the compound as fast as she could when she heard that Ryu was at the front gate. For the last month, things had not been easy ever since the incident with Ryu and Naruto. Every day she thought back to what happened and the things she said to Naruto, how she said she hated him and it hurt, but not as much as what he did to Ryu. However, the most disturbing thing was with Hinata. Ever since that day she had become very cold and distant, and it scared her, but she knew that deep down it was hurting her to be away from the person she cared about the most. As Hanabi got closer to Ryu, she couldn't help but remember what happened at the lake, and every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but blush. It was her first kiss and honestly, she didn't know how to feel. She knew she liked Ryu, but did she like him as a friend or more? She rid herself of these thoughts, she was far too young for such things. As she approached Ryu, she could see the bright smile on his face along with a small blush, which confused her. She also noticed that he had something behind his back and wondered what it was. As the two were face to face, Ryu put on a smile. "Hello, Hanabi-chan." Hearing his voice made Hanabi heart flutter. For some reason she really needed to speak with her mother about these feelings later. She kept looking at Ryu and noticed he seemed somewhat nervous as he was doing his best to keep whatever he had hidden. Hanabi smiled after seeing her friends and resounded, "Hello Ryu-kun, what do you have there?" She saw Ryu face turn run as he brought out what looked like frangipani and a box of mint poki and said, "These are for you." Hanabi blinked at seeing both her favorite type of flower in her favorite box of poki and blessed, "Arigato Ryu-kun, they're my favorites." Hearing the joy in Hanabi's voice made Ryu heartbeat increased and the blush on his face increase. He loved seeing the girl in front of him happy and was glad that it was him that made her like this. Hanabi took the flowers and poki from Ryu's hand and held them tightly. Ever since she had met the young snake demon in front of her, she had felt things she never knew before and wondered if this was what her mother and father felt for each other along with Hinata and Naruto. Shaking her head of these thoughts, she brought herself and back towards reality. She could see the Ryu was still there and was practically shacking out of his skin. She smiled seeing his nervousness was kind of cute. "Ryu-kun, I not that I mind, but why did you bring me these things?" Hearing this, Ryu felt a cold shiver run down his spine. "Oh crap, okay, don't panic, just make something up and try not to look like an baka." Ryu tried his best to come with an answer, "Well, I just wanted to see if you think baka think." After enough panicking, Ryu said the only thing that came to mind, "Would you like to go on a picnic?" In his mind, he shouted, "You baka." Hanabi heard what Ryu said and took a moment to try to understand what was just said. "Ryu asked me on a picnic, it's almost like a date." With this thought, Hanabi turned bright red and began to think rationally, "Don't be silly, you and Ryu are just friends and nothing more. Sure, I kissed him, but that was only once and it was an accident. Oh Kami, what should I do?" While Hanabi was panicking trying to decide what to do and how to handle this kind of situation, she failed to notice Hinata walk up behind her. She heard the whole thing and had to smile. "I think a picnic on this nice day would be wonderful, don't you think so, Hanabi-chan?" Hanabi just looked at her sister with a blush. "Well, Hanabi tried to responded but couldn't find the words. Hinata cut her off. "Hanabi-chan, I would be very rude for you not accept Ryu-kun's invitation. He even brought a basket with him." Ryu and Hanabi heard this and asked, I did." As both children looked to see a large picnic basket sitting behind Ryu. Seeing the basket, Ryu just stood there with his mouth wide open. "How did that get there?" Aki grabbed the basket and placed into Ryu's arms. "Now you to go and have fun on your picnic." Ryu looked down at the basket and then back to Aki with a look of uncertainty on his face. Aki saw this, glared at the boy. "What's wrong, Ryu? Are you saying that my daughter is not good enough for you?" Ryu could feel the killer intent coming from the Hyuga woman and nodded his head, not trusting his mouth. After seeing that Ryu got the message, Aki smiled. "Good, now you two go and have fun." With that, the two were off to enjoy their day. However, on a rooftop a certain blonde Hanyu Kitsune was watching the whole thing with a smile on face. "I guess they do look kind of cute together." "I'm glad you agree, Namikaze-san," a voice from behind said, causing Naruto to jump in surprise. Turning around, he came face to face with the serious and cold-looking eyes of Hyuga Hinata. Naruto sat there in complete fear at the sight of his former friend. Seeing the cold and hollow look with her eyes, Naruto couldn't help but shiver at the lack of joy and warmth that was once in them. Attaining what little courage he had in him, he spoke, "Hey Hinata-chan, how are you?" Seeing no change in Hinata's facial features as she spoke, "First, you will address me as Hyuga-san since we are not on such friendly terms, Namikaze-san. Second, I don't remember summoning you here, therefore you are trespassing on the Hyuga compound. And last but not least, I must ask that you do not spy on my sibling." Hinata said this was a voice as cold as ice. "Are we in any way unclear, Namikaze-san?" Naruto just sat there and nodded his head. "Hi, Hyuga-san." Naruto said in defeat. After hearing his answer, nodded and turned around. "Couldn't it advise you not stay away from a while or I will be forced to file a harassment claim. Is that in any way unclear, Namikaze-san?" Naruto just did his head and looked down at the ground in shame. I understand, Hyuga-san." Hearing this, Hinata was satisfied and began to take her leave. As Hinata was walking away, Naruto saw this as the only chance to make up with his friend. Without even thinking, Naruto ran towards Hinata and grabbed her hand. "Hinata-chan, wait, I just want to talk." Naruto never got to finish his sentence as Hinata had slapped him across the face, knocking him to ground and leaving a bright red bruise against his cheek. Naruto held his hand against where Hinata had him. He began to rub up softly, trying to ease the pain. However, that didn't prepare him for what was to come as he looked at Hinata and began to sweat. As he looked at the young Hyuga, Naruto felt pure fear as he saw the look of pure and undying hatred and rage behind in her eyes. She walked up Naruto, clenching her fists to a point where they were almost bleeding as she stood in front of the blonde Hanyu. Taking a deep breath, Hinata spoke, "If you ever do that again, Namikaze-san, you're dead." With that said, she began to walk off, not even look back towards her. Naruto on the other hand just sat there in a state of shock, unable to move or even breath at what just happened. Naruto looked at the ground as tears of pain sorrow fell from his face, knowing that he had not only lost his closest friend but that the only one responsible was himself. As the pain kept growing and growing in his heart at his losses, he was ready to scream from the pain he was feeling when he noticed something near his foot. Reaching down to pick it up, he instantly recognized it as a small bottle of healing ointment. However, it was not just any ointment, it was one of many Naruto had seen made by Hinata every time he was injured. Looking at the ointment then back to where Hinata was standing, thoughts kept running through his head, asking different questions each time. One question in particular was brought to the surface that made Naruto feel hope for his situation. The question was, does this mean Hinata forgives me? After a few seconds, Naruto replaced this thought with, no, Hinata-chan wouldn't go the easy way, she probably wants me to prove that I really do understand what I did. Naruto look one last look at the Hyuga compound. Hinata-chan, I swear, I will redeem myself to you and earn your forgiveness. With that, Naruto took off towards his home. However, back at the Hyuga compound, Hinata was watching Naruto leaving and stood her ground, breathing heavily at the sight of the Hanyu in front of her. Aki saw her daughter and was concerned for her. She walked from behind her and placed a calming hand on Hinata's shoulder. Don't you think you're being a little hard on him? I'm sure that you gotten the massage through to him by now. Hinata looked at her mother, an unreadable look in her eyes. Maybe, but it's still not enough. What he did to Ryu-kun was beyond insulting considering how similar they are to each other, until Namikaze-san is able to see that he fully understand what he did. I will not forgive him. Aki just looked at her daughter worried and would have said more, but Hinata interrupted her. Kasen, please, I like to be alone, please. Aki just didn't say anything but silently agreed with her daughter and walked away. As she was leaving, Hinata kept her gaze on Naruto as she placed her hand around a small glass phoenix that was hanging around her neck. Naruto-kun. Namikaze compound. Back at the home of the Namikaze home, one red-haired child was sitting in the tub relaxing. Tayuya had decided to take a long bath since it was only time she could relax and clear her head. Her thoughts lately had been referring towards the mark on her back in the story of the Nexus that Kyuubi told her about a while back. Lately strange ideas and places had appeared in her thoughts that were differently not her own. She kept seeing places and people are more like demons of different races fighting what looked like some kind of apocalyptic war going on in the background. What really got to her though was something in the sky that looked like faces hanging in the sky. One was covered in a bright light and butterflies. The other figure appeared in what looked like red smoke but had a feeling of death and emptiness within it in his shining yellow eyes. The very thought of those eyes made her blood run cold. Tayuya just sighed to herself. Tayuya just put it out of her mind. It was just a dream after all, and dreams are nothing but image of the subconscious. Taking a deep breath, Tayuya just relaxed and let her heavy eyelids close, allowing her to sleep. Unknown location. In what seemed like a second, Tayuya opened her eyes and did expect to see what she was seeing. Instead of wakening and up in the tub as one would expect, she woke in the middle of nowhere. She looked around to see anyone or thing, but there was nothing, no walls, no ceiling, no sky, not even the floor. All she could see was her own hands and pure darkness all around her. Having no idea where she was or even how she got here, and she tried calling out, "Hey, is anyone nearby?" She shouted, hoping someone would hear and answer. She heard nothing at first, believing she was alone. "Hi, we are here. We are always here with you." Tayuya heard this voice from behind her and turned around to face whoever was behind her. However, the person she was not someone she expected, as the person behind her was herself. Tayuya jumped back at the sight of her mirror image in front of her. The girl looked exactly like her. She was exactly the same height, had the same hair length and eye color were the same. With one exception, instead of having red hair, the look-alike in front of her was green. Tayuya rubbed her eyes, making sure she was not hallucinating. Okay, what the fuck is going here, damn it. The green-haired Tayuya just smiled at the red-haired. We believe it's time for you to understand who and more importantly what you are. Tayuya looked at her with a glare. The hell are you talking about? What I am? I fucking know what I am, a person, more importantly I know whom the fuck I am, so back the fuck off, bitch. Tayuya said to her clone, whom didn't even flinch, and replied, no, you think you know who you are but you don't have the slightest clue who you truly are, the power that is dormant within you. Hearing all of this, Tayuya just kept her glare at the green-haired copy. What the fuck are you talking about? Where the fuck I am? More importantly, why the fucking goddamn fucking hell do you fucking look like me with a shitty fucking dyed hair job? Tayuya almost screamed while red in the face and breathing heavily. The green Tayuya just rolled her eyes, showing that she was getting annoyed. Look, I was against you coming here so early, but it wasn't my call. There was a vote and I lost to the others, so fuck you, and this is my natural color. Tayuya just looked at her skeptical. What do you mean others? There's no one here, dumb fuck. Green didn't respond as she just pointed behind her to where 3 other girls who also looked exactly like Tayuya except for their hair color was also different. The redhead looked at the 4 girls from left to right to examine them. To the left stood the green-haired Tayuya who still had an angered and slightly annoyed look on her face as she glared at the Tayuya. Next to Green was a blue-haired Tayuya who looked like a little different. She had a calm look on her face and a peaceful and tranquil look in her eyes as she smiled at the redhead. To Blue's right stood another Tayuya that seemed somewhat different from the other 2. Her hair color was purple and the look on her face was like that of a serial killer just begging for the kill. The last Tayuya stood at the far right holding her arms across her chest. The final other Tayuya had orange hair and an arrogant smirk across her face. Tayuya looked at all girls in front of her, headache growing in pain at the frustration that was being displayed. Before it could get any worse, she snapped, "Will some please give me a fucking answer already?" Green Tayuya rolled her eyes and stepped in to say something when she was stopped by the blue Tayuya. "Please let me do this." You seemed a bit stressed. Green didn't respond as Blue went to the original Tayuya. As the 2 Tayuyas meet, Blue Tayuya just gave a calm smile. "We understand that you have a lot of questions and we will do my best to answer them. We'll do our best to explain who we are and more importantly, who you are. In addition, we will try to help explain your role in destiny along with his as well." Tayuya looked at Blue clone in front of her, wondering what she meant by him. Another unknown location. In a place that was exactly similar to where Tayuya was. However, in this place a feminine-looking boy stood in front of 4 others, each looking exactly like the boy instead of the hair color. He approached the 4 and bowed to them to show respect. "Hello, my name is Haku, what are yours?" Last time we saw Tayuya, she was in a strange place with strange people telling her about her so-called destiny. In a normal situation, Tayuya would just simply tell someone to fuck off and walk away. However, that wasn't an option this time. As far as Tayuya could tell, she was in the middle of nowhere and had no choice but to play these copies' little game, at least for now. Speaking of which, who were these strange girls? Why did they look like her? Why did they sound like her, and more importantly, what was with the stupid-looking hair job? For a while no one spoke. The 5 girls stood looking at one another trying to decide what to say first. Eventually the blue-haired Tayuya decided to speak up first as she addressed the original, whom just eyed her suspiciously. The blue Tayuya just gave a small chuckle at the way the redhead was acting. "You are right to be suspicious, Tayuya, but they are not needed at this moment." Tayuya felt 2 things at this very moment. One was stunned at how well this other could read her so well. The other was the feeling to punch out the bitch for being so damn smug. She put those feelings to rest and just went what she needed to most at this time, which was information. Taking one last look around, trying to get a grasp of her surroundings, Tayuya finally addressed the clone in front of her. "Okay, so who the hell are you?" The clone was about to talk but stopped and looked like she was thinking about something. "Well, that's hard to answer." Hearing this, Tayuya glared at her blue-haired copy and was about to shout something, but Blue silenced her. "Now calm down, what I mean is that's hard to explain. In a sense, I am myself and I am you as well, or at least a part of you." Tayuya just blinked, not understanding, and was getting pissed that this copy wasn't answering. Somehow, the blue Tayuya could feel the anger come off and was about to say something but never got the chance. The green Tayuya let out a frustrated yell and walked over to the original and got right into her face. "What the blue bitch is trying to tell is that we are you, the demon part of you." Tae went silent at hearing this, trying to piece everything together. When she uttered the word demon, the green clone just rolled her eyes. "Hi, you're a demon, a hanyu to be exact." This also left Tayuya stunned. She had never been one to be speechless, but at hearing this she just couldn't find the words. While Tayuya was having her comatose moment, the other 2 Tayuya who hadn't yet made their appearance looked at their so-called creator and just smirked. The orange-haired Tayuya kept her eyes on the original and wasn't impressed by what she was seeing at all. However, while her thoughts were similar to the orange counterpart, the purple-haired Tayuya thoughts were how well the original could dodge if she aimed for her eye or throat. While these 2 pondered their thoughts, Blue was worried what would happen if things started to get out of hand. She wasn't looking forward to going up against her 3 counterparts. After all, she was the weakest of the 4. The original Tayuya was still at a loss at what she was being accused of. As much as she didn't want to believe or just outright deny it, something deep within her told her it was true. Falling to her knees with her hands bearing holding her up on the ground. The shock still affecting her as she took in deep breaths trying to clam down. Eventually she noticed a hand on her shoulder and saw that it was the blue-haired copy of her trying her best to calm her down. With the help of her blue counterpart, Tayuya eventually got back on her feet and looked around. "So, I'm a demon." It looked like Green was about to say something, but Blue beat her to it. "In a way you're a hanyu like Naruto, but unlike Naruto who was given life through the mating of a human with demon, you were not." By the look on Tayuya's face one could easily tell she was confused by what she had just heard. Seeing this, Blue understood her confusion but also felt sorry for what she had to say next. Tayuya, you were never given birth, you were created. With these words, Tayuya didn't know what to think. After hearing all this, Tayuya did the only rational thing her mind could come up with as she punched Blue right in the face, knocking the blue copy to the ground. Shut the fuck up. I don't know who you are or what kind of fucking game you're playing, but I'm fucking sick of it, you hear me? Tayuya shouted at the lookalike whom as if they didn't hear her or didn't even care. Blue on the other hand just lay on the ground holding her bruised cheek. While she expected Tayuya to react like that, it still hurt. With the others, Green and Orange looked annoyed while Purple couldn't contain her laughter at the sight of her blue sister. She was soon silenced by Green, who couldn't put up with Purple's laughter and punched her as well just to shut her up. Tayuya looked towards the other copies of her, glaring at them with as much hatred as she could at this point. The others noticed this and returned it, just waiting for a reason to attack. Tayuya just smirked. Bring it on. I know who I am and nothing you bitches say or do will ever change that. With that, each of the Tayuyas put a demonic smirk that would have made Kyuubi proud. Each of the other Tais looked at one another and back to the original. Sounds like a challenge and we accept, they each said darkly as a bright light covered their bodies. Along with the light, Tayuya noticed that something was happening to each of her copies, made her start to panic. Oh shit. Real world. Kyuubi stood by the bed of the red-haired girl, rubbing her hands across the girl's back in attempt to help her. Before she came in, Kyuubi decided to tell Tayuya the rest of the story about the Nexus and try to get Tayuya to talk about her past. The redhead obviously had it rough, but she refused to say anything about it. At first Kyuubi didn't want to pressure the girl, but if she was right about the mark she would have to do it. Pecking into Tayuya's room, Kyuubi noticed the redhead was already in bed and properly asleep. She was about to leave when she heard Tayuya let out a pained groan and noticed something strange on the girl's back. She approached her adopted kid and saw that she was tossing and turning in her bed as well as breathing deeply. Her body was covered in sweat and the mark on her back was glowing in different colors. Seeing this, Kyuubi didn't know what to do. She had never been in this situation before and honestly, she didn't really care. All she wanted was to help her kid and stop her pain. Kyuubi sat on the bed, gently put her red-haired kid in her lap and softly rubbed her face, hoping that it would help the girl somehow. For what it was worth, Tayuya's breathing got better and she tossing and whispered, "Okasan." Kyuubi's response towards that was simply to hold her child closer and whisper, "It's okay Kasan," as her Tayuya-chan. Next morning, Minato woke up in his bed and noticed that it was missing something, namely his mate. Looking around and not seeing her in her room, he figured she was downstairs making breakfast. So, doing his morning routine and got dressed, started his way downstairs expecting a meal to be ready. While walking towards the kitchen, Minato passed by Tayuya's room first. He figured his adopted daughter was still asleep since she wasn't a morning person anyway, but noticed something different. Tayuya's always kept her bedroom door closed no matter what, and today he noticed that it was open. Checking inside to make sure nothing was wrong, he saw his mate holding Tayuya with a tired and worried expression on her face. Seeing the sight before him was something Minato was not expecting. What he saw was his mate clinging to their daughter for dear life, as if afraid that she would stop breathing if she were to let go. He also noticed that Kyuubi's eyes were bloodshot. What he couldn't tell was if they were from a lack of sleep or from crying. Seeing his mate's distress, Minato approached his distressed mate. "Kyuubi-chan, what's wrong?" Hearing the sound of her mate's voice caused Kyuubi to come out of whatever trance she was in. Looking at Minato and seeing the obvious worried look that he had, Kyuubi's mood only got worse. "Minato, I don't know what to do. Everything I tried is nothing," Kyuubi said in a panicked voice. "That's not all. I'm worried about how this is affecting her physically. One minute she feels like she is on fire, then next she is as cold as ice. Her body can't take much more of this." Minato placed a reassuring hand on his mate's shoulder. "It will be a light to Yuya, as a strong girl she'll pull through this." Kyuubi looked down at the girl. "I hope you're right, Minato." Outside of the village, two men, both in foreign shinobi clothing worn only by Junin or higher in rank, with the symbol for Kurigakure on it that was crossed out, showing their place as a nuke nin of their village. Their reasons for being nuke nin were simple, as it had to do with their newly appointed Mizukage Terumi Mei, who neither could agree was fit for such a title. For the nin known as Benenko, he couldn't stand the fact that a woman was placed in such a seat of power. As for Shin, his reason were more to the fact that their Mizukage was cursed with not one but two demon bloodlines. However, their status as nuke nin would soon be removed after they finished this last mission and destroyed the cursed blood of the demon Hanyu. Then they could finally return home heroes, and their plans would soon flourish along with the others in their group. Last time, Tayuya was in a strange and dark place facing girls who looked just like her except for the difference in hair color. The four copies have told Tayuya of her true origins and that she is not human. Naturally, our favorite redhead to them to fuck off and go to hell. Sadly the four have seen his as a challenge and the smackdown is about to start. Teyuya just stood there with her mouth hanging open in bit, stunned at the sight in front of her. In front of her the four clones of herself all began to glow with a bright light that matched their hair color. While that in itself would have been impressive, there was also the fact that each of the girls were changing in front of her into something else, into some kind of demon. The green Teyuya was the first to begin her transformation. The first thing that happened was her copy's eyes rolled into the back of her head and she began shacking violently while a green light came from her eyes. Her skin began to pale, complexion growing paler and paler, while her arms and legs to become thicker with muscular and her stomach becoming toned. While her body was changing, so was her face, as two red triangles appeared below her eyes, while the hair on the top of her skull began to recede and were soon replaced by large began to emerge from her head. They began to grow out and curve to the side of her head until they reached behind her ears and began to curve forward. After the transformation had stopped, the horned demon looked at Teyuya with a smile showing her sharp teeth and simply said, "For I." Next was the blue Teyuya with the same twitching and the rolling of the eyes. Like with the green, she began to change. Her skin began to take on a grayish bluish light color. Her arms and leg began to larger like with the green but not as muscular, along with legs, and her stomach became flat as well. Then there was transformation with the face. Unlike with green, there was no facial markings that appeared below her eyes. Instead holes began to appear on the girl's face, checks that slightly opened and closed like the gills on a fish. The hair on the top of her head began to fade away slowly. In its place several lumps began to emerge and take on a form similar to fins appeared in its place. As for the rest of her hair, parts of it began to harden within several places, while the hair between it became thin-like and web-like. When the transformation was done, the blue Teyuya looked at the original and calmly said without moving her lips, "Undine." After blue and finished, next was the purple-haired version of herself, and this one actually frightened Teyuya, as the purple one gave a large grin and began from a chuckle to outright insane laughing as she began her transformed. Unlike the other two, purple transformations was far different, for instead of her body becoming bigger, her arms and legs seemed to get skinnier and stretch-like, as well as her skin had became an ash-gray light color, and her stomach began to actually collapse on itself, becoming thinner and thinner until every rib bone in her chest was clearly visible. Then her face began to change, with her face losing whatever facial tissue fading away and making her skull almost visible as well. Like with blue, the hair on her head began to fade away and in its place were large lumps, but instead of fins they appeared to be bones, with the rest of her hair becoming the color of ash as well. When she was finished, she looked at the original Teyuya and smiled while licking her lips, "Hee, wrath." The final Teyuya with the orange hair, who had been silent this whole time, just rolled her eyes and stepped forward like the other Teyuya. The orange one's eyes rolled into the back of her head, but she didn't start to twitch, she just clenched her fist and took a deep breath. Like with the other three before her, the orange-haired version began to become a bit muscular, but not as much as green had. Her stomach became toned. However, unlike the other oranges, skin began to react differently by not becoming paler but instead seemed to be changing into what seemed to be a bronze-like metal. While body changed, her face began to change as well, with the whole thing seeming to harden and become a metallic mask, while the top her head surprisingly have much of a reaction. She didn't lose any of her hair or have something replace it, instead it just flattened and became a bendable like metal as well. When she was finished, Orange didn't say anything for the longest time until she simply uttered, "Dine." Teyuya just stood there not believing what she has just seen happen before her eyes. The four girls that looked just like had suddenly turned into four monster, and she would have done or said something about all of this if she wasn't paralyzed by fear. Without even releasing it, she took a step back and had caught the attention of her copies. The blue fish-like creature spoke first. "Teyuya, this must seem strange, but you must listen." The blue one spoke, but sadly was interrupted by her purple counterpart, "Enough talking," who made a mad dash at Teyuya. "I want to see what color she bleeds before she dies." The purple-haired monster shouted and was about to jump on top of Teyuya, but was stopped when the green goat-like Teyuya got in front of her and kneed in the stomach and sent purple flying. Seeing this, Teyuya saw a chance to make a run for it and began running off into the darkness, not caring where she was going as long as she got away from the monster behind her. As the original ran away, Green looked down at her purpled sister and gave a hard glare. "I thought it was strange that you would agree with everyone, and now I know why." Purple didn't say anything but just sat there with a huge grin on her face, not even denying anything that was being said. While the two of them were arguing, Blue and Orange were just standing next to each other. "So, what now?" Orange asked her blue counterpart, who just sighed. "Nothing. She ran into the darkness. She'll show eventually, and if we're lucky, she'll arrive in my territory or yours." Orange just shrugged her shoulders, not really caring. With the red Teyuya. Teyuya was running. She didn't know where she was running and she didn't really care. She just knew she had to get away the danger that was behind her. It wasn't the first time she had to run away from danger, but this was different, and she knew if she stopped that danger would catch her and violate her again. Sadly, as much as she wanted to keep running, her body didn't agree with her as she felt the tightness in her chest and the lack of air in her lungs. She couldn't go on and fell to her knees. She stood there, her hands on the pure black ground, taking a many deep breaths as she could, hoping she had gotten far enough and was safe. Her hope was soon shattered as the ground she was clenching for dear life started to move around her fingertips, soon covering her hands and not letting go. Yuya tried to pull her hands free, but the black goo wouldn't let go. To make matter worse, it also started to grow around her legs. Try as she might, Yuya couldn't get free. She just barely managed to get on her back, but the goo didn't stop, it just went faster, covering most of body. When the last of chest was covered and the only thing left was her face, Yuya felt herself being pulled down into the darkness, and no matter struggling made a difference as she felt the goo crawl on her face. Before the last of goo had covered the redhead and pulled her down, Yuya managed to get out one thing that mattered to her, Ka-san. And with that she was swallowed by darkness.